dark side. Light this bitch up.
Okay. Apparently stream is already going down, so I've got to reset my router real quick. It might take about 5 minutes. Give me just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'll be right back. Oh, wait. There we go. I am live again. Sweet. Marcus, welcome to Fools 2. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat from Marcus. Why is some of my stuff moved around? My chat should be behind me. There we go. I guess none of the settings from last night saved. This, yeah. Gotta fix that. I'm hopelessly addicted to Elder Scrolls 3. My brother wants me to play it with him. He wants me to play on stream, so I told him, I was like, I don't think my audience is really interested in me playing video games, bro. Sorry. Speaking of you guys not being interested in me playing video games, we need to pull this back up. So last night after stream, so you guys saw me on stream last night. I posted that I got a 94 on the game that that Zonia was telling me to play. I got a 94.1. But then just a couple minutes after ending stream. Oh no. Did I lose connection? What's going on? Oh my goodness. My router's so weird. Timer check? What does that mean? What is a timer check? It's weird. Every time after I reset my router, I go back live and then it still does this to me. I was trying to check the delay. Oh. Yeah, I can move out the way. What's the name of the game? I don't remember. It's like so you're trying to land the rocket as smoothly as possible is the entire thing. And what's up, Madway? You know, oh, speaking of Chud's review of my video about DK's video, one of the things that he mentioned is that that JMMA used to have his own YouTube channel, and he said that he ate poop. He said that he ate some poop on stream. Yeah, none of my stuff's loading. I don't know how I'm live when nothing's working. I can still see chat at least, so. Not the same JMMA, I don't think. Okay. Well, as long as you can see us, that's all that matters. Yeah, I'm saying I can talk to chat while I'm waiting on this. I made the title that Ahrelevant Rex Kidology. I haven't watched any of it. I haven't watched it at all, honestly. I was just getting on stream. I know that I got a debate later with Sick. I didn't really have anything planned, and then as I was getting on, I saw that Ahrelevant debated Kidology, so I was like, oh, well, we can watch this. I have no idea if he wrecks her or if she wrecks him. I have no idea. He did, though. You'll see when you watch. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Sassafras sent me a message as soon as I made the stream title. She's like, Kidology didn't do bad at all. So we'll see about that. I'll be the judge of that. What the hell, dude? Why? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. So, after I got off stream, I got a 97.9. Right there. Zonia's was a 98.3. So, I'm just like 0.4 off from hers. So we're gonna give this a couple more tries here. We're gonna give it a couple more goes before we get into it. 88.2. All right. We're getting there. So these are the main two metrics right here, speed and angle. So I want to land it as slow as possible and as flat as possible. Those are the two metrics that matter, those two right there. So that's what we're trying for. And it always starts you off like super sideways. So, and it starts you off in like a different angle at a different speed almost every time. So it makes it really hard to like get yourself adjusted. Crap. 90.2. Damn. So yeah, you can see my speed is 1.5, my angle is 1.7. If you go look at hers, Zonia's, it's 1.3 and 0.1. Her angle is 0.1. 0.1. So that's what mine was on the last one. Mine was let's see. Mine was 0.3. These are all much better than yesterday's scores. I mean, yesterday when I was on stream, I was sucking. I don't know what you guys are saying. Twitter, Matt Walsh, debate, Hunter Ahrelevant on Twitter, then got temp banned. Like what you're just saying random words that don't mean anything. Like more context in there to make sense of what the hell you're trying to say. Matt Walsh, Hunter Ahrelevant, debate, Twitter, banned. For some reason that gets removed. I can't say it in full sentences because it'll get deleted. Hunter got temporarily banned after debating Matt Walsh? Wait, Hunter debated Matt Walsh? No way. Is the VOD gone? No, the VOD's not gone. Or no, you didn't see it. Because yeah, if there's a debate, if he actually debated Matt Walsh, I would watch it. Tom says we don't want to watch him play video games, so he's playing this instead. Is this not a video game? This is a video game. Oh, Tom, what? It's not a video game. It's a way of life. Sass, don't owe Tom me on whether or not this is a video game, okay? You didn't even know what an RPG was. I don't want to hear it. Gonna try to link. You can only link in Discord. You can't link in YouTube chat. Yeah, you can have me on Discord. Alright, last one. We're gonna add some clips. You know what I should have done? I should have gotten a bunch of flips in while I was doing that. Here, let's try this. We're gonna get a bunch of flips in this thing. Oh no! Oh no! I got, well, okay. I got 5 flips in. Max speed 198. Damn. I was going fast. All right. Where's the link? Matt Walsh, a child is able to consent to permanent life-altering decisions to include sterilization and the removal of healthy body parts, as long as adults consent too. How does that work? In what way does the adult's consent magically validate the child's consent? Please elaborate. Wait, what? Of course it. Wait, what? I said kids can consent to this specific treatment if they also have the consent of the parents and doctors. I never said kids can consent to anything they want. Then again, I wouldn't expect logic from a effing OANN host. So, generally, the kid's consent just doesn't matter. Like, in reality, the kid's consent just doesn't matter. It's whatever the parents decide. If the parents decide the kid wants a freaking transition surgery, that's all that really matters in the end. Now, lots of therapists might see this as abusive and they're unlikely to go through with it unless the kid also consents, because normally the kid has to have some sort of dysphoria in order to go through with it. So it's a bit complicated, but yeah, it's not as if like the kid consents, so then the parents' consent validates the kid's consent. So Hunter said, firstly, we're talking about puberty blockers, not removing any body parts. Puberty blockers are largely reversible. Secondly, medical consent is unique. Medical intervention can be life-saving. A child consenting to sex or alcohol is not. Anytime a child has any medical procedure, the parents must also consent. That's why minors' ability to consent is largely based on parental consent as well. Lastly, if they can't consent, why did you say 16-year-olds can consent to marriage and child rearing? Go F yourself, you ape. I don't think he did say that. Ask the tens of thousands of detransitioners sharing their stories what they think instead of making stuff up in your head that sounds good. So did we get a response from the ape? Nope. Okay. So he didn't, I wouldn't say that he debated Matt Walsh, but they quote tweeted each other. So yeah. If that's the case, why do you need to backtrack with, but the parents and doctors still need to consent too? If it is so important and life-saving and unique, why do parents need a say? The only good point here is the last one. Because we generally recognize parents that have the best interests of their child in mind, children don't always understand the gravitas of such procedures, whereas parents may. Yeah, well, it's the same with any life-saving procedure. Like, the parents still get to decide whether or not the kid gets it. It's rare that a parent is going to like, or the doctors are gonna like call defects. Excuse me. It's rare that the parents are gonna like, or the medical staff's just gonna like go call defects or something and take the parents, take the kid away from the parents. So there are parents that refuse blood transfusions because of their religion. Right. Like, yeah, it's almost never going to be good enough to just have to just have the child's consent, or it just is a life-saving surgery. Like, there's always got to be consent from the doctors and the parents as well. All right. Let's watch Kidology get wrecked.
If you win, she agrees to date you. This is starting to get weird.
I gotta find where the beginning of this is.
Is watching me do fuck all, so
Ugh.
I don't know. I appreciate your loyalty, gang.
Okay, let me.
What the hell is this?
Try and set up. Oh man, this is gonna be. Hello.
If you could both talk,
Talk.
Can you hear me?
to say anything,
talk.
just
So they were setting it up with Discord initially, and then and then she didn't want to use Discord, or she couldn't use Discord, so she invited them to like something else, to go to like a different type of thing. And so now they're all trying to set up their stuff on whatever the hell this is.
no.
It's communication.
No.
Video. I've been watching.
The Discord call, because apparently we're not doing Discord. So.
Yep.
Anyway. Okay. The little scout gang, but hi, how is everyone today? How are you, kid?
I've been better, but no complaints. So yeah, how are you all doing?
I'm gonna turn this up, because they're very quiet, but Ahrelevant might be very loud then. But I'm gonna turn it up anyways.
Yeah, well, I'm enjoying my vacation. Right, I took about a week off of streaming and
Good.
all that. It's always interesting to see how little of this matters when you go outside of these spaces, right? When you go
Yes.
outside of the online sphere and you're all upset because someone tweeted a thing that you didn't like, and then you go and you remove yourself from the situation and you realize it doesn't fucking matter. None of it matters. So.
Precisely. Yes. Incredible revelation, but there you go. Yes.
We have to remind ourselves, right? We know a thing, but you have to consistently remind yourself, because technology has a way of sucking you in, right? The whole model of Twitter and places like that is to make you invested in it so that you engage in it. So yeah.
You're on Twitter a lot. When I had responded to a thread you were in, you replied immediately. So yeah, you're on there. I'm never on social media. I should be on there more if I'm a content creator. This is where I'm at.
Likewise.
Kid,
I am trying.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure you don't know who I am, but I know who you are. I've been watching.
Do, actually.
You do?
Yes. Vaguely. Mainly just by face, really. I've seen some of your video conversations with individuals from Destiny subreddit and the like. So yes, I do know of you. I'm not sure, what can I call you?
You can call me Alex or Ahrelevant.
Alex. Perfect. Thank you.
Ooh,
Thank you.
Alex! What? Alex! What is this? What is Alex? When did Alex come in? Has anybody ever heard his? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna die on stream. I am gonna die today. You guys, this is gonna be the best stream ever. You guys all got to say that you were here for it when when Tom toppled over and died. Okay. Let's start that over. Alex! What? Alex! I'm just kidding. I've never heard his real name before. Have you guys ever heard his real name before? Is this the first time? Did he just name dox himself? I have never heard him say his name before. I've never heard anybody say his name before. But for Kidology, we got two incels together in the same room. This is just a dating show. That's not his real name. Oh yeah, he just made it up. Yeah, it's only his name for this conversation. That's pretty dope. Yeah. Yeah. I tell people my real name is Tom all the time.
Yeah, I've been watching your stuff for 6 months. I actually wanted to have a conversation with you about this when your original video came out, and then the follow-up video as well, but I didn't feel like I had enough to talk to you about until like now.
Okay, brilliant. Perfect. Well, I look forward to it. Yes, very curious to hear what you would like to talk about specifically. Yeah.
I guess we'll get into that. I'm gonna let just to let everyone know, I'm gonna.
Her face is cut off here. This is obnoxious.
I'm gonna let Ahrelevant here kind of drive the conversation. He reached out to me to kind of moderate, make sure everything's okay. If neither of you mind, I will be interjecting in there with questions of my own because I have thoughts on the subject as well. But mostly, I'm gonna let you two kind of go at it. But
I don't know why they didn't use StreamYard. Well, she's British, so she probably used some British program that they use in British land, whatever you call British land.
Yeah, and with that, Ahrelevant, you can kind of explain why you wanted to talk, things like that.
Sure. So I felt like over the videos that you made regarding femcels and incels, it seems like they're very similar in lived experience and stuff like that. Can you tell me in your mind what's the real differences between an incel and a femcel? Or I believe you also sometimes use incel for women as well, and you don't separate the two. For instance, you've called yourself an incel. Is there a difference in lived experience between male incels and female incels?
I don't think the difference is as profound or polarized as it's presented as. I think
I feel like it is weird to call for a woman to call herself an incel. I feel like most women can get sex if they want to. From somebody. And from somebody. Regardless of whether or not it's like somebody who meets their standards is a different story. But whether or not they can get sex, that's totally different. Hey, remember how incel was coined by a woman? Hey, remember how men created society? So anyways, the sorry. So yeah, so I I'm sorry. I think it's different for women to call themselves incels because yeah, like I think some guy will hit that. I think some guy will jump on that regardless. Like it's just the way guys are. Like there's always, you know, the last call guy who's still sitting there waiting for you to slut it up, you know? And he'll always be down. Okay, Tom, but can men not see a hooker? Well, we're not really including hookers. Like, I guess men could have sex with a hooker, but I don't think we're really including that kind of sex, like where you have to pay for it. We're talking about men who are able to actually like have sex with a woman, like who will try to pick up a woman and she'll say yes. Whereas women who try to pick up a man, it's just kind of always the way it works. It'll always work out for the woman like 90% of the time.
Men and women have a lot more in common than they do otherwise, and I think we're so fixated on the like 10% of things that
If it's just sex, then escorts are included. First off, we call them sluts, not escorts. We call them dirty hookers. Secondly, no, we're talking about people who are able to get sex, not who have to go buy it, but who can get it. Right? It's very different. It's very different.
distinguish us, that we forget about all the commonalities in terms of experience, in terms of anxiety, social anxiety, the issues that we can face, etc. So I don't think that the difference is as pronounced.
Let's say I have an absolutely massive donger. No, you can't talk about massive dongers, Chase. You can't. Somebody delete his message. You can't talk about massive dongers. Because you're going to make somebody feel insecure. So big that it can't fit in anyone's hole. Tons of people want to have sex with me because of it, but it never works. By your logic, I can't be an incel. Yes, correct. I would agree. Yes, for sure.
As it's presented as, insofar as sort of having these different polarizing camps of femcels and their boundaries, incels and their boundaries. So I would say that obviously, just based on how they interact, especially online, that the experiences are different. But in terms of whether it needs to be different or whether it actually would be different if there was just communication between them, I doubt it.
So you don't think there would be much of a difference if we had a kind of an unbiased communication about the male incel experience and the female incel experience, or you think that for the most part it would be very similar?
I think the difference that I see isn't a difference that I believe in, but in terms of the difference, the rhetoric seems to be that incels proclaim that there's no such thing as femcels, that women can't be incels. And I think, personally, my belief is that there really isn't such a thing as like an incel, that everybody essentially in this entire discourse is basically a volcel, just for very different reasons, different experiences in the world. Yeah.
Okay, I have a
I highly see, this is part of the problem when she calls herself an incel, is she is doing it from such a privileged position that she has no idea what an actual incel is. She actually sounds insane when somebody as hot as her is calling herself an incel. She could walk out onto her front doorstep and be like, somebody hit this, and somebody will hit this, okay? It is insane that she would call herself an incel. Whereas no guy who calls himself an incel can walk out on his front doorstep and say somebody hit this and just get girls to come over and hit that. Like, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. And so it is, like, these are insanely different positions that each one is coming from. She is saying it applies to her because of her past trauma. She can't have casual sex. Yes, that's very different. That's just a volcel. That's what I'm talking about. I understand, like, I understand what she's saying, and I'm saying she's coming from a very privileged position to think that a volcel is an incel.
Question there, if you don't mind. So you
Mhm.
don't think that men can be incels? Can you elaborate on that? You think they're volcels? Do you think these people are choosing not to have sex in general?
Okay. No, I think that the issue that I find with incels and with this entire conversation is that there's a lot of projecting of excuses and explanations onto everybody else except oneself in terms of things that one is dealing with. I'm not saying that,
Yeah, like an incel is one who is trying to have sex, who wants to have sex, and is just not having sex. That's what an incel is. It's somebody who is doing their best to have sex and truly wants to have sex, and they're just not having sex. That's an incel. It's involuntary. It's somebody who wants to do it and is trying, and it's just not happening. That's what makes it involuntary. Whereas if you're just not trying, that makes it voluntary. That means you're just choosing not to have sex, right?
you're responsible and that it's your fault if you can't get laid. I think it's just a lot more complex than just that. There seems to be this entire narrative around inceldom that essentially you can, if you get laid and if you have sex, suddenly all your problems are going to be solved, or that ultimately you're somehow going to get a different result if you just sit on Tinder and try to get laid that way, even though the odds are definitely not in your favor. I think that in that sense, in terms of actually looking at oneself and thinking, what can I do in order to build my esteem, build my confidence, and actually reflect on, what potentially I could do, what potentially may be.
I woke up today and I talked to somebody and they were like, "You sound super stuffed up. Are you sick?" And I was like, "No, I'm not sick. I'm not stuffed up." And then I immediately go, and they're like, "What do you do?" "Yes, you are. You sound super stuffed up, bro." And I was like, "No, I'm fine." It's like, I'm not stuffed up at all. But as the day goes on, I'm coughing more. I'm sneezing more. I'm having to blow my nose over and over. I don't know. I don't feel sick. I don't feel like I'm getting sick. But I am like, I have a lot of phlegm in my throat and a lot of snot. Tom got allergies? Maybe. I don't think so. But maybe.
Wrong or misplaced with how I'm approaching the world, how I'm approaching women or men. There isn't enough of that or a lot of that relative to the, I think, critique, and in most cases, a valid critique of modern life, of modern interactions. But in terms of getting beyond that critique to actual action, I think that's definitely lacking, especially when it comes to one's own self. So yeah.
So, okay. So I think everybody understands that an incel could get laid by somebody, but we're looking at it by a numbers game where they're not approaching everybody, right? They're not talking to everybody. They're not hitting on everybody. And so if the numbers are a small percentage of people, it's really hard for them to find those people, and therefore they're more likely to become an incel. They're more likely to have trouble finding that person. They're going to have trouble finding the group of people who are willing to have sex with them, right? Whereas other people might have a much larger sample size or a much larger group of people who are likely to have sex with them, to where it's easy for them. So say one person hits on 100 people, the other person hits on 100 people. This one gets like 20 of those 100 to have sex with them. This one gets 0. right? We're going to look at this one and be like, dude, that's like, you're having a really freaking hard time finding somebody. You are really struggling when you can't even get 1 out of 100. That's the type of person that we're going to call an incel. That's the type of person that we're going to consider an incel, is the person who is just like, it, it doesn't mean that 0% of people are going to have sex with them. It just means that they have to really try to find that person, whoever it is. We all believe that that person probably exists somewhere for everybody, but you got to find them, and for some people it might be a lot harder to find them. And so that's the type of person that we're going to call an incel. Whereas if the person who gets 20 doesn't want to have sex with any of those 20 people, that's a volcel. They're not still an incel. They're just a volcel. It's very different. Meaning they could have sex with those people. They're just not. They're just not having sex with them. These are very, very different things. And so for the most part, it's a numbers game where we're looking at it and we're saying, okay, this person, incels, probably could have sex with somebody. They're just having a really hard time finding that somebody. They're having a really rough go at figuring out who that somebody is. And that's why we call them incels.
Does that answer your question, Wick? Because I'll continue. Okay, so maybe I could try with a tangible example, my real experience, because I would consider myself growing up to have been an incel. And the reason why is because when I was like 15 years old, I had very poor like social intelligence. Like I didn't really know what people wanted from me. And I had very bad social skills, like ability to get people like me. So I kind of pretty much just had my friends and then everybody else, right? It was very difficult for me to make friends, which makes it very difficult to start relationships. So I actually had women that were interested in me. I just couldn't perceive it. Like I didn't, it wasn't something in my field of view. So would you consider somebody that has an inability, like they're trying?
See, he's willing to admit that there are people who would have sex with them. He just couldn't find them. He just didn't know and wasn't able to find them. This is very different from what she's talking about, where she's just choosing not to have sex. I've called myself a volcel. Not because I can't have sex, or not because I can't find anybody to have sex with me, or not because if I go out, I don't think that I could find someone. It's because I just choose not to. It's insanely different from what it is she's describing, where we look at her and we all know if she wanted to go have sex with somebody, she could easily.
But they haven't, because I was trying. I had an inability to be able to perceive when women were interested in me. And I had an inability to like kind of approach women, become friendly, which for the most part is going to be how a lot of relationships start, when it's going to be conversation between classes and stuff like that. Because I had those inabilities, would I count as an incel in your mind?
Yes and no, in the same way that I would consider my particular situation that I relayed in my last video about this to be involuntarily celibate. It's something that is involuntary. I mean, who wants to be socially anxious? Who wants to be sort of a social pariah in that sense?
Yeah, Jonah, again, we're like, it's about whether or not you want to have sex. If she wanted to have sex, she could have sex. Incels want to have sex and they can't have sex. Like, they can't find those people.
Nobody, realistically. And who wants to feel sexually stunted? Again, nobody. So I would say that it's involuntary in that sense. But insofar as it being something that you can address, it's very difficult, very challenging. Likely nobody and society isn't going to help you along the way in terms of facing sort of 99%
Okay, sorry. I was reading Uru's comment. So he said, she's like, I don't want to not want to have sex, therefore incel, which is pretty ridiculous. So right, the point is that she's making it sound like I'm choosing to be an incel. Well, incel is involuntary, so you can't choose to be an incel. Like, that doesn't make sense. You're not choosing to be an incel. You can't choose to be an incel. But that's her thing. Is, oh, I'm just choosing to be an incel. It's involuntary. What are you talking about? You're not choosing to be an incel. You are just a volcel calling yourself an incel. This is stolen valor.
And rejection and awful experiences in order to get to that sort of 1% of experiences that may be positive. I would say that in that regard, there is something voluntary about it. And I think that it's making that step towards sort of seeing, okay, what can I do? And also that reckoning with yourself about the issues which you face, the issues which you experience with yourself, with your anxiety, or in my case, my stuntedness, things that I can't really, nothing will change if I just reconcile myself to my stuntedness, or you reconcile yourself to your anxiety and your social issues, say. There has to be a reckoning, a self-reckoning. And so in that sense, I would say there is an element of voluntary.
So let's say,
Voluntary to that.
so let's say an example, because I agree with you, and it's earlier in my life I wasn't like of the mentality that you spoke to previously about like blaming the world. I recognized I had social problems. I recognized that I needed to improve them. And so I tried to socialize more to improve them, primarily more recently. And so I understand and I agree with you that there's people that take a separate route with that. If I am taking the steps forward to try and improve my social circumstances, so I'm taking agency for my issues, would I then be considered an incel fully? Because I understand that where you're drawing the voluntary bit is that I could put in labor that would no longer make myself an incel. But as long as I'm trying my best and doing everything I can at that moment, is it like, do I still have that voluntary factor? Because I'm taking the steps needed and doing the best that I can do, but I'm still not there yet because it's a process. It takes time, energy.
Exactly. That's the thing. It takes a lot of time. And I think especially now, there is this sort of, with a lot of incel rhetoric, there's this sense of urgency, especially with young men. And I get it. Okay. I mean, who doesn't want to have sex, especially when you're young and vibrant and all you can think about is sex? I get it. But at the same time, sort of the world and the context in which we live is really not like it was 50 years ago, in which there really was that prospect of actually just going to a dance hall, meeting a girl, and sort of the deal of a sort of courtship in a particular amount of time, leading to a very clear sort of aspect of marriage or what have you, was sort of set in stone. Everybody sort of knew the deal. Now things are a lot more complex, a lot more different, and things are happening a lot later.
Can you be more specific with that? Like you mentioned that things are different and more complex, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But in your opinion, what's fundamentally changed between then and now? You mentioned going to the dance hall, going to public functions and things like that. You also mentioned like traditional marriage, courtship, things like that. Has it been our views on relationships has changed that has caused people to be more incel-like of late? What's your thoughts? Can you be a little more specific there?
I think what has caused the sort of the incel-like mindset, and I don't think this is just of incels, I think that a lot of this sort of feeds into itself from just general society. I think it's just contempt. There's a lot of contempt because we really don't have the social tools to deal with a lot of the changes that we are seeing. Examples being primarily the liberation of women's integration into the modern workforce and sort of dominating in modern life in a way that has never been seen before. And I think that in terms of the resources which men have to reckon with that, there really aren't any sufficiently. I think a lot of rhetoric around men's rights and around sort of the male or masculine identity is very negative or shut down or ignored or ridiculed. And I think there is a lot of contempt of just generically of generic men for women and vice versa. And that doesn't in any way feed into what is paramount to any relationship, which is empathy, mutual understanding, being able to sort of speak the same language, have the same understanding of each other. And I think we're just terrible at relationships in general, but especially now when we have so much, especially women have so much choice insofar as when
My camera's frozen. I gotta fix this, but yeah, just know I know my camera's frozen. Okay.
they want to start a relationship, who they want to be in a relationship with, education, contraception, etc. So I think a lot has changed, whereas 50 years ago, it was very, like I said, set in stone. There wasn't as much choice, as much variety in terms of women having options. It really was not the same in personal relationships as it is now. And I don't think society has prepared men for a reckoning with that reality.
Do you agree with that, Ahrelevant?
Yeah, I think pretty much well, I'm not even sure there's anything to disagree with. Everything is pretty fact. I think that's a lot of those are descriptive statements that are true. One thing I will say is you're talking about when you're talking about the bounty of options that women have, you're talking about in relation to what they used to have?
I'm trying to fix this because I just realized I got to use my split cam later. And so I'm thinking, okay, maybe I can turn on the chroma key for that, but then that puts me like this. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what this is or why it's like this. So let me see. Yeah, this isn't very good.
Yes, and in relation to men.
You think,
and I think, sorry.
I was just going to ask a following up question about, like, do you believe right now women have more options than men?
I think in terms of identity, we have a lot more options. I think we have the option, especially in terms of being more masculine or feminine. It's sort of acceptable to be both well and truly. In terms of masculinity, I think there's a very finite definition and understanding of that, and that it's incredibly difficult to achieve, at least on the level that is presented on social media. This idea of you sort of being I guess, a Chad, an Alpha, or a Sigma, I don't know. It's sort of very much sort of this idealization of, I think, sort of a very small pool, minority of men, and somehow you have to achieve that. And if you don't, then your life is either doomed or you're just going to have to settle, which is the worst thing for both men and women now.
So you're saying that's the incel ideology, or do you believe that's the reality?
the reality based on of
Like, do
everything
you
that I
believe?
just said.
Yeah. So everything. So it seems like what you're saying is that there's a very fine, kind of spectrum for what masculinity allows you to be. Like, it's not very broad.
Yes.
All right. And it
Yes.
seems
I'd
like
say generally.
okay. And you seem, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's a broader scope of what you can do as a woman and fit within that. It seems like is what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And I don't necessarily associate anything terribly. Well, I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword because, variety is always in theory good, but when it comes to it's difficult to navigate, especially when you don't really have the tools for it. And when everybody's competing with each other. I think we can just see that with sort of the conflicts between trad wives or trad women and the modern woman. Feminists are in disarray all the time. Sort of the options of when to have children, if to get married or not to get married, everything. And it's just sort of a conundrum among women. And then even worse between women and men.
Feminists in disarray. Okay, I'm sorry. Those.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, I guess then off of that, because I'm not sure if I based on how you've described it, I'm leaning towards it. It's not really something that I've thought about. Is the array at which women are still defined as women. I haven't thought of it in like a versus, like one over the other, which one's allowed to be whatever. I've thought about like the scope of masculinity and the scope of femininity, but never like against each other, which one is allowed, which one's a broader spectrum or a scope they're allowed to do. But
That's surprising. That's very surprising because we've talked about this a bunch, that women, like feminism has given women the ability to be more masculine and to act really however they want it without there being any contradiction there. Whereas men are looked down on if they have feminine features or feminine characteristics. They're either they're gay, which is, there's, hey, there's nothing wrong with that per se. Either men are gay and like feminine and flamboyant in those ways, or they're expected to be, somewhere normalized on the spectrum. Like, I don't think that I do anything to be masculine. I don't think that I put on any sort of performance. I don't think that I do anything to signal my masculinity. But I do think that it's probably a lot of it is socialized into me to where it's just natural for me. It just becomes part of my personality and who I am. And then a lot of it is going to be biological as well and have to do with testosterone and, chromosomes and all of that sort of crap. And I think that I'm just able to be myself, but I think there are other people who exist in different parts of the spectrum where they're going to have more trouble. Like, think of somebody who is more towards the feminine side of the masculine spectrum. This is where we would put like a flamboyant gay guy. But they're not gay. They're going to have a lot of trouble. And I've had friends who say they're not gay, and I don't know if I believe them, but I had a friend, this is horribly homophobic, but I'm going to tell you this story anyways. I had a friend who I went to church with, and he was insanely flamboyant and just seemed like a gay guy. And he had a high voice and had these very feminine characteristics and swore up and down that he wasn't gay. We all called him Sweetie Pie. And that was his name, was Sweetie Pie. Everybody... And like, once I started calling him Sweetie Pie, literally everybody called him Sweetie Pie. And that was just his name from then on. And everywhere he went, everybody called him Sweetie Pie. And I remember asking him one time, like, does this bother you that everybody calls you Sweetie Pie now? And he's like, no, not really. Like, I get it, but it makes people think that I'm gay, and I'm not. And I'm like, yeah, sure, buddy. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, you're not gay. But what if he's actually not gay? Like, and it's a very low probability there, okay? I feel like he's, I feel like because of his Christian background and his family and everything like that, he's just never going to be able to be upfront with the fact that he's gay. But what if he's not? What if he really just acts like a gay guy and he's not gay at all? What if? I don't know if it's possible, but if, like, I wonder all the time, like, what if he's actually not gay? That's got to be a really hard place for him to land on the spectrum, where he is this very effeminate guy who everybody thinks is gay, who's actually not gay. And he's been stereotyped and boxed into this flamboyant gay guy part of the spectrum where he doesn't feel he fits.
In regards to the incel and femcel situation,
what if he's bi? Bi people don't actually exist. It's just a word that edgy college girls like to use to sound like they're, to make themselves sound interesting. It's just a thing that girls like to say to make themselves to because they don't have any real personality, so they either have to call themselves bi or non-binary, you know.
Situation, or I guess incels between both.
I take the battle every time.
If you wait, do you believe that a woman going through, let's see, usually when I'm talking about incels, I'm talking about labor, the amount of labor that it takes to be able to, you know, have sexual activity. That's the difference between an incel and a volcel. So an example might be that, do you believe somebody's an incel if all they have to do is put gas in their car, drive to the next neighborhood, and they can have sex?
If they put gas in their car,
yeah, they just need to fill up their tank. That's the only thing they need to do, and then they can have sex. Is that person an incel?
But they don't do that.
But they don't do it.
And so they don't have sex.
Yeah. Are they an incel or a volcel?
Okay, based on my particular definition of inceldom, which I did elaborate on a bit, or sort of that sort of correlation between it being volcel / incel, I would say
she would have to say they're an incel.
I'd say no.
So they're volcel.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
I would agree, and I think it comes down again to the amount of labor that would be required to be able to actualize. I think this is where a lot of
So when he says the amount of labor, it comes down to the amount of labor, right? This is exactly what I was talking about when I said it's a numbers game. So if you have 0 out of 100 that are willing to have sex with you, and the other person has 20 out of 100, like we'd say, like average is 20 out of 100, and this person is getting 0 out of 100. That person who's getting 0 has to put in a whole lot more work. Like they might not find somebody until they get to like 1,000, right? Whereas the other person, when they get to 1,000, they're gonna have when they get to 1,000, they're gonna have 200 women at that point. And so it's It's a big difference.
Of people kind of draw the difference between men and women is how much labor it takes for women to be able to have sex versus men, and or at least men that describe themselves as incels. So if you take me, for example, I've had to put hundreds of hours into learning how to essentially just catch up socially to where a lot of people are quite natively in my age range. I would say this puts me in the incel range because of how much time and labor needs to be put into, and money going out is not cheap to be able to talk with people my age, especially considering I'm not in school anymore. So pretty much the only way I can do it is at like clubs or bars or doing hobby stuff or whatever, right? And maybe the occasional gym conversation is the only places that I'm able to really practice. And so that takes, time and money, considerable amounts of it. I'd say that puts me in the incel category in relation to somebody that just needs to fill up a tank of gas. And then I think this is also where a lot of people are struggling when you say like a woman might be an incel, because it's true that you need to put labor in, but typically speaking, for most women alive, the labor is it's pretty much just a Tinder account is the amount of labor that you need to get put in.
Oh. Okay, this is where we disagree.
Okay.
Because I think that, okay, what do we mean by labor? Because there's physical labor, which is what I think you're talking about. And then there's also, I think a labor that is often overlooked just generically is sort of psychological labor, right?
Yep. So,
I think for a lot of men, I think, for instance, getting in their car, driving to the next town to a club on their own, and actually facing the beast that is woman is a traumatic thought.
Yeah,
it's so much easier to just sit at home on Tinder, right? So I would say in that sense, there's something involuntary about that, because obviously any man would want to be able to just confidently just go and just face woman.
Yep.
But they don't. And so I think that there's an element of there's something involuntary about that. And I think that has to do with that overlooked sort of element of labor, which is a psychological labor, which is things that, or are things rather, that sort of that physical ability, that very generic A to B does not make way for.
I understand. I believe it was a part of the video that you made after your conversation with Steven, or Destiny, where you described about how it might take you, I believe you said this, correct me if I'm wrong, that it might take you a little bit longer to build the connection necessary to be able to have sex confidently. And that is going to, if it stems from something involuntary, that's not something that you can really choose, then I'm probably going to be a little bit more open than most people to the idea that women can be involuntarily celibate, because especially if we talk about things like trauma, I think that is going to be a far better, like a far more easily tangible thing for people to understand, that some women might have to take a little bit more time before they have sex. So like, the example that I pose typically on my stream is like, if you have had traumatic experiences where you can't really have sex with somebody until you've, let's say, realistically been on like 8 dates, fair way in. Sometimes, it'll take like potentially weeks or months to be able to get to 8 dates for a lot of people. And there's a fair amount of people who just won't wait that amount of time to be able to do it. And so you can have that, and it would result, in my opinion, you being involuntarily celibate, because you have something that's psychologically not voluntary. There's nothing voluntary about it, right? That is preventing you from having sex very quickly, and nobody wants to have sex with you if they have to wait, 2 months.
Can I ask, Ahrelevant, is that the definition we're going to be using? Like, just having to wait a few months before you have sex makes you involuntarily celibate?
Well, it can result in that if the people around you aren't willing to wait. Let's say I've been told like LA, everyone is like super go and stuff like that. If you live out there, and I'm sure like if you have some kind of thing where maybe it takes you like 2 months to be able to have sex, you're probably gonna have a very difficult time finding somebody who is going to wait 2 months before they have sex with you. It's probably not gonna be the easiest thing to do. So
I think that's under the Volcel category. You're not willing to lower standards enough to even with trauma, right? I get the trauma bit, right? But does that make you, I don't know, pedantic perhaps, right?
Well, no, I think probably maybe most people would see it your way. But my whole thing is I'm more open because I don't think that's a voluntary thing. If you're gonna have a traumatic response, there's nothing voluntary about that, and it's not like you can just choose to not do it. So therefore, I think it would count as involuntary. right? You know, you
No, I
didn't.
understand.
Yeah, yeah,
I
you didn't
understand. I get
choose.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I get that. It's just again, and again, I don't want to jump in too much here,
No,
but
go for it.
the idea, right, that um, we have to wait a little longer, right? And maybe it was just my religious background here, but waiting a few months before you have sex doesn't seem that out of the ordinary. I understand that maybe in localized areas that could be a problem, right? And if you're using Tinder or other apps to meet people,
Yeah, same. When I'm hearing 2 months, I'm thinking 2 months. That's not long at all. Now, he did say in LA. So maybe like if we're talking about just LA and saying, hey, it's a bit different in LA, then fair enough. I don't know what it's like in LA, so I can't really speak to that. But I I don't think I would have I'm not saying it wouldn't be hard, but I think that if I liked a girl, I would have no issue waiting a couple of months to get down and dirty, to get jiggy with it. You know what I mean?
absolutely. Like you ain't on Tinder to cure cancer, gang.
Yeah.
Okay. But through normal interactions, right? If you want to wait, right? If you want to wait for sex, there are avenues you can pursue that are going to increase your chances for people being okay with that.
Royce.
Religious areas and things like that. So again, I just don't know if that's sufficient. But that's just my thoughts. Anyway.
So I mean that's a great point. You can meet people through certain avenues that are going to make them disproportionately more likely to be open to waiting that amount of time. You know, some like with religion, some people might wait until marriage, right, to be able to have sex. Absolutely. But it's about how, again, for me at least, my definition, how much labor and how much stuff you have to do to build up to that. Let's say you're not religious. Are you going to go to church to try and find somebody who's, you know, religious to be able to meet those standards? I could see a couple scenarios in which I would believe that women are capable of being involuntarily celibate. I'm not sure if you fall into that category, Kidology, but I think, nonetheless, even if we grant what was just mentioned, I think the amount of people, of women who fall into that category are incredibly small in comparison to the amount of men.
Okay, I don't see this as terribly helpful in terms of the end goal of ultimately having men and women finding common ground and being able to communicate honestly and meaningfully with each other.
Yeah, I agree. Because what he's saying, like, well, men have a bigger problem with this. Like, does that mean that she can't identify as an incel just because women in general might not have these issues? Like, obviously not.
So that they don't just end up having sex, but actually.
Let's be honest, Tom. Most guys can't wait 2 months, LMAO. I don't know. I have no idea what most guys can or can't do. I have no idea. I've talked about this before. Like my experiences from when I was younger are very different, and my friends were all very different from me, and my expectations were very different from other people's expectations. And so, yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Crap. Bro, I'm in such a tight spot here. This is rough.
Actually end up having good sex, because at the end of the day, it doesn't actually matter if you get laid. What matters is if there's anything that comes after that, if it actually really does fill this void in your soul of being an incel, so that you can transcend or what have you, and that you can actually sustain a relationship. I think sex is really the most insignificant part of all of this. I find it kind of dismal that this is the focus, the obsession of incels about especially physicality, especially appearances, maxing, when well and truly, when it comes to relationships, these things are not the top three things, I would say, of any relationship, of any sustainable, meaningful relationship for men and women in the long term, which is what the majority of people are looking for. A long-term relationship with a partner who validates them, who sees them, who respects.
The problem is men and women speak different languages. They aren't meant to date each other. They're just meant to have sex with each other. Exactly. And this is why women don't understand it, that they're always talking about consent, consent, consent. But really, they are meant to just lay down and take it. And we're not like, men are not biologically built to care about consent. they're just built to go and give it to her.
Them, and they can have mutual love and affection and commitment to each other. And I think that when it comes to your understanding or your definition of this idea of sort of the amount of labor, I think this leads to this inevitable comparison, this we put in more labor than you. I mean, who knows? I mean, in terms of the labor that I put into trying to engage with men, to form relationships with men, I mean, that's a very arduous, very laborious experience for me, even just physically, but also most particularly psychologically, to sort of inevitably disregard that because it doesn't fit into the quantifiable and the physical idea of what is labor, completely just creates even more segregation between what I think is so important for incels to actually find empathy and have empathy with people beyond their sphere, beyond their sort of tribe, and vice versa. I think that this fear that the outside world, especially I would say sort of the left has of incels, is not helping anybody, and vice versa. And I think the only way that we can get beyond this toward actually talking with one another and actually getting further along than just this narrative of we have it worse than you and women are just entitled and don't have to put in any labor or what have you. It doesn't get us anywhere except feeling more self-righteous in our own little boundaries that we've created in order to just validate our existence and our sense of not having to take an element of responsibility for what is going on around us and influencing us.
Okay, so there was a couple of things that I guess I want to respond to there. I think part of the reason why it's important to address sex in regards to relationships, I agree with you, however, that sex is, not the end-all be-all for even incels. The reason why sex is important specifically for men is because usually if a woman is unwilling to have sex with you, she's also unwilling to view you as a dating prospect. It's very rare that you're going to get a date from a woman that you are completely off limits for sex. It's quite weirdly not very common of a thing. There's a significant overlap with the groups of men that women have sex with and the groups of men, that women have sex with and the groups of men that they date. And so it can be a very good sign to you that you have dating options if you're capable of, at the very least, somewhat reliably, like every 1 to 2 years, able to have sex. And that means that you're probably capable of getting inside of a relationship. So it's a pretty significant milestone for men. However, for women, this tends to not be the case. There's not necessarily a correlation with your ability to have sex and your ability to get inside of relationships. So I think there is a significant reason why we would look at inceldom and the inability to have sex realistically amongst men and women. Also, you seem to address as though I wasn't paying attention to the non-physical labor. Maybe I wasn't super clear, but the statement that I made just a moment ago earlier that brought us to the religious thing was that I believe that there is like an emotional, psychological labor, right, that could present as plenty of women being involuntarily celibate, which some people are going to disagree with me on, but I believe that that can be the case. Now, with all of that there on the table, I think that when we talk about men versus women being involuntarily celibate, we are describing different things. When I say it's very rare for women to be involuntarily celibate, I'm describing something different than when a man is involuntarily celibate. Because when a man, like we just established, incapable of having sex, probably incapable of getting in a relationship. It's not necessarily the case for women. So I see it as having value. There is a utility because it describes not only a difference in how men and women can show success inside of the dating market, but also it can show that like there is differences in how men and women experience that success. Like I'm sure you've heard of it, where there's women that think that because there's incredibly attractive or very desirable men that sleep with them, they think they can be in a relationship with those men. You've seen that before, right?
I mean, yes, on sort of Fresh and Fit and all of that, yes.
Okay, sure. So I think that what we're describing here could be informative to those women to be able to describe, you are capable of doing this, but by and large, this isn't going to be a long-term thing. This is just not how it's going to happen. I feel like separating these two has value. Women incels and men incels, I think there's value in separating them.
Yes, I think it has value to an extent. I think that, for instance, what you say, I think a lot of it is informed, especially for women, by cultural factors, long-term historical cultural factors, such as this idea that if women have a lot of sex, they're sluts, that they're undesirable, which definitely feeds into a lot of ideas about women now and women's sexuality and promiscuity now. So I wouldn't say that it's necessarily, I wouldn't say that the data for this is sort of distinct from cultural factors and expectations of men versus women with regards to sexuality. I think there's just this assumption by all of society that men are just sexually hungry and that all they want is just sex. And that's sort of why, yeah.
You
So
mentioned
I think
you mentioned earlier, Kidology, about how women have more options in how they present and the roles they're able to take on, things like that. They have a lot more options in how, whether they be feminine, masculine, things like that. Do you think that this is the case here as well, where men are culturally seen as hungry, sexually hungry, right? And if they are not seen as sexually hungry, they are not men, right? Do you think that these things are correlated at all?
yes, that's a good way of putting it. Yes, I would definitely say that. And I think that that feeds into also sort of the, I don't know, I sort of have situations sometimes where I think because there is quite a lot of general social hostility to sort of seeing men as anything but sort of sexual hungry demons. When you sort of show a man affection, I find that, for instance, recently I just smiled at a man on my doorstep and he thought that it was an invitation to come in and that we were going to have sex. And so I think that's sort of this element of men and women not being able to actually interact with each other just as friends. Or
Can I ask about that situation? Did that?
Sorry.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but so is this a true story? You smiled at a man.
Yes.
He was at your doorstep. You gave him a smile, and so he came in and thought you guys were going to have sex.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that? Like, what, do you feel comfortable elaborating on this? Because this is wild.
Oh yes, it's fine. I mean, it didn't scare me or anything. It was fine. I think a lot of these things get sorted out by just being honest and just talking about them honestly. But yes, I was just on my doorstep. Because of my schedule, sometimes I find myself that I walk and then see the same person. And if I see the same person more than sort of like once a week, I'll like smile at them, say hello, whatever. And so I think he got this impression that because I sort of smiled at him and said hello to him for the last, I guess, 2 weeks, that this was his chance. So it led to him just coming up the steps and trying to start conversation, just coming in. And yes, it was cleared up quite easily. I just said, well, goodbye. It's nice seeing you. And I just shut my door. But I do think that it makes me sort of realize that for a lot of men, and just what I read even on Reddit, they're so starved of people actually just being nice to them, just because they want to be nice to them, because they actually think, you are a nice person, you have, a nice face, what have you, without it being sort of perceived as sexual or necessarily having to be sexual. And I think that speaks more so to, I think, the socialization and just the positive reinforcements of young men as individuals, rather than anything else. But yeah, I mean, I didn't feel unsafe or anything. I mean, it was a matter of just clearing it up, and then it was like, oh, okay.
But he was, to be clear, he was clear and like, hey, you smiled at me, so you want to bang? Like,
yes, yeah, he thought that we were.
Okay.
He thought that this was an invitation.
How you knew what he was thinking. That's all. Anyway, go on.
What just happened? Wait, am I still live? Hello?
Oh boy.
Wait, am I still live? Hello, chat? Shut down by the Matrix?
Skip? Okay.
Do you not
Yes,
relationship as if they're able to have a sexual relationship?
Okay, yeah. Apparently, gang, this is like a time limit thing. We're gonna have to, Kidology, we're gonna have to walk you through Discord at some point.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes,
This is terrible.
I was explaining to my chat that this is another involuntary thing. I do try. I've watched so
the
many
emotional
videos,
labor that
but
I am going through right now.
don't-
Anyway,
it just doesn't work. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
we were doing really well. Let's get back to it, because again, we'll get in.
Yeah, they really should have switched to StreamYard at this point.
Now I know that I could just send links again if this goes again, but we'll make it. Go ahead, please.
All right. So, in the interaction that you described, I mean, do you not think that it's a little bit valuable to at least show or make the distinction that there might be some men who, let me put it this way, do you think the average guy is going to be able to have an interaction like that where he's going to smile at a woman neighbor and then she's going to come over and then be down to clown?
I think there's just a lack generally of men interacting with women without there being this sort of assumption or this sort of idea of some kind of sexual tension or sexual aspect or sexual potential to that dynamic or that interaction. And I think that hinders a lot of men in terms of actually befriending women and being friends with women,
I completely
which then
agree.
can result in the kind of socialization that could actually really benefit in terms of actual leading to that sexual interaction with a particular woman that you may want to. So yes, yeah.
I'm not sure that answered the question, though. Do you believe that the average man would be able to smile at the average woman and be able to have an interaction like you did?
Have an interaction?
Like where in which the woman would be down to fuck?
Like the average man? Well, I don't think the average man... I think in terms of this hookup culture, it's very much a thing of a very small group of people. It's not the majority experience at all.
Well, I don't feel like she's understanding his question. Like, his point is that no guy can just smile at a girl and she's just going to be like, "Oh, he wants to get it on. Let's go." And then she just starts following him thinking it's time to go. Like, that doesn't happen the other way around. And so, like, she's making his point by the fact that she can just smile at a guy and now he thinks it's time to have sex. Oh my goodness. Bro, I am in so much trouble here. I do not know what to do. I am stuck. This is bad. I have no idea what to do here.
So I wouldn't say that the average man, no.
Uninstall? No.
Essentially what I'm trying to get at is, do you think that there's certain behavior that women can do, and like you spoke about, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and I felt it. I remember every compliment any woman has ever given me that is earnest, because it is so incredibly rare. It has happened 7 times in my entire life. That's it. 7. I remember all of them. However, I think that when it comes to the reverse, I don't think you would have the same response, or people would have the same response. So I'm just trying to describe, and I think a lot of people get caught up on this, because when we're talking about incels and volcels and, women and men, I don't think almost any man is going to have an interaction like what you had, where, if you were the man and the other person was the woman. And I think that kind of distinction is kind of what people are getting at, is that women are generally speaking, even unfortunately when they're doing completely innocuous things or even just friendly things, they're...
What? CW, sexual assault. For anyone unaware of the abuse perpetrated by Sam from We're in Hell, here's a full thread. Sarah from the Leftist Cooks. Yeah, I don't know who any of these people are, so I don't really care. Sexual assault, more people for all I care. I don't know who you are, so.
Actions are going to be misconstrued or recontextualized to be something potentially flirtatious or sexual.
Click on the first thread. This one? Wait, this is what I just read. The first tweet. I read the first tweet. Oh, wait. This? Sarah from Leftist Cooks? I am a prison abolitionist. I care about restorative justice and rehabilitation, but that process relies on full accountability. So I'm concerned about the allegations that We're in Hell committed sexual assault and hasn't been accountable to his survivor. And I'm wondering why the largest leftist community seems to still be explicitly or tactically uplifting his content. In dark moments, I wonder if it's because the survivor is a sex worker or because they are trans. I really hope it's just a lack of awareness. Well, sounds rough. He shares a longer thread. I don't know who We're in Hell is, so I don't know what to tell you. Let me know if he sexually assaults more people, and then maybe we'll look at it. Yo, what's up, man? I'm about to blast off with a little help from my friend. Still wanted to come by and say hi, like, comment, subscribe. Let's go. Appreciate it, Matthew. Yeah, he's got to get up there with the real pros. I like the videos I saw. Too long, but pretty good.
But that also does lean credit to it being significantly more accessible for women to be able to have sex at the drop of a hat. No?
But no, the majority of women don't want to or wouldn't
Yep,
want to.
That's so, like, for instance, I'm not a very sexual person. I don't really want to have sex very often. That doesn't change whether or not I'm able to or not able to. And that's what involuntary versus voluntary celibacy has. Like, right now, right, I could probably have sex in maybe 3 to 4 weeks if I really tried, you know, to be able to get a sexual relationship, maybe 3 to 4 weeks. And I believe that a woman in my similar position could get it probably in 24 hours. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree, but I also don't. I don't see sort of the. I don't see what's to necessarily be done about that. I mean, that is sort of a.
Nothing. I don't think
It is what
anything
it
has to
is.
be. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not saying do something about it. He's saying that the definition kind of loses utility if you start to include people who could easily go have sex but aren't having sex.
I feel, and I think that in terms of sort of, I think this speaks to sort of patience and sort of the different expectations and social roles, and also I'd say biology of women and men that just have to be reckoned with and understood. I think, for instance, if this gentleman who tried to have his way with me, I guess, if he'd interacted with me, spoken to me over the next few weeks, asked me out on a date, you know, actually try to get to know me rather than seeing me as a potential booty call, somebody who he could just have a bit of fun with, I would have gone out with him, I'm sure. Crap. And who knows, maybe if we had actually had that long-term process, I would have ended up sleeping with him. Now, likely will not. So it's, I think it is sort of knowing how to play with the cards that you are dealt as a man and also as a woman. Whether it's fair, I can't say. I don't think it is fair, but I don't necessarily think that there's a way of I guess fixing it in sort of the way that I think some incels believe that it should be fixed or that the system's rigged against them, when I think it is just purely a bit of self-awareness about modern society and about the rules and expectations for both men and women.
So what do you think is unfair about it?
I think it's unfair that I would say most men are really deprived of the kind of, I think, means of actually forming connections, especially with women, of actually being able to interact with women without being seen as a nuisance to those women or without skepticism of their intentions. I think it's unfair that there isn't a lot of empathy, I think, for men when it comes to the difficulties of actually somehow needing to understand women, but having absolutely no access to information about that, at least information that is actually valuable and realistic, aside from pornography and I guess the internet and other very
Bro, she is just rambling.
angry young men. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, and I think that, but I don't think the way that I think some incels at least present sort of solutions to it are in any way actually going to be realistic solutions in terms of actually understanding women, and especially, most importantly, a particular woman who you want to form a relationship with in the long term.
So Ahrelevant really wants to get in on here, and I'm going to have to let him. Ahrelevant, go ahead.
So
You've been
yeah,
trying.
yeah,
You just gotta
I-
get, okay, Ahrelevant, this is a lesson for you. Sometimes you just got to do it, right? You can't
yeah,
just
but
wait.
that's usually in a panel format, not usually in one.
understand. Go on.
Okay, but so this was kind of something that I took away from the video that you had done post your conversation with Steven that has kind of sat with me, and it was one of the newer things that I wanted to address. And it seems like it came through in the story that you told. Do you believe that any person that wants to just have a casual sexual relationship with a woman just wants a booty call?
So could you repeat that?
Any man that wants a casual sexual relationship with a woman, are they just like, do they just want a booty call, or can you genuinely care about a person but also not want a serious relationship with a person?
Yes, I think you can, but I think you need to make that very clear from the get-go. And I think that, at least in my experiences, men haven't made that clear because they know that if they make that clear, then there's not going to be sex. Because sex, at least for me, and I would say for most women who I've interacted with, it's a far more sacred experience and interaction that we have.
Sure.
The man has to be quite exceptional to us and is definitely an exception to the rule and to everyone,
So that,
if we are going to have sex with them.
yeah, so that's a great point that I would like to come back to as well, put a pin in that. But the thing about just we were addressing, if a man is capable of genuinely seeing you as an equal human being, but maybe they're not in the right place to be able to have a relationship, maybe they're going through a transitionary period in their life, and they want to have, you know, a relationship with you that includes sex but is not going to lead to marriage or anything like that, then do you believe that many involuntarily celibate women are going to have that option? So like, for instance, you believe you're involuntarily celibate, right? Okay. Do you believe that you could find a guy who genuinely cares about you but is not in a place right now where in which they want a long-term relationship with you and will have sex with you?
Yes. But at the same time, if I, for instance, because right now there's probably only one guy that there's one guy who I would actually be able to have sex with.
Okay.
And the likelihood of me having sex with this guy is nil.
Okay.
So that's not going to happen. But would a guy, if I were to actually be in a relationship with a guy, if I were to say, I want a relationship, but I'm not ready to have sex, probably for, I guess, let's say like a year.
Okay.
Do you think he would accept that?
I think
just as like a sort of a counter question, for instance.
I think
I don't.
No, I think 99% of men will not accept that. Yeah.
Exactly. And so I think that's something, that's sort of an element of commonality of, I think, sort of a different conclusion, but sort of a common journey insofar as sort of our different problems
So I think
that we may have as men and women.
Yeah, I think this is the key difference, though. You are an incel who has access to an individual who you've stated can have access to an individual who genuinely cares about them, but just isn't in a position to be able to have a long-term relationship. An incel definitionally can't have that, because if they have that, then they're not an incel. So do you understand at least why there's a lot of people who really want to draw the difference between a woman who's an incel and a man who's an incel? Because you can have a positive, intimate relationship with another person. You can. Most women can, right? But an incel cannot. Because of, and I want to bring it back to what you said, you have to find exceptional people. You said that earlier, right? Like, women typically are going to have to find exceptional people. And that's really what is captured in the incel experience. It's not even that, like, you know, you aren't accepted. It's that no one finds you exceptional. Not one person. That's why you remember every smile a woman gives you, is because there's a glimmer of hope that maybe this is going to be the change. Maybe for once a woman will find me exceptional.
This is a bit odd. Men who like you are not willing to commit have to lie by that logic, and it seems a bit expected by implication. I don't know. I don't know if that's true, because if she's gonna wait either way, then you're not gonna lie about whether or not you're going to allow her to wait, right? Like, unless are we talking about different things here? Because I'm not sure how you could come to that conclusion based on what she said.
But then it doesn't work out. And that's, I think, what incels are trying to hold on to when they're trying to show the difference between women incels and men incels.
Okay, so about exceptionality. That exceptionality is more so about, for me, it doesn't hold as much weight, I think, as it does for sort of the incel experience. This idea of sort of somebody being exceptional is more so just a guy who I'm friends with, who I've been able to formulate a relationship with as a friend, that they're exceptional. And therefore,
well, exactly,
I feel a lot more comfortable with them, and therefore I'm more likely to have sex with them because we've established that I have distinguished them from all other men in the world, right? They are individuals. I think that's all I mean by being exceptional, as opposed to, I think with incels, I think in order to get to that point of actually having sex, you have to be able to actually individualize human beings. You have to find a woman who is not woman. You have to stop catering to these caricatures, to...
She says woman and woman, like Stardust does. Why is that? Why do people say that? Is there some sort of like feminist thing that I don't know about where they're all saying woman and woman instead of woman and women? Like, is there a reason for them being so freaking crazy sounding? Oh no, I'm stuck! Damn it! Why? Why? I can't win here, dude. I cannot win here. This is rough, bro. This is seriously rough. Ay, ay, ay. I have no clue what I'm gonna do here. This is getting ridiculous. I have no... So, like, here's the problem. Okay? There is... I'm here, okay? And if I want to go forward on this train, I have to get by these guys. And these guys are, like, completely covering the train tracks right now. They somehow built an entire nest this close to the train tracks. Later, Z-King. Yeah, we got a debate happening in about an hour. So I'm just kind of screwing around until then. But yeah, so they built their nest like so close to the train tracks that if I try getting by on the train, they're going to destroy me like super quick. They're just going to wreck me. So I don't have much of a way of getting by these guys. And there's really just no other way around it. So now I'm stuck trying to get through here without getting attacked. When Kidology said I agree that dudes could like me and not be ready to commit, but if they admit they don't want to commit, it's a disqualifier. I am a very slow type. So, right, but what she's saying is that, because when you say, well, they could just lie, the problem is that if they lie, they now have to wait this 2-month period before they can have sex with her, right? So they are committing anyways. Like, It doesn't, it's not like they could just lie and then they have sex with her. No, they lie and then they end up committing anyways, or they end up not committing and they're gone before they get to have sex with her. So either way, the only way they have sex with her is if they commit. So the lie doesn't really help much.
These hyperbolic notions of woman. And I think that is, you've lost before you even started playing the game when it comes to that.
Two things. One, I'm not sure I understood what you just said. Could you please rephrase that? I'm like an individual who's not an individual. Are you saying, and this is what I think you said, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that incels, male incels, see women as caricatures rather than as individuals, and so they can't identify with that. Is that close, or?
Yes, basically. And I think that's the problem. If you can't perceive the other exceptionally, if you can't interact with the other, that is woman, as sort of exceptions, actually take the time, a lot of patience, a lot of effort, a lot of rejection, a lot of insecurities and issues in order to try and individualize a woman out of the herd of women, then sort of expecting that exceptionality and that sort of exceptional response back, it's not going to happen. That's what I'm trying to say, if that makes sense.
I understand, but do you think that's a reasonable expectation to have when it comes, like, on a general level? Like, when I meet someone, right? When I'm on the, I'm looking for a relationship, I don't know the individual until I get to know them. And for me to invest my time, energy in getting to know someone and being in a relationship, like, I have to start from kind of I have to start from a generality. I have to start from a generality of a caricature of what I want, right? Of what I want in a person, right? Like, I want X, Y, Z, like a general kind of goal or an ideal. And then as you go, you kind of drill down. So I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just misunderstanding what your prescription is here. Like, can you just give us a clear prescription? What should incels do to help themselves?
What should incels do to help themselves?
Yes, to be better.
I think firstly, stop believing that what men find attractive and perceive to be attractive in other men equates to what women therefore see as attractive in men. I think there is this.
That's not. Generally, that's not bad advice. That is good advice, but that's not something specific for incels, and that's not something that's going to help incels stop being incels. So she's not wrong in what it is she's saying. Men have this very different view of what women want versus what women know that they want. And so, like, she is correct on this, but that's not helpful for incels.
Obsession with masculinity on the part of incels and a very particular view of masculinity.
After those coughing fits, I feel like super tired now, dude. I feel all drowsy and just worn out. My lungs hurt. They feel swollen. And now I'm just like dying to like get this stream over with, but I got to get through this debate, so I'm just waiting for that to happen now.
Which very much does not align itself to the majority female experience in what women actually viably, you can see what they look for in partners, in men. I think it's very subsumed in evolutionary psychology.
Do you not think?
Can you give me some examples?
Yeah.
The height thing. The idea of the 80-20 rule based on OkCupid and Tinder statistics. I think especially, I would say, racial aspects. I think in terms of sort of race getting in the way of, for instance, actually individualizing an individual member from a race and actually.
Bro, these are the worst things she could have brought up, dude. These are the worst things she could have brought up. Height is what women want. Women do care about height. They obviously care about height. She should have said muscles. Well, see, again, that's not, like, muscles in and of itself wouldn't be good enough. Having massive, like, looking like freaking Hulk Hogan or The Rock, or I'm trying to think of somebody very specific that I can't, their name's not coming to mind. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trying to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger is ridiculous. Like, no, that's not even attractive. You look like a freaking alien, dude. You look like a deformed person at that point. No woman is attracted to that sort of crap, right? But, or I guess some woman might be, but women in general, that's not what they're looking for. That's not a thing that women generally are looking for. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run away. Whoa. So yeah, or height, like height, women definitely want somebody who's taller than them. They do. They want somebody who's taller than them. Women do want somebody who's bigger than them. Women do want somebody who's stronger than them. They do want these things. These are not fake things. Now, you can over exaggerate these things sometimes a bit too much. And I think that that's what incels do, is they start to exaggerate how important those things are. But for her to make it sound like they're actually not all that important at all, that's insane. That is just insane. She's just wrong. She is just blatantly incorrect on what women want, or what women are interested in, or what they're attracted to. She's just incorrect here.
Yeah, I'll ask you directly. Do you not think that women have height preferences that they enforce? Right, like that they like you mentioned that as something that they don't, that's kind of like men need to just kind of get over. But I don't know if
no, I didn't say men need to get over it. No.
Well, again,
I do recognize it, especially on social media, as being something that can cause great anxiety. But in terms of realistically, are women only dating men of a particular height? That is the majority of women. No, I mean, no.
Okay,
So
not of a particular.
I think
sure.
Are women also only dating men who look like a child?
You think a 6-foot man has a better chance than a 5'2" man of getting a date in general?
Like,
of getting a date?
Yeah, just in general, of having a woman be interested in them. A 6-foot man versus someone who is 5'2", a man who is 5'2".
Mm-hmm.
Do you think one has an easier time than the other?
I'm glad they all saw this, as ridiculous as it actually sounds. Because that she brought up some of the worst examples possible.
An easier time than the other.
Yeah, just getting dates.
Yeah,
being in a romantic relationship.
Oh, it would depend on a lot of things. I mean, there's some really tall, scrawny.
Okay, I understand, but we're isolating.
Yeah, we're just isolating.
We're isolating the variables. So you have 6-foot Ahrelevant and you have 5'2" Ahrelevant. Okay, you have these two same in every aspect. One is 6
firstly, it would depend on my height. I mean, for instance, I'm 5 foot, so I don't care.
You're 5
really,
foot tall?
Everyone's taller than me.
Jesus.
Sorry.
I didn't know.
Tiny.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's hard to tell
exactly.
online.
You know,
but
I think that's the thing. Looks can be so deceiving. You know, it really doesn't. And I think for the majority of women in the West are pretty short. Okay, so in terms of this idea that we're only looking for men who are 6 foot and over, it's ludicrous. Yes, on social media, it gets a lot of woman clicks if they, just say, I only date guys who are X, Y, and Z foot tall. In terms of the reality of it, the reality of people actually really forming an intimate connection with the person who they love and who they, commit themselves to in the long term. 9 out of 10% of the time, it just is not the case that your preferences are actually fulfilled well and truly by what you present out there in the world generically.
So I agree that there's going to be a lot of women who say, I'll only date a guy who's like 6 foot or whatever, and then they end up in like a string of relationships with guys who are 5'9" or something like that. And I think that's kind of what you're getting to, right? Is that there's preferences that we state, but for the most part, you're going to be able to be fine. But just to really hammer home this, because I felt like Wick gave a laughably true example of 5'2" versus 6 foot. These people live radically different lives.
Yep.
Right? Like a 5'2" man is going to be because usually when we're talking about the 5'9" guy versus the 6 foot guy, it's generally speaking because of what you were talking about. You're generally going to be taller than most women. And as long as you're taller, you'll be okay. Like that's where the line really is. As long as you're taller than most women or the woman that you're interacting with, you'll generally be okay. Like same height or taller. But like a 5'2" guy, he's shorter than most women. Do you really think he's going to have anywhere near the same dating options, even IRL, as this 6 foot tall guy?
That's when you focus on different things. You find different assets of yourself that make you exceptional.
This
That's
is
when
all
you
just
focus
bull
on other
crap,
aspects
dude.
of yourself. And I think that this is the problem.
She's individualizing this to such a degree that it's useless information now. Like, when you're talking to large groups of people, you want to give advice that will apply to large groups of people. You want large groups of them to be able to find this advice useful. But when you're like, oh, well, maybe one person out of the 10,000 people watching me will find this useful. Well, it's no longer really useful anymore. If you have that many people watching you and such a small number of people are finding the information useful, then it's just not really useful information.
With sort of this incel rhetoric and discourse, this idea that there's only certain things that make up masculinity and that are
It seems more so like she's just trying to avoid the questions. Like, she's individualizing it to such a point to where she doesn't have to answer the question anymore. This is what Sassafras does all the time, where I make a generalization about women, and she'll, not all women, that's not true, not every woman. It's like that. Nobody cares. We're not talking about every woman. We're talking about women right now. Like, it's not helpful to tell me that there's one or two women that don't fit the criteria that I'm talking about right now. Like, if I say humans don't have arms growing out of their heads, well, I saw this one deformed person who had an arm growing out of their head. Like, okay, freaking crap. That's not helpful at all. Like, you're not making a point at all. It doesn't change the point that I'm making. How did I just get all of these commands on my screen? What just happened? I don't know how this just happened. Oh my goodness. What is this? Crap. I just have to load the game again. I don't know what that is or why it's there. Where's Michael? Where's Michael? Michael's supposed to be here to help me with Factorio.
important and that nothing else matters. And if you don't fall into this particular notion,
I agree with that.
you're screwed.
I agree with that like it's not absolute, but they generally point to true things that are generally true. If you are more attractive, if you are more masculine, if you are more taller, if you are more wealthy, if you are more buff, if you have a better physique, generally, for the most part, you're going to have much more success. It's going to be much harder the further you go away from that kind of ideal, the further away. Like that's why I gave the examples of 5'2", right? We're looking at the extremes.
I don't deny that at all. But I think it's the same. I can't be like, for instance, I can't be a supermodel. I'm not tall enough to be a supermodel. I'm not skinny enough, and that's just the way that it is. But I think that in that I look at other aspects of my life that I can be successful in. That I can.
But that's not helpful because most men are not looking to date a supermodel. Most men do not need a supermodel, right? So again, she's taking like opposite extremes to try to make a point, and she's just not making a point at all.
Distinguish myself, that I can be exceptional at, and I think that's what men need to do as well. More so, I think that the difference is that I do
see. I'm starting. Look, I've liked Kidology for a while now, but I'm starting to feel like she's just not very bright. I really am. I'm starting to feel like she's just not very bright. She overly, when we're trying to talk about like social norms and generalizations, she starts to overly individualize it to such an unhelpful degree. And then on top of that, like she uses terms in ways that nobody else uses it. And now you're just losing all utility in the term if you're not actually conveying what it is that other people are conveying. So like last week or 2 weeks ago, we went over one of her videos where she's talking about the sexual marketplace. And she was using it as though like men paying for food for a woman, that is the marketplace, because you're using the market to have sex. You're buying her things. And so now, because you're buying her things, this is why it's the marketplace. That's not what the sexual marketplace is talking about. The sexual marketplace is talking about value of a man based on like looks, based on his status, based on his job, based on his car, based on his house. You know, that's the market, right? The market for women is where her value is based on how youthful she is, how bubbly she is, how pretty she is, how, you know, how you know, well she stays in shape. Like, that's the market. It's the value that's placed on you based on these based on specific types of attributes. That's what the marketplace is. But her entire video, she's talking about the marketplace as though she's saying dating mixed with capitalism. That's what the marketplace is. That's what the sexual marketplace is, or the dating marketplace. That's not, like, she just totally missed what the dating marketplace is, and then did this entire video totally misunderstanding what it meant. And now here she is with incels talking about involuntary celibacy, that where it's not involuntary, it's completely voluntary. And what she's describing is what we call volcels.
Again, believe that there's far more options for women to be exceptional than there are at the moment for men.
Shift space.
And so I must definitely empathize on that. But I do think that I don't think that this idea that sort of like heights and all these different things that are just perpetuated constantly on these forums are as tangible or as paramount as they are presented.
So I think I actually potentially disagree with the idea that there's more ways for women to be exceptional than there are men, at least when it comes to dating. But we can come back to that, because dating, I would agree with you on that. Okay,
I think just in general.
Okay.
And I think that feeds into dating inevitably in terms of making you a more attractive person, just as being an exceptional individual.
For the sake of the conversation, I want to focus on the first thing. We can get to the dating thing in a minute, right? But I want to focus on what we're talking about.
So the big thing that because what it felt like was just done is you're taking something that I believe is a pretty wild difference in how people live their lives. Like a 5'2" guy lives honestly an entirely different life to this 6' guy, right? And I agree with you that the 5'2" guy is supposed to.
This is getting really frustrating. I don't know how to get all this crap off my screen.
Like, he should try and make himself exceptional in other ways. But the cold fact of the matter is, you're going to have to make yourself exceptional in other ways to be even equal to the 6' guy. It feels like right now we're looking at like, I always bring up this example whenever we talk about this. It's like me walking up to like an obese woman who is like crying about not being desirable. And I'm going, just be nicer and your dating options are going to increase. Like, yeah, you can work on your personality, but it doesn't change the material fact that like, you're going to have to be really exceptional to be anywhere close to like some of these other people. Not saying with just height specifically, but that difference of height is fucking insane. A 10-inch height difference is crazy. But I'm talking about like, yeah, just I agree with you. If you are lacking in some areas, you're going to need to build yourself up in those areas, right? I agree. But if it almost feels like we're kind of treading into the minimizing of those differences, because the original point that we came up on is the things that men consider to be masculine are not things that women actually select for in dating. And I actually think, I agree with you on some of those things, but not all of them. Like, for instance, there's many different men who think, I'm not sure. Do you know who the Mr. Olympia is? You know Mr. Olympia, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff?
Yes.
That guy. So many guys think like that's the apex of physical. There's many women that's too much. Yeah, that's way too much. So there's gonna.
That's funny. That's literally the example that I just brought up. Press BCDAS. BCDAS. Yeah, that didn't work. Sorry, buddy.
So I agree with that, but like for the most part, it seems like men are pretty correct. I think most men, for example, do you know who Hassan Piker is?
Yes.
Yeah, most men would say that guy's a Chad because he fits most of the masculine traits. And most of the women agree. Like, he fits the height really well. He has a really good face structure, good facial hair, good haircut stuff, whatever.
Most women would
And he used to be massive. He used to look like he used to be insanely like way too big. Now he's thinned out a lot.
agree.
I think most women would find that guy to be extremely attractive, yes.
Well, I think this is the important thing. I think you need to distinguish between sort of physically. If I just saw a picture of Hassan, I think, yes, he's attractive. Then I watch his streams. Suddenly, attractive at all to me. So, you know, I think that's another thing that men really do need to consider. That I think in all of this is just lacking. This idea of who you are as a person.
I agree.
Your personality, your treatment of others. You know who you are.
That only matters. Kidology. That only matters after you get in the door.
Exactly.
That only matters after you get in the door.
That's what I want to nail with Wick exactly. Is it only matters if you get the shot in the first place. So I'm bringing it back to the overweight woman because I love this example. Like, you're telling her to be nicer. That's what you're saying. Have a better personality. The issue is that nobody gives a fuck about her personality because they don't even care to get to know her long enough to be able to see her personality. So we gotta talk about the minimums, and I agree that the minimums are not very high for men to be able to hit for the most part. So I'm not like black-pilled or anything. I don't think you need to be a 6'3" Giga Chad or something like that to be able to hit the minimums for women. I don't think you need to do any of that. I think for the most part you can get away with finding clothes that fit you. Make sure that you shave the hair on your neck, shit like that. That's going to, for the most part, yeah, Wick, I'm looking at you, my man. I'm looking at you. All right.
Look, I can hit. I don't know. I don't want you sort of casting shade in my name. Keep my name out of your mouth. I'm fine. Like, there's an normie in this conversation, an incel and a femcel. Okay, and I'll let you guys decide who.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's that's where I'm at with it. Is that I don't think there's a crazy amount of work that needs to be done, but I think for the most part, men do clock pretty well what a lot of women are interested in, at least physically. Yeah, I think height.
Yes, but in terms of
Well, yeah, Sass, that's kind of the point, though, is that, like, everybody else understands that when he says lefty things, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's just talking out of his butt. But you don't know that, so it works on you. But most people do know that, and so it doesn't work on them.
where that goes, like, again, that's only important insofar as getting your foot in the door. And based on how many women are not on dating apps, clearly that doesn't matter. Clearly they care about what comes after, because dating apps are basically about the profile and the picture, actually the picture above all. It's about that first impression. And men's over-reliance, I think, on dating apps and being on dating apps and thinking that somehow there's going to be a different outcome, even though the vast majority of women are not on dating apps. I think it's quite telling of the different sort of approaching to relationships that men v women have, and where there is sort of a disalignment between them and between sort of the importance placed with men on that sort of that getting in the door relative to, I think, women's main concern with everything that is sort of
but
beyond
you're pointing
that.
to this main concern, but what I'm trying to communicate here, right, is that none of the main concerns even matter if you can't pass that first test. It's like a funnel, okay? So you have like a vast majority that can get into the door, and then they'll select further. So after that, initial impressions, and then after that you have long-term compatibility, and after that it gets even smaller and you narrow it down. But the problem you're saying is, even off the apps, because you mentioned this in your statement, like they go on these apps expecting a different outcome. Off the apps, they are having this same problem where they cannot, it doesn't matter if they are Casanovas when it comes to speaking, if they're charming as fuck. It does not matter, because they are being rejected before they even get that far. They are being looked over, passed over, because they do not meet the minimum standards for looks. Yeah,
Wick is like interrupting to argue Ahrelevant's point, and it is kind of weird. I find it a bit obnoxious when hosts do that, where they so badly need to be part of the conversation, so they keep jumping in and making their own arguments. It's like, wait, if you agreed to like host this and be the moderator, then host it and be the moderator. Like, stop being a participant in the debate, because now you've taken sides. Now you've shown your hand, and now you're no longer an impartial moderator. Now you're a very partial moderator. Not even a moderator anymore. Now you're just partial.
or what masculinity that women have, and it is an actual problem. And I again,
In the real world,
yeah, in the real world,
I don't think as much at all as online. Definitely not.
Again, that's why things should be clearly laid out at the start. And I don't know if that was done. I mean, I don't know. So remember when I went and debated what's that kid's name? Smugbug and Chud Logic, we talked about it beforehand, and he said, I'm obviously partial, so I'm not going to make any arguments, and I'm not going to say anything, and I'm not going to take part in this debate at all. I'm just going to sit quietly and make sure everything's fair. And that's what we agreed on. And then he starts yelling in the debate and going off and making his own arguments and crap. So, even if you do agree ahead of time, it can still turn into the moderator trying to debate because they can get frustrated with how bad faith the other person is being.
Online, it's far different in terms of the short men who are holding hands with women in public everywhere around me. It's very telling that in terms of actual relationships happening in the real world, I think a lot more men are actually getting in the door than is at least perpetuated online.
Sure, but we're talking about the exceptions, right? We're talking about the incels, like
yeah. See, so I can appreciate Wick trying to get her to actually answer the questions because she's being insanely dodgy here. She is dodging all over the place and refusing to actually engage in the conversation. And so I would expect him to let Ahrelevant ask the question, and then when she doesn't answer, then make her answer Ahrelevant's question. But instead he's asking his own questions, and then holding her feet to the fire on his own questions, and Ahrelevant's now a spectator.
Most people aren't incels. Just most people aren't incels. So we're talking about those people who don't get in the door. We're talking about those individuals, the exceptions to the rule, the minority, the 10% or 5%. I don't even know what the...
Like when I'm moderating, sometimes if the other person's not answering a question, I will either ask the person to reword their question, or I will steelman their point and say, do you agree with this? And they'll say yes. And I'll say, okay, do you disagree with this? And then do things like that. Whereas, yeah, instead he's making his own arguments and then forcing her to answer his own arguments. Whereas, yeah, instead it should be Ahrelevant making the argument, and then Wick can force her to answer Ahrelevant's argument. Yeah.
Percentages, right? But that small minority, and for them, it absolutely does matter. And I can understand why you would say that online this gets signal boosted more than it is in real life, because that's just how social media works. But at the same time, I just feel it feels dismissive to me in a way that I think demonstrates kind of a lack of, I don't know, lack of understanding of the basic problem. But I could be wrong. I could be the one misunderstanding here. So that's very possible. But anyway, Ahrelevant.
Yeah. So I think from my point of view, I agree that there is a significant difference to real life than there is dating apps. I think there is a pretty significant difference when it comes to the approach. I think you can just genuinely see it if you've ever seen somebody scroll through those things. However, I will say there is still an issue with getting the foot in the door. I wouldn't say that it's primarily, I mean, there is a looks component, but I think that a lot of what makes an incel is poor social skills. I think it's the people who have crippling levels of social anxiety that prevent them from being able to approach women. And for men, that's a death sentence. So if you can't approach a woman and talk to her, you have to do online dating. And if you're doing online dating, you're losing. So already that's really what it is. So the advice for incels is really just have to get over and overcome your social anxiety.
It's
not
fair.
Part of the reason why we see more male incels than we do female incels, because there is a unique burden on men to approach women than there is the inverse.
Yes, exactly. And I think that there is a disparity in that sort of psychological labor that needs to be done in order to actually confront that social anxiety and to actually deal with it, and to actually, I think, in that sense, you are inevitably, I think with everything and with all humans, you just face a lot more rejection than you do success. And I think in that sense, it's very tricky to try to overcome something by actually having to confront being faced with the very thing that just exacerbates what you are suffering with. So yeah. No, I do definitely sympathize with that. But
all right, I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to try to make it back to the main factory, and then I'm going to build something to take out that entire nest before I go past it, so that I can just wipe it out ahead of time. That's at least going to be the game plan. We'll see if that works. Oh, crap.
in terms of, I think the sympathy can only go so far. I think I can only sympathize insofar as seeing that, yes, there is this difference and that society is rough, and for men and women, but in this case, definitely, I can definitely see it's rough for men, especially for incels. But I think there has to be an element of realizing, I think also including with myself, for instance, my stuntedness, say, that is something that I have to deal with. And I think the same with that kind of social anxiety and a fear of rejection. That is something that you have to...
What do you mean when you say deal with, and when it comes to social rejection and anxiety and things? What do you mean when you say deal with, just for specific purposes?
Hope.
I think with men, say, like with men or with me.
So a man who is socially stunted, right, and who just for whatever reason cannot approach women. When you say they just have to kind of deal with it, do you mean just kind of like a get over it, just get over their fears and just go up? Like, what are you saying exactly?
Oh no, I definitely don't dive into the deep end. But in terms of doing things that sort of enable you to interact, especially with women in social environments, preferably like low pressure ones, such as volunteering or joining a sports team, or going on sort of meetups, like group meetups, where you have to interact with people and talk to people, where you can see sort of people's social cues, how they interact, etc. Where it isn't about I guess dating as the end goal, where there is just that means to actually talk to people, get to know people, especially the opposite sex. I think that's very important. And I think there's, online there isn't a lot of opportunity for that. In the real world, there's a lot more opportunity for that. And I think it's important to do these things. These should just be basic social things that society makes way for people to actually be able to engage with. But alas, I think people do have to put in that labor of actually finding these environments, these groups, to actually try and interact.
Can I bring it back to the kind of, I guess, the original prompt?
You can, but we're about to drop again, so I'm going to send you more links.
Okay.
Once we do, once we drop, so don't, be scared when it happens. I'm just seeing the timer and it's down. So.
All right. So, in the whole point of this, or at least a large portion of it, was supposed to be to discuss whether or not there is a significant difference between femcel or women who are incels and men who are incels. As we previously addressed, women who are incels can have a positive relationship with men, because even if you are, let's say, so out of the social norm that most people will not find you as a long-term desirable dating partner, you can still find people who genuinely care about you but are not in a place to be able to look for a long-term partner that would be happy to engage in an intimate relationship with you. Maybe not even like necessarily just sexual, but like some kind of an intimate relationship with you. And it seems like men who are incels are incapable of doing that. Do you not believe that difference in and of itself is worthy of a distinction between male incels and female incels?
I think it's worthy of a distinction, but only to an extent. I think that the problem with that distinction is that it undermines room for empathy and room for an appreciation that we actually have a lot more in common in terms of our problems, in terms of our successes as human beings, than we do differences based on sex. And I think at the moment, people are far too invested in these polarities between us, that it just leads to, I think, resentments and animosity toward each other. This idea that incels think that they deserve sex, and
sure, but like, I don't think that matters all that much when we're talking about whether or not it's factually true. I don't care if it's like, This is like if we're saying like, oh, well, do Jewish people actually disproportionately hold positions of power? Well, yeah, but don't talk about it. Don't say it. Don't, because if you say it, then, oof, then you're acknowledging something that could actually be detrimental. Like, what? No, if it's true, we should acknowledge it. Like, we should talk about it. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. By the way, I did get past that spot. I just built a little tiny train, and then this moves much faster than the other trains, and so I'm able to just fly around. Woo! Can't catch me. I'm too fast. So yeah.
That
I'll be
women
right
are,
back.
for instance, entitled or have it better or control the means to sex, etc. And I think it just leads to a lack of the nuance that is needed in order to actually get to some kind of realistic resolution between all of us.
So if we agree with the previously established point that most women, even those who do not fit within the social standards of what would be typically required of women to be able to get a long-term relationship, are capable of having a positive, intimate relationship with men that they desire, right? If we agree with that being the case and that men cannot do the same thing, would it not be that de facto women are entitled to that?
I'd agree with that if you didn't say positive.
You don't believe that? So like for you, for instance, you don't believe that you could find somebody to have a positive, intimate relationship with?
I don't think that. I think that's that as a sort of normative value to it. I don't think, no, I wouldn't say positive. No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, if that were the case, I think a lot more women would be in relationships. A lot more young women would be in relationships. I think a lot of the negative relationships and interactions that we've had with men, especially young men, especially when we're sort of at the height of our sexual market value, really undermines that. So I would say, yes, that majority have access to, I would say, either negative or just sexual relations with men. I wouldn't call them positive, though.
So you wouldn't agree that right now you could have a positive relationship with a guy who that might not turn into long term. It might just be a short term thing. This is where I was talking about the other thing. You don't believe that you could have a positive relationship that way? It's not positive because it's not long term. It's not positive. I don't. Why?
No. I think because of issues that I have with my sexuality, with sort of, I guess we could call it trauma. I think I would say that if we're talking generically with most men, it would be negative. I think with a particular men, just based on our individual, very specific personal dynamic, it could be positive. But I'd say that would be a minority experience of it being positive. So yes.
So I agree that that's going to be a difficult thing to find, but I think it's quite realistically possible if you try or potentially look in like the right places. Do you disagree?
Yeah, and I think you could say the same for incels as well.
Ahrelevant, real quick, a question for you. What would be the right places, right? Like the right places.
I think more progressive communities are probably going to have better people for having short-term relationships that aren't just like super, I'm just going to use you and kick you to the curb. I think that progressives are going to be a little bit more open to, women having casual sexual experiences in general. And so you're probably going to face disproportionately less shaming and things like that, if I had to guess. So like looking for more progressive guys, probably.
What do you think about that, Kidology? What are your thoughts on that, on progressive spaces being a better place for women to find these more positive encounters?
Progressive spaces.
Okay.
More specifically, progressive people.
Oh.
You can just say no if you disagree, because that's fine, right?
No, I find it a bit of a complex question because I do tend to see sort of progressive sexual.
Put a pin in that. We're about to drop, so I'm going to leave and make a new room, and then we'll answer it right when we get back.
Okay.
Give me a second, gang. I'm sorry. This is Scout, but we do what we can.
I'm so sorry about this. Okay, there we go.
You should be sorry. It's your freaking fault.
My Discord, not yours.
My Discord, not yours. His Discord, not mine and not yours. None of our Discords.
It didn't end. We're not ending. We're just, again, it lets me have 45 minutes. And I ain't paying for this shit. Hopefully, I sent her the link. Hopefully, she just clicks on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm curious to answer. I will say,
So
though,
conservative
I
women should
disagree
just
with
be
you on this
progressive?
because
I missed the question,
most,
so I
like,
don't know.
sexual scandals and stuff happen all the time in these progressive spaces. Like, it's every other day you're getting some progressive being accused of being a sex pest. I don't know, but that's just neither here nor there. Anyway, welcome back.
Yes.
And for that.
Oh yes, and I also think a lot of progressive sex and sexuality has now sort of gone into it's just become. I think the market has taken over sort of these arguments, and now we have the proliferation of the sex toy market, for instance, and this idea that sort of the objective of sex is purely to orgasm. And I do understand that there is most definitely a disparity in terms of the pleasure that women get from sex, but in terms of this idea now that I don't need a man because I've got my dildo. I think.
Do you think the sex toy market is harming relationships?
Skeptical of this. Not as much as pornography, but I think in terms of sort of.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think that like dildos actually make much of a difference when it comes to sex. Like having sex with somebody, a dildo can't like replace that. Like it can't actually having that like intimate connection with another human and like being vulnerable around them and looking at them and, you know, making eye contact and all of these things. Dildos in porn and all this crap, they will never replace those things. Never. Ever. Like it's not going to happen. Never. That will never happen. What up, Morris? Raleigh suggested that femcels could find men in progressive spaces that wouldn't treat them as sex objects. I think that's just one of those things women will tweet online and get a bunch of likes and whatnot, but I don't think it's true. Yeah, I don't even think they believe that. It's definitely like a feminist thing, you know, for empowerment to feel like I don't need no man sort of bullcrap, but it's not real. Nobody believes that. They just look desperate to most people, which is questionable on its face, but also this logic can also be applied to incels. Find hobbies that aren't so isolating. Yeah, I mean, I feel like progressive men are more likely to be very crap, I can't think of the right word. They're more likely to be very soy? No, not soy. Like they're more likely to treat women like children. That is my experience. Is that they're more likely to treat women like they don't know anything, they don't know any better. They're just these dumb children who need men to fix everything for them and help them with everything. And yeah, that's crap. I did not mean to do that. Paternalistic? No, that's not the word I was looking for.
Of bringing the market into sex. I think it's a lot easier to just get off with a sex toy than it is to actually really do
benevolent sexism. I mean, yes, like the things that you guys are saying are like types of this, but it's not specifically the word that I'm looking for. There's a word that says you're treating this person like a child. It's like it's not adolescent, it's crap, I can't think of. Infantilizing, yes. Sass knows. Because I accuse Sass of infantilizing women all the time. So yes, I think that like progressives are very likely to be infantilizing towards women, yes.
The labor, the emotional, very vulnerable labor with a partner in order to get to sort of, I guess, the same conclusions. I don't want to speak too generically about this because everybody's different. And I think this should be a personal thing between you and your partners. But I think for me personally,
I don't do that. You and I have had many arguments about this where like people are acting like women just can't say no. It's too much to expect women to say no. Well, you can't expect women to say no. That's just what do you but men. Oh no, but men should always care about these things and be able to read women's minds and be able to tell women what it is that they do and don't want and be able to think for the woman so that they can tell the woman whether or not she really consents and bullcrap like that. And it's just, Tom, you literally think women are too emotional to make decisions? No, I don't. No, I do not. That is not a thing that I think or that I've said. That's the way you read into it when I say that men are more logical and women are going to be less logical because they're more emotional, and that like estrogen is going to affect how emotional they are and therefore how logical they are. But never have I said, therefore, they're too emotional to make decisions. I'm talking about more and less likely, and you take all of the nuance out of it and just make these like very extreme statements in your head when they're not. I'm just, again, talking more or less likely. You told me that? No, I did not. I did not. I never said that they're too emotional to make decisions. Unless I was joking. Like, maybe I said it as a joke, but I would never say that unironically. And I would never say it to where, like, I thought you thought I was serious. I would assume you know that I'm joking if I say something like that. Yes, you did in your personal... I knew that's what you were going to say. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure you're misrepresenting what I was talking about in my own personal relationships, where I talk about the fact that that I always end up wearing the pants. But that's not... that. I gave you like 20 reasons, and one of the reasons was that women are less logical. Not that they are not logical at all, and that they're never going to be able to engage in logic, but that... like they are more likely to let their emotions cloud their judgment. Not that they can never be logical or rational. That's just not something that I would ever say or that I have ever believed. It's again, you take these statements where I say more or less, and you take it as like 100% of the time, every time. Then why do you get veto power? We've already gone over this. We already went over this. You already asked all these questions. I'm not going over this again. I got into literally every little bit of the nuance and answered all of your questions on this. For you to still turn around and ask the same questions again is ridiculous. Tom, stop being emotional? No. I am an emotional being. Men have emotions. Get over it, Sass.
I think it's just another instance of the market coming into a domain of life which I don't agree with.
I'm sorry for sidetracking a little bit. It's probably neither here nor there, but I was curious how that related. Ahrelevant, did you want to continue your line of questioning?
Yeah, sure. So, then just to clarify things, you don't believe that you can have a positive sexual relationship?
You're not logically explaining things? No, I'm not. Because I just told you I'm not going to. Of course I'm not logically explaining things. If I just told you I'm not going to logically explain things, and then you turn around and are like, well, Tom, you're not logically explaining things, you're not dropping some like brain buster over here, then I'm going to be like, wait, what? Oh my goodness. I'm not doing the thing that I just told you I'm not going to do? That's crazy. Yeah, that's not all that surprising that I'm not doing the thing that I just told you I'm not going to do. Yeah, well done.
Relationship with a guy. You don't believe that's
At
realistic?
this point in time, no.
Okay. Do you believe most femcels are capable of finding a person that would be nice to them or kind to them, but maybe just not want to date them long term, and are capable of having a positive sexual relationship?
That's a very generic question. I think
So the reason why I ask is because definitionally, again, the difference between a male incel and a female incel I want to draw here is that a guy cannot. Because if he has a positive sexual relationship with a woman, there's like a 95% chance that that woman's interested enough to be able to start a relationship with him.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm just trying to draw a distinction, right? So I typically refer to female incels as femcels, is how I typically refer to them as. I know you've done a video on that, but the way that I see it is to just kind of offer my 2 cents on the situation. I agree with you that at the end of the day, what people really care about is feeling genuinely desired and wanting.
You suck at explaining things? That's the problem? No, I don't. I don't suck at explaining things, actually. I'm very good at explaining things, and this is something I've done for a long time. I've been a coach, I've been a teacher, I've been somebody who teaches things in my daily life for most of my life, and I'm actually very good at explaining things. It's just you. And I know the you know, the once in a while where it's just you, then you're going to get upset and be like, oh, everything's my fault. Everything's always, oh, stupid sass. But it's not always. It's not everything. You don't always have to hyperbolize or take everything to an extreme. It's just this time. And all the other times.
Wanted by another person, right? And for a lot of men, sex is going to be a sign that that's what's happening from a woman. So that's how it works. Generally speaking, if a woman has sex with you, you are probably going to be able to develop that into a relationship. It's kind of a big sign that says, you're enough, you've made it. And for women, it's not. And so typically, when I'm talking about femcels, it's because I think the vast majority of women are capable of having sex pretty much whenever they want. However, they are not capable of developing those sexual interactions into relationships. There's a fair chunk of women that have significantly hard times developing sexual relationships into intimate partnerships. That is a very real phenomenon, and that's what I would refer to as femcels. But I think there is a difference between femcels and incels.
Yes, in that regard, yes, I do agree with you. Yes.
Okay, and I think that what most people are typically getting at is exactly what I described, which is that pretty much most women are capable of having sex whenever they want, right? Barring, you know...
Yes, but most women don't.
Correct.
And so I don't understand why this is so important. Because it's sort of like making a point, like, okay, you can have sex whenever you want. Okay, but I'm not doing that. So what are you getting from this? It just seems like another argument.
It's only important if you're not getting it in a lot of ways, right?
Yes, again, that's the difference that we make between femcel or incel and volcel. Like, that's the entire point, is that you don't understand the difference between a volcel and an incel.
It sure, yes, most women aren't having sex, but the fact that you can at
and
any
again,
point,
here comes Wick to make the argument.
I think does have a marked difference on how you view the world, how you interact, etc. I don't know.
Yeah, so like the way that I've described it is complete invisibility versus potentially, which is most of the time it's going to be sexual objectification with a hint of people caring. This is what I was getting at earlier, where I was asking you, do you think that there's going to be some men who would have sex with even very undesirable women, but genuinely care about them and not treat them like garbage? If the answer is yes to that, then we could probably agree that very undesirable women are probably going to get treated like garbage for the vast majority of the time, but there is a chance that you can be treated like a decent human being inside of that interaction. But for an incel, you have no positive intimate relationships with women at all. In any way, shape, or form, because you don't have sex. And so that complete intimacy and invisibility is significant, I think.
Okay, I think it's just a different form of invisibility, because there are lots of men who are very good looking, who have sex with women who they will not admit to having sex with because they consider them ugly and just average woman. I mean, that's invisibility, a different kind of invisibility.
Yep,
that's very insulting to to women, for instance, that sort of shame of having slept with them or what have you. I think it's a different kind of invisibility, but I think there can be an empathetic sort of crossroads, or not crossroads, but sort of bridge built between men and women, which
I
I think
agree.
is missing from this whole thing of sort of women can have sex whenever they want to, because I think this just places so much value on sex as this thing and makes it sort of this like sort of holy grail, which it just ought not to be.
It kind of is a really big deal to men, though. Again, it is that
What
sign
up,
that
Bo?
a woman is genuinely interested in you. No? Sex is a very significant signifier that a woman is interested in you and probably would be.
Okay, I will explain to you guys real quick so that you guys can tell me if you understand. I will tell you what I explained to Sass about my personal relationships, and you guys can tell me if you understand or if you think this makes sense, okay? So one thing was that, yes, women are more likely to get emotional and not think rationally. And my girlfriends in the past would even admit this and say, like, yes, like you're more rational and you're more like willing to stay level-headed within intense scenarios, even when we're fighting. And I will get very irrationally mad and upset. And so even when they got irrationally upset, or irrationally mad and upset, they would trust me to ground them in those scenarios and let them know what's what and what is and what isn't, and help them come back down to earth. Okay, so that was one thing. Two, I talked about the fact that like lots of girls that I've dated have actual like mental illnesses like BPD or bipolar or whatever, and so they didn't always like trust their own senses to make decisions all of the time. Three, I feel like women already have this power imbalance within a relationship where they are more willing or more able or more capable or whatever. I don't know what it is, but they are more likely to withhold sex as a bargaining chip, right? They are more likely to get upset with you and then put you in the doghouse, and now you have to work your way out of the doghouse. They already have this bargaining chip already, right? And I do think that I start at a position where somebody has to make the decision. Somebody has to have the final say. Somebody has to have veto power. Now, it seems like most men live life by saying, happy wife, happy life, right? They all believe that, like, in order for them to be happy, they have to make their wife happy. They have to make sure that she is comfortable and happy and in a place where they want to be with the guy. And so that became my job, was to make her happy. If I wear the pants, this means now I have to take her feelings into consideration more so than my own now. That becomes my responsibility now. The few times where I get my way, it's now going to be seen as a selfish thing. So I already now have to cover a lot of ground from the very beginning to make sure that she gets her way, like by far majority of the time. Like by far the majority of the time, I have to make sure that what she wants and her thoughts on everything are being taken into consideration more so than mine. And I make sure of that in all of my relationships, that in the end, they feel like they're getting their way more often than I'm getting my way. That way, the few times where I'm going to be like, no, we're not doing this, that's not happening, and that's that, they're not going to question it all that much or think like, well, he's just doing this because that's what he wants, or he just wants to get his way, because they're going to think back to the other 90% of times where they got their way, even when I was unhappy with it. And I didn't pout and I didn't stomp and throw a fit about it. And they'll be like, okay, like, this is the once in a while where he's actually saying like, this has to be this way. So it's the power imbalance. It is the likelihood of rationale. It is and it is the willingness to let the other person have their way. Tom, you have to stop dating crazy. most women don't need to be fathered, in my experience. Nobody said fathered. Why did you just add that in there? Nothing I just said anything about them being fathered. Nothing I just said came anywhere close to them being fathered. If I start with the position that somebody has to make a decision in the end, right? If both of you are unhappy in some sort of scenario and both of you want your way, I feel like somebody has to have veto power. Somebody has to be able to say, you know what? No, we're doing it my way. Somebody has to make a decision here, and I'm making the decision, and I'm saying this is how it is. I start with that belief. So if you don't start with that belief, we're going to be on different pages no matter what.
Don't acknowledge me yet.
Okay. So I am starting with that position. You have to start there and believe that somebody needs to have veto power. Somebody needs to be able to have the last word, the last say. And then from there, well, who's going to have that? It doesn't always have to be a man. It doesn't necessarily have to be a man, but I'm explaining why in my relationships that's just been the case, is that I've always been the one who ends up wearing the pants and making the final decision. And it's also because most of the time I was always the one who made more money. I was always the one who paid for everything. I was always the one who took on all of the risk. And so, yeah, every decision affected me more than it affected the other person as well. So, if we're sitting there and we're arguing over where we're going to go out to eat, well, if I'm freaking paying at the end of the day, it probably makes sense that I'm going to have the last say on where we go to eat, right? But even though that's still the case, I'm still probably going to go where she wants. Why? Because I want her to be happy. If I keep making decisions that make her unhappy, then I'm just going to be alone anyways, right? So it puts responsibility on me that I would rather be on me, because I know that I'm going to make a decision that's going to make her happy the majority of the time.
Hey Tom, throw me a feed for your webcam.
Okay. Where the hell is Discord? Here it is. Oh, that's not. There you go. Sorry, you don't get the fancy lights today. That's generally the case for me as well, but I try to push back on it if I don't like that dynamic. It's annoying always being in charge. I don't think so. I mean, again, most of my life I've been in leadership positions. Even when I was in school, I was captain of the football team, captain of the basketball team. I was always, I started coaching teams at a young age. I started refereeing at young ages. I started doing counseling at churches, and I was always in leadership roles my entire life. Then by the age 20, I was managing restaurants. Then eventually I sold 2 businesses. By the age of 25, I'd owned 2 businesses and sold them off. I've been in regional manager positions. I've headed up entire departments for businesses and large corporations. I've had hundreds of employees under me at parts of my life, and in places that I've worked. I feel like I'm I don't know how to say this. I feel like I'm more naturally in a I can't even think of how to word this, but yeah, I feel comfortable in leadership positions, and I think that I'm good in those positions. So, yeah. I often found myself in leadership positions in life, but I learned how to avoid it in my 30s. I'm much happier for it. People management is a nightmare. It's not great, but but I would rather be in a leadership position than a following position. I'm a good follower, and I'm not bad at it. While I'm waiting for this lawsuit and everything and dealing with all of this crap with my last company, I just started with a new company where I'm also, trying to, where I'm just laying low and just like doing a random job. And within a week of starting,
Did I hear that you have a lawsuit you're waiting on?
Yeah, I'm suing my last employer.
Oh, you're suing.
Yes.
I was gonna say that's I thought you were getting sued. I was like, what could this guy possibly do that would make somebody want to sue him?
Well, I've been to prison a couple of times, so it's the legal issues are no. I am no stranger to legal problems. But
So is this somebody? Can you explain it real quick?
I was working for a business. They brought in new people who were taking over as like above me, but I was transferred to their divisions temporarily before they got there. And when I was transferred, I was told these people are not your bosses. They're not in charge of you. They can't fire you. They can't demote you. Nothing like that.
Is that because they were contract workers?
No, they were actually like hired into these positions. The people who were there before them quit. And so everybody who knew what was going on with my transfer all left, and they were all gone. And then the people who came in afterwards apparently didn't, even though I talked to them about it, later pretended like they didn't know what was going on. They then they finally transferred me back, but apparently thought that they demoted me and told me that they demoted me, which did not happen. They did not tell me that I was demoted, and they didn't have the power to demote me. But I wasn't getting my salary anymore. And it, like, for about a month, I started to realize I wasn't getting my salary anymore. And so as I started making a big deal about it and asking questions, I wasn't getting answers from anybody. So I walked out. And then finally, after I walked out, then I finally got in touch with HR, and they said, well, because you quit and you're no longer our employee, there's nothing we can do for you. Are you, I think I lost sick. Are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, I can't hear you. Shit. What the fuck just happened? Can you talk real quick?
Hello, hello.
Oh.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
You do your thing. Talk to your chat real quick. I'm gonna mute myself, and then I'll figure out if you're talking to people when I'll be able to hear you. So
Okay. All right. So let's go back to patriarchy. Okay. So what's y'all's issue with me being a patriarchal scumbag? Okay. First off, here's the first question. Okay. Do you guys understand what it is that I'm saying? Because that's the first question. Okay. If I suck at explaining things, did any of you hear that I think women are incapable of making decisions? Is that what anybody heard from what I just explained? I heard you say women are lazy, and I agree. I don't think that's what I said. I gotta change this background. This is not the background that I want. I understand what you're saying, but your delivery is a little bit rough. Okay, so what part is rough? What part do you think is rough here?
Okay, we're back.
Okay. Let's see.
Sorry about that. I had a cat jump on my computer, and if she jumps on it again, she's gonna promptly be put into a kettle of some sort so we can make soup out of her.
For some reason, what is happening? Oh, never mind. That's me. Okay. I'm so confused for a second.
No, chat. It's okay. I've got 2 more cats.
Freaking cats, dude. Okay. You ready? You good?
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay.
Provided another cat doesn't jump on my computer.
All right. So, the other day, I was sitting in chat. You know I'm terminally online media, yes?
I did not know that. No.
Okay. All right. So,
how much shit did I talk to you?
none.
Oh,
That's
that's surprising.
I was in chat. You were talking about systemic racism with a couple other people. I don't know who either one of them are. But you were talking about systemic racism. And one of the things that you said was that systemic racism is all political. And that's really it. And so I started going off in chat, and I'm like, wait, no. The systemic racism is like 10% political and then 90% everything else. And I started having a back and forth with some of the people in your chat. But once you finish your conversation with those people, I said, hey, we should talk about this sometime. And you said, sure. And then I sent you a DM later. So I'm surprised that you did not connect the fact that you said you wanted to debate the guy in chat about systemic racism. And then I DM you about that topic later.
I promise you, I'm super fucking dense, man.
Okay, so I guess I want to start off by understanding. So what do you mean when you say that systemic racism is 90%, or sorry, it is mostly political? You didn't say 90%. You said mostly.
Mostly political in the sense mostly policy, intentionally or otherwise. I'd say most systemic racism as it exists nowadays in a post like MLK future, it pretty much just extends. It exists in like how bank loans were done in the past. It exists in gerrymandering. It exists in like I'd say more like demographic based policy like that. I mean, if it exists non-policy wise, I just don't see where that happens. I mean, I know that's the classic like conservative take. It's the Ben Shapiro. Well, if you show me it happening, then I'll fucking respond to it. But I mean, I just don't see it.
Okay. So generally when we're talking about systemic racism, we are talking about policy as well, but we're also talking about business and culture. And
Yep.
most of those things seem to exist within business and culture. There's already discrimination laws that, say that you can't have one law that discriminates against another. And so even if we look at policies from the past and how they affect us today, they're going to affect us through culture and business because the laws no longer exist. We're not worried about racist laws today. We don't have racist policies today, but the ones that were in the past still affect us in culture and business.
Yeah, can I clarify something?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you saw the debate from the other day, but we were specifically talking about interpersonal racism. So it's not like I don't think that systemic racism exists outside of policy. It's just that we were specifically not talking about systemic racism. And like, actually, if we wanted to talk about a non-policy systemic racism that was going on, was segregation in businesses. And it wasn't because there was any policy that segregation was okay. It just wasn't outlawed. And
Exactly.
in the culture, it was perfectly fine to have separated bathrooms and whatnot.
Yeah, well, exactly. And so that's what I'm talking about, like
Yeah.
something like that. So when you say it's mostly political, that's kind of my issue, is that obviously it's not mostly political. So like one of the biggest examples of systemic racism is saying that like people with black names on their application makes it less likely for them to get a callback, right? That's not political, and that's not it's not policy based. It's just that like when we hear black names, we think of somebody poor, likely not well spoken, probably poorly educated, and we get the same results for somebody named Bubba, but Bubba is not as common of a name or culturally common as black names are within black culture, right? So a Shaniqua or a Denisha or, those sorts of names, those are a lot more common and culturally relevant for black people. And so it's going to be a more cultural issue when we automatically have these biases where we're not thinking, oh, it's a black person, I don't like black people, so I'm not going to call them back for an application. It's more so that I have these biases that make me not even realize that I'm discriminating against a race.
Yeah. Can I okay, I mean whatever. We're having a fucking debate. I'm trying
I
to
was
be
about to say, you don't have to ask
I
if
don't
you
even
can
know
push
that I
back.
like you, okay?
Okay.
You're a bit fucking soy for my taste. And just ideologically, I've heard some of your past. You're not soy as a person. I just mean ideologically.
Okay.
But anyways, don't you think, okay, do you think that black parents are aware of these differences when it comes to getting hired inside of applications? Like, first of all, I'm not justifying that we should bypass a Shaniqua because her name's Shaniqua. Because part of the studies that show those biases, a lot of them deal with the problem of like inherent bias, inherent racism. So it's something subconscious that you don't even necessarily choose to participate in. You've just got these experiences that lead you to these conclusions. Don't you think, on some sense, if the parent knows that Shaniquas are getting picked less, maybe they need to pick a different fucking name?
I would say yes, but I don't. So your original question is, do you think they know this most of the time? And no, I don't think they know this most of the time. I don't.
Okay.
I don't even think most black people could define systemic racism.
Okay. I was just curious because on some level, like I do think it's important for people to be aware of what the culture is. Like I don't agree with every trans talking point, but if I were to go around and consciously misgender people, I should be able to accept the consequences of that, given what our culture is,
Right.
It's not like I'm unaware, but that's why I was asking if you think they're aware of those differences, because I would say that would lend some culpability their way.
Yeah, I agree. But and so this is actually something that I'm trying to go over in my next video essay, is where like people like Professor Flowers or FD Signifier will say things like listen to black people and let them tell you about these things. But I don't even think black people understand these issues very well. That most black people, when we talk about like I think that they actively ignore systemic racism and the fact that like black people are more likely to be uneducated and not understand academic terms about these things, and they act like they all understand all the academic terms, even though we're also making the argument that they're having a harder time getting an education and going to college and doing all of these other things. It's like I don't think you can make both of these arguments at the same time, that somehow they are less educated and understand these issues better than everybody else. I don't think you can make both of those arguments. So that's something that I'm polling black people and talking to them in the streets like, hey, can you define this for me? And it's not
Well,
not going well.
I think the argument is that given the same resources, it's not like they'd understand things less, but because they're uneducated, they're gonna not be privy to a lot of these concepts.
Yeah, sure, but then do you think that we would turn
And really,
around
it's not
and
that
say,
they're uneducated, because black people are educated in this country just comparatively to white people in like pre-K to grade 12. They're going to be undereducated on average,
wait,
or when compared to white people.
yes, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah.
Sorry, I assume we're going to make compared to white people. We're going to make white people
Disproportionately.
comparisons. I don't want to fucking say it 12 times, but if I have to, that's
Yeah.
fine. I can qualify all of my statements.
Yeah, it's more about like proportionality. I'm saying
Yeah.
they are disproportionately going to be uneducated, especially like when we look at statistics about growing up in a single parent household and education linked to that, and how likely a black person is going, how likely they are to grow up in a single parent household. If we're linking education to that, we can make some pretty broad assumptions. But when my point was that if they're saying you should listen to black people on these topics, yet we go ask black people and they don't understand the topic, why, like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to say, hey, go listen to black people who are a lot less educated on this topic than you.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't know how well that's going to come off to people, because you're essentially you're kind of making the argument that on average there's a good reason to maybe not listen to a black person about their own experience.
Well, it's not about their own experience, because systemic racism, you don't experience systemic racism. Systemic racism is systemic, so you don't experience it.
I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that on the level that you definitely experience it if you're in a community that is widespread affected by it. I would say a person who's living in a rich, uppity community is probably going to feel and recognize their white privilege. I think a person who's living in a rundown urban city with windows broken everywhere and most of the population is black, they're going to be able to see the systemic racism that's going on, experience it, and internalize the fact that it's happening because they are the demographic that they are.
Sure, but is their experience going to be that much different from a white person born in a poor neighborhood? Like, it's just systemic poorness. It's not really systemic racism at that point.
Well, I do think it's going to be different, because society already has answers for why specifically the black man is experiencing this sort of lifestyle, which is,
yes, but they're
racism
not
and generational
experiencing
poverty.
that as an individual. They are not experiencing it as an individual in individual circumstances, right? I can't say, oh, I went to the market today and I experienced systemic racism. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. You don't experience it as an individual in individual circumstances.
Yeah, again, I would still disagree, because you're experiencing the symptoms of it. And if you can recognize the systemic end of it and you can recognize the symptoms, I think it'd be kind of naive to say they don't experience it.
So then I'll ask you again. So when you say that they know what the answers are, that it comes from systemic racism, knowing that it comes from systemic racism isn't going to change their actual individual experience from a white person who's also experiencing similar things.
Again, they'd have to be able to recognize or identify the systemic end to it anyways. So I mean, without that, like, no, they'd probably just either feel like they're down in the dumps, without reason, this is happening to me because I'm black, or some other reason. So I guess it would require them to have the knowledge that it's systemic in the first place.
Okay.
I mean that seriously. Like, without the societal context that rape is bad, or what constitute rape and what are the bounds of that, do you really think as many people would be traumatized by rape in the first place?
No, I don't. I completely agree. And I say this all the time. I think that, like, people sometimes actually get, like, they get traumatized by something way after, when they find out that it was bad. When it initially happens to them, if the experience doesn't come from the initial interaction, and instead it comes from the way that we categorize this and the way that we moralize it, then yeah, I don't think that you should really be traumatized by it. I think that it's a bit of a problem that you're like later becoming traumatized from something that didn't traumatize you initially. And so I agree that, like, yeah, if if they look at this within the broader context and say, oh, I know how to categorize this sort of oppression, my point is that their experience isn't actually going to be different from another poor person who's white. Their experience isn't experiencing systemic racism. They're just experiencing being poor. But systemic racism is just data. It is just it's just stats. It's just academia. It's, it's us just being able to categorize these things based on outcomes and numbers. And so you can't experience the numbers as an individual. It's only a thing because it's disproportionate to other communities.
Yeah, I get the stats end, because when we're talking about something being systemic, we're talking about it affecting a wide demographic. I'm just saying, so for instance, I moved from Michigan. There were some policies that I cannot name because I did not give a shit about, because I was not Middle Eastern. But there were some policies that affected specifically Middle Eastern people, and Dearborn, Michigan has the highest concentration of Middle Eastern people in the entire United States. There's I believe over 1 million of them that live there. They had protests because they could experience, or they could visualize what the systemic end of a policy was without ever seeing the system. It was sort of like somebody pulled back the veil a little bit. So of course you don't see the system, but again, you see the symptoms of it. And you see it not just affecting you, you're experiencing it, and you're watching everybody around you experience it too.
Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. I just disagree in the way that you're categorizing it, because I would say that, yeah, they're just experiencing being poor. Like, they're just experiencing what anybody would experience in being poor, or anybody in those circumstances. But it's only as a broad generalization that we end up calling it systemic racism. Like on an individual basis, one person can experience all of those same things, but if it's not disproportionate to other communities, we're not going to call it systemic racism. We're just going to say you're down on your luck. But when it is actually, yeah, go ahead.
Are you saying, basically, unless the policy is specifically geared towards Black people, and it says, Black person here cannot get this loan specifically, even though 99% of the people that it affects is specifically Black people, they can't see that systemic end? Or they don't?
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that the disproportionality of it is what makes it systemic. That, like, it has to be in comparison to another demographic, right? So if we look at Black people having these issues, and we can see that their issue is disproportionate to everybody else's, now we know that it somehow is targeting their demographic, right?
Yeah, I feel like we're talking past each other, because this is literally just me saying people can see the symptoms of systemic racism, and through those symptoms be able to see that it's happening and experience it. Again, they can't see the system, but experience it on a systemic level, because of the fact that it's not just them experiencing it, it's everybody in their community too.
Sure. Okay. So let's say they don't have the language to categorize this as systemic racism. They don't know about systemic racism, but they see all of the symptoms anyways. What is the difference between their experience and another poor person's that's white?
Well, presumably the white person wouldn't have enough white people around them to see it on a widespread level.
Why wouldn't there's more?
I mean, if they were in a highly concentrated area where there were just strictly poor white people, I could see that being the case. And then I would defend the point that, yeah, they can experience that they can see and experience that systemic racism as an individual.
Isn't that a lot more common for white people to be in poor areas with other
proportionally?
White people?
No,
not proportionally, but we're not talking about proportionally. We're talking about
white people are also a lot more spread out than Black people are. Black people tend to be centered in urban areas. White people, more often than not, live in rural. Not more often than not. We know how population is distributed inside the country, but plenty of white people live in rural areas or suburban areas.
Yes, but I feel like that's There's a lot more
The
of
reason
them
why
as
I
well.
would say that it's different than black people is even among poor white people, it is very likely that if you're a poor white person, you're also on some level within like maybe like a, if I were to guess, like a 3-block radius, there's also like wealthy white people living near you too. So it's never going to be the quality of your community. It's going to be like the quality of your property or your home or your job that's going to make the difference. I'd say there's probably a lot more commonality and experience for black people living in urban areas because they usually tend to be entirely run down, not just partially.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, redlining kind of made sure of that, but I don't think and I know we're off on like a completely different topic right now, but I don't think that that the experience can tell you that it's systemic racism without the numbers and statistics and the academic portion of it already pre-categorizing it for you, right?
Sure.
And I don't think that that actually changes the individual experience, knowing the statistics, right? So knowing that like you individually did not get a bank loan. You don't know that you individually didn't get a bank loan because of redlining or what. You just know that you individually didn't get a bank loan. You might think, oh, well, maybe this is, because of some sort of systemic racism, but you don't know. You just know that like, yes, as a community, you can experience systemic racism, but as an individual, you can't know what is or is not actually affecting you because of systemic racism. Does that make sense?
Do you think there's value in the idea that it could they could have an experience not knowing, in the sense that maybe they don't know why they got denied that loan, and because of that they're able to question whether or not it happened because they're black or because of some systemic policy? Like for instance, if somebody were to, at a college, if they were a black individual, they were to apply for a grant based on the fact that they had a certain skin color, and that would cover a certain amount of classes. But if they applied for that and they got it, it disqualified them from a merit-based grant. Do you think they would question whether or not they actually had the chops to attend the school because they didn't go through the merit-based grant? Because essentially at that point they're a diversity enrollment.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like I agree with what you're saying, that they're more likely to question the racist aspect of it. But again, I don't think that that is them experiencing systemic racism. Like, I don't think
No. I'm just going through the logic of them not knowing means that they can't, like, them not being able to determine the exact reason why they got denied a loan means that they can't, like, it can't influence their experience at all. I think it can.
I think it can influence their experience. Yes, I would agree with that. I just don't know that I would call the experience systemic racism. I
wouldn't either. I'm just saying, like, I don't think not knowing something definitively, I don't think that means it can't affect your experience negatively or your internalization of one.
Oh, I completely agree. Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's just the only reason that I even bring this up, because again, we're off on a completely tangential thing. But the only reason that I bring that up is because I actually hear black people say like, oh, well, in my experience with systemic racism, I'm like, you don't have experience with systemic racism. You're an individual. Like, it's a systemic thing. It's only real because it's systemic and because it's disproportionate to other people. If you had your life and lived exactly the same, but it wasn't a disproportionate thing community wide, we wouldn't call it systemic racism and we wouldn't care about it. And even with your experiences, you can never know whether or not they are from systemic racism or if they're just from, just a normal outcome that a white person would have.
Yeah. Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Boots knows that I'm under researched for this topic. And she's molding in chat. She may abuse us later and force us to deal with her. I'm just telling you, she's pretty pissed.
That is fine. You can pull her in if you want. I have no issue with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, that'll be completely up to her. But Yeah. Also, I understand we're not really getting into the systemic racism end. I'm just trying to poke at the language because some of the language you're saying right now, if you're going to keep saying, well, I agree with you once I kind of clarify something you said, I just want to make sure like our language is a little bit consistent because you were kind of like saying you were actually making the point that because somebody doesn't know and they can't identify that they got denied a loan because of the fact that they were black, that it doesn't affect their experience. That's
No,
what
I'm
your
not
argument
saying that
was
it doesn't
implying.
affect their experience. I'm not saying it doesn't affect their experience. I'm saying they cannot know that they are experiencing systemic racism. That like they could never give you this this perspective that I just experienced systemic racism or what my experience with systemic racism is. Now, the only reason that I keep saying that we're off on a separate tangent is because originally we were going to talk about whether or not it's all political, but you already kind of conceded that it's not. You don't think it's all legislative, and so that's the only reason that I like grasped onto this part is because yeah, you kind of said like yeah, obviously it's going to be in like business and other things as well. So yeah.
Okay.
Um
I mean,
but yeah,
wait. Was that like your main point of contention? Was you just thought that I thought like systemic racism was just policy?
yes. Yeah, because I even said in chat, I was like, dude, there's no way. And you started saying, like, yeah, I think it's all political. And then you started to argue against me. And then Boots and somebody else jumped in and started talking to you about something else. And so you never came back to it. And so that's why I said in chat right after, hold on, I want to debate you on whether or not it's always political. And you said okay. And so that's why I eventually messaged you on wanting to debate the topic, is because
Well,
yeah, I think it
okay.
sounds a bit ridiculous to think that it's all political when I think that's like 10% of it, maybe at most. It's like the smallest part of it is going to be through legislation today, and instead like the after effects culturally and within business from past legislation. But yeah.
Yeah, I would disagree on the percentages, but I get it. Is if that's it, why the fuck are we even talking right now then? Do we have anything else to talk about?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I was, that's what I was saying. I only latched on to that one part because yeah, I think the initial topic that we agreed to talk about is actually not even necessary. If because yeah, I didn't know that you didn't, because I even said in chat, I'm Tom Foolery, by the way, and I didn't know if you actually caught that. So yeah, that's why I asked at the beginning, because I was like, crap, what if what if we're not actually on the same page here? So yeah, I if you don't actually disagree
Oh,
with
you
that,
know
then
what? I saw that message. I thought somebody was making fun of you, and I ignored it out of respect to you.
yeah, so Terminally Online Media, the initials are Tom, Tom, and so
Okay.
I use that on Twitch, but yeah, because
Okay.
I don't really stream on Twitch.
Okay. I mean, if we don't have anything else to talk about, I don't know if I want to stay in this call. No
Yeah,
offense
that's
against
fine.
you.
No, that's fine, because yeah, if there's nothing, if you don't have any contention with that, then it's
We'll
all good.
have fights in the future. Hopefully we vastly disagree with one another, and hopefully it's not hinged on one question. You know, I don't think that that's your fault. I probably said a bunch of shit in that debate with Boots that made me sound like a fucking idiot. So
I didn't think there was. I actually I think I disagreed with Boots more than anybody else, because in that part you guys were talking about.
She's part POC, so she just doesn't understand or have the education to, really be able to talk about these issues.
Yeah, that sounds likely. You guys were talking about whether or not it's bad to be racist towards white people, and I think like your overall point was, it was a point that I make a lot, is that like systemic racism initially starts with individual interpersonal racism and then bleeds into systems because of like racist people, and then the systems outlast the interpersonal racism. And so if we start to normalize what being racist towards white people, it will start to bleed into the systems as well and eventually become systemic racism, especially when white people are not going to be the majority for much longer. So
Yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, I don't think anybody can really deny that interpersonal racism or interpersonal thought just or exchanges exist way beyond way before we ever get to a policy. There has to be some consensus, at least in a democratic society, for what the norm is. Because I mean that's how you get people to vote on shit. So
Well, on principle, yes. So like where IRI is making an argument that like that racism towards white people doesn't affect them all that much, he's obviously right. Like the only reason we really care about racism is because of how it affects people socially, like as a society. It becomes a bigger problem, not just because it hurts their feelings.
I would say the fact that there are different standards is what makes the racism a problem. Because actually, I would say light interpersonal racism is probably okay. It's not the best. You know, it's kind of like being a jerk to somebody. It's kind of like saying something rude. Light interpersonal racism is okay to some very low margin. In the same way that racist jokes might be okay. What the problem is, though, is we're sort of making this standard where because there's this past that white people today can't account for, now all of a sudden everybody else is racism is permitted against white people. But if a white person is ever racist against a non-white person, now all of a sudden we need to treat it like they're fucking Nazis. We need to make sure they lose their jobs. We need to make sure they're shamed for years. We need to go back and dig back 10 years ago in all of their social media and make sure we castigate them as if they say it today. Okay? And to be fair, it's not just white people that experience this. We had this happen with Kevin Hart when he got removed as a host from the Oscars, or I think he might have stepped down. But it was because of that joke he made like 10 years ago on Twitter saying, you know, if my son ever comes out as gay, I'll beat him with a Barbie doll house or some shit like that. And then he said he wasn't going to take back that comment. I mean, so that would be like an example of something towards gay people. But, you know, I just, the fact that there is an okay or an acceptable level of behavior towards white people, but then that is not reflected when white people exhibit that same behavior, I'd say is what makes that racism so powerful when it comes to affecting white people. I think when you treat people like rights they all have equally are supposed to be valued differently when they both express them equally, I think that creates a lot of discontent among different kinds of populations.
I don't necessarily disagree, but I feel like you're missing like the important part of that. Like why if I call a black person the N-word, why is that so bad? Instead of me just calling them an idiot. Like why is it worse for me to call them the N-word? Because I don't think if I call them an idiot,
why, right?
Well, I'm
if they're
asking,
going to call me a cracker, what I'm saying is if they call me a cracker, I want to call them the N-word. I'm already telling you that right now.
Sure, but I'm asking why. So you're not going to consider it morally wrong if I call somebody dumb, right? If I think that they're dumb and I think that they're stupid and I call them dumb, like nobody's going to say that's morally wrong, even though it's likely to hurt their feelings. We're not going to care that much. Nobody's going to make a big deal about it. I'm not going to get canceled. Why is that so different for the N-word then?
I don't think it's different. I think I treat it differently because other people treat it differently. I think the only reason I'm not going around slandering or slurring at somebody with the N-word is because there's a likelihood that if I say it to the wrong kind of person, I'm going to get hit for it, which we would not excuse for many, many, many other words, slurs included. That's the only reason I treat it differently.
Okay, so
I know the history of it. It's not like I don't.
It's not so much about the history. So, like, racism bleeds into like systems, right? So we just talked about this, right? It becomes worse and worse and starts to cause problems socially, right? So if a black person is looked down on and we can consistently call somebody the N-word, which is like kind of a way to dehumanize them and say like you're less than me because you are an N-word, and an N-word is somebody who's black, then you're pretty much saying you're less than me because you're black. So if this starts to bleed into society and become normalized, then society is going to think less of these people. It's going to be harder for them to get jobs. It's going to be harder for them to get friends. It's going to be harder for them to be accepted into higher class parts of society, and that isn't really something that white people currently have to worry about if being called cracker is normalized. And so the N-word is so different from being called dumb, because the being called dumb is not attached to some immutable characteristic that will make it more likely for you to be discriminated against in the future. Whereas the N-word it does make it more likely for you to be discriminated against, right?
I would say it doesn't have to reach that level. If when I call a black person the N-word and they hit me, and that video shows up on YouTube, and people comment on it, well, he shouldn't have hit the guy, but I totally understand it. But then if I start hitting somebody because they call me a cracker, and all of the comments are like, well, we shouldn't resort to violence. This is a bad thing. Why does he even care? He's a white person. Being called a cracker doesn't... It's not about the weight of the word. It's about the weight of the intention. It's because I know that that person across from me is trying to disrespect me. I don't actually think black people internalize the N-word to the degree we give its weight to. Okay? I think people internalize that word because they know what that disrespect is that I'm trying to levy towards them.
Okay. Let me make sure. Are you cool staying on and having this conversation? Because I think this is actually a more interesting conversation to have. But
I think it is too. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Let me get a drink real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. True, black people historically have a huge trust in government. I don't think that's how it works, Fo. I guess you can make people get less complex about things, but I don't think that is the biggest inequality we should worry about. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with this, is that I think that there's like a massive difference when it comes to the outcomes of one versus the other. And that's kind of what makes one different from the other.
Getting a drink is not a debate tactic, Nair, okay? Shut your fucking face.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Okay.
Who is it that made the was it President Sunday who said, see how Destiny's eating in the middle of the debate? He does this as a power play tactic. I think it was him.
There was somebody, I forget his name. Brent, I think was his name, who said that Destiny eating pizza in the middle of a debate was a debate tactic. Yeah. He was talking to a couple other people, and he took it back afterwards and said that he sounded like an idiot, but yeah, that was funny. Okay, so the thing that I was just explaining in the chat is that I think that there's a massive difference between one and the other and how they're going to affect you socially. And especially when white people are a majority, the way that we talk about minorities is going to affect them to a much larger degree. Whereas like just saying cracker isn't really going to affect us all that much, because most of us are white, and it's very unlikely that we're going to have we're going to discriminate against white people when we identify with white people. So I think there's a massive difference between saying the N-word and saying somebody's dumb. And there's a reason why, like, something becomes immoral by it, like, or we consider something immoral socially by stigmatizing it, right? We all say, hey, you shouldn't do this. And if somebody does it, then we all get onto them and say, hey, you're bad, you're an idiot, you shouldn't have done this. Like, and we all start to stigmatize that person's action. You agree with this?
Yeah.
Okay.
And by that same statement, I would say just because we make excuses for calling people dumb or idiots or morons, I think we actually do decide as a society that it's morally wrong to do that. Like we do place a just wide swath. I do think we place a certain weight on words when they're intended as an insult, just in general.
Yes, but it's socially acceptable to insult people.
Yes, it's socially acceptable, but that doesn't mean that we think it's socially like you might have me there. I don't know.
Because I was going to say, if we agree that something becomes immoral when we stigmatize it, yet it's socially acceptable, that means it's not stigmatized. Therefore, we would not consider it immoral.
Sure, yeah. I would say the only contention I have at that point is that I really feel like a lot of the language we engage in anyways, even if we say it's not morally wrong, is because we're also saying, well, it's worse for me to restrict your right than it is for me to force you to be nice.
Say that again. It's more
it's more wrong for me to restrict your rights than it is for me to like well, I said that kind of backwards. It's worse for me to restrict your rights to free speech than it is for you to actually be allowed to say the word that I find to be morally wrong or engage in the conduct that I say is morally wrong.
Yeah.
So like calling you an idiot is not that bad when it's compared to the fact that in order to get me to stop doing it, you have to take my rights away.
I don't think that's true because we can just stigmatize it, right? What is getting canceled? Getting canceled is a large group of people all denouncing someone or something all at once, right? They're all saying at once, we don't like this behavior, this is bad, and we all denounce that person all together. And that's what canceling is. And so by canceling people, we all show like a unity to say, we don't like this sort of behavior, and we make it less likely for somebody to do that again in the future, right?
Less likely to express the rights that they have inside of this country, right?
Yes, but having a right isn't, we're talking about morals, right? So morals come from stigma, not just from laws. And so stigmatizing something. So if something's stigmatized, it means that like if a black person beats you up for saying the N-word, we're more likely to empathize with them because we highly stigmatize that thing. Now, is that good that we're saying it's okay to beat somebody up over the N-word but not cracker? No, that's not good. That's not a good outcome. But it is an obvious outcome from stigmatizing the N-word, and we want to stigmatize the N-word. We want to stigmatize it a lot more than saying the C-word.
Yeah, I don't think we want to stigmatize any magic words to the point of it being for us to be able to empathize with somebody in the act of like beating somebody up, committing physical violence. I think we've already got good legal exceptions for that, which is if you're trying to incite violence, then yeah, maybe it might be permissible for me to beat the shit out of you, before the law ever gets involved.
Do you think if you know it's likely that somebody's going to beat you up if you call them the N-word, yet you call them the N-word anyways, that would then kind of be on you?
Yeah. It would go back to me understanding what the culture is, but that doesn't mean that I agree with the culture or that I even think the culture agrees with itself, because I would say that the N-word is just a magic word and people are way too soft about it. In fact, I hope to normalize it.
Well, so I think the end goal is to make it to where the word no longer matters. And I do think that we do harm to that process by allowing black people to say it and not white people. So the hope is eventually get to a point where where saying the N-word is no longer dehumanizing and nobody cares about it anymore. But in that process, you are stigmatizing it to a very high level to make it to where people are very unlikely to use that word in a derogatory manner. The less likely somebody is to use it in a derogatory manner, the more that that meaning is attached to the word. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, I guess. I just don't know if I care. Like I it's well within my right to dehumanize you as long as I'm not doing that on an actions level. Like, I'm not allowed to just imprison you. I'm not allowed to hold you captive. But I'm certainly not allowed to call you whatever the fuck I want and dehumanize you. Again, I think the only reason this shit affects white people the way that it does is because they're not allowed to dehumanize in the same way that black people are allowed to, or Latino people are allowed to.
Yeah, but nobody's arresting people for saying the N-word. Like, nobody's getting...
No, you're right. They're just beating the shit out of them. They're just getting them removed from jobs. They're just completely affecting their livelihood, which to me, I think is a restriction on a right just as much as a law is.
Well, so how do we make something less likely to happen socially without stigmatizing it at a high rate?
Who says I want, like, the N-word to be said less in society? I mean, really what I want is the harm that people are internalizing themselves by the word being said to be lessened, because they need to realize an insult is just an insult and it can only ever just be an insult on its own.
Well, we agreed earlier that... I thought we agreed, maybe not, but like saying the N-word to people is attached to their race, and so therefore dehumanizing somebody based on an immutable characteristic is more likely to give them social problems, meaning they're less likely to be able to get jobs and less likely to be able to interact with other people. And
yeah, I disagree with that part. That's where I would disagree, is like, I don't actually think words like that make them less likely to get jobs. I think the culture within which we found that word acceptable to use, black people were less likely to get jobs, but I don't think it had to do with the word. I think it had to do with the culture as a whole.
Yeah, but that the word is part of it. Like using derogatory terms, using slurs towards a specific group. So like the T slurs for trans people, like taking these out of ordinary lexicon is what helps them gain status within society. If we're still able to use very derogatory terms that are based on these immutable characteristics, it's very hard for them to actually gain acceptance when these are still
then what's
normalized.
the inverse of that? Like, it's okay to levy slurs against white people because they're above us in some way in society, and so it's okay if we bring them down a couple notches. Like, we're normalizing certain terms for them, and we're also able to demonize them if they retaliate in a similar fashion.
My argument is not that we should normalize these things, though. My argument is that there's obviously different weight from one to the other, but that like it shouldn't be acceptable to... I don't think it would be good if we normalized calling white people the C-slur. And I think it would have a detrimental effect to white people if we normalized it to a wide degree. Yeah.
I think if we lessened the degree by which we valued the N-word today, way beyond slavery, way beyond Jim Crow laws, way beyond MLK, I think if we valued it differently today, I think people would feel a lot less offended inherently if they were called the C word. Crackers specifically is what I'm talking about. Twitch admins. Okay, I'm white. All right, I'm not using it to denigrate anybody.
I didn't understand what you meant. Can you say that again? No, not... I understand the word.
Oh, no. I just...
the logic, the argument that you were making.
If we were to societally lessen the weight that we give the word, I was going to say it, the N-word, I think it would also decrease the harm incurred on white people if they got called words like the C word, because all of a sudden we're not making exceptions for types of slurs. And I think it's okay to gamer rage every once in a while. I think it's probably necessary. I think people need proper outlets for venting their anger and evil emotions without ever having to like touch another person.
Okay, so do you think the N-word was a tool to dehumanize black people in the past?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, dehumanize slaves in general. Just most slaves were black.
Sure. Well, so kind of. But the N-word first came into the lexicon because it was a word used for black workforces. And it was a general word that everybody used. It was normal. It wasn't a bad word. It wasn't a slur. And then when black people were enslaved at high rates, it now became, because they were enslaved for work, it now became the word for black workers, because it was already the word for black workers. So the word was fine. It was a fine word. It didn't do any harm, and it was actually a word that black people used for themselves as a workforce. It was nothing.
Well, back then they were calling each other Negro and stuff, right?
So well, no,
it was. I mean, I'm not saying the hard R N word didn't exist. I'm just saying, like, generally when they were referring to each other, though, the word that was used back and forth, even amongst white people, was Negro.
I'm saying the hard R, that's where its inception came from, was black workforces in America. It was a word used for black workers. It was to say this is a black worker, and it was the N word with the hard R. And that's how it ended up becoming the word for black slaves, is that they were the black workers. And so they just started calling them the N word with the hard R. But based on how it was used for black people as workers. But now black people as slaves now meant that, like, if you're using this word as a black slave, now it is meant to dehumanize them. Like, the fact that it entails them being a slave is obviously dehumanizing. And so it brings the negative connotations with it. It's not... like, just calling somebody dumb isn't dehumanizing. There's dumb people. Dumb people exist, right? But using an N-word is dehumanizing. There isn't another word like that, because we don't have other like racial castes where you were that low on the totem pole like black people were in America. So it has a very different connotation to it than other words.
Yeah, I get the difference. I would just say, one, we've already decided as a society slavery is wrong. We decided that almost 200 years ago now. And then two, even if it's like you were saying earlier that it's like race based and it's to denigrate black people, and it is for sure. But really, what we're doing is we're saying, hey, you're still just a slave boy. That's really what we're saying.
Right.
And I would say, suck it up, Buttercup, because you're also implying an equal opposite when you call me a cracker. And to be fair, cracker, that's not even the original, like, etymological source for the word. But when they say cracker, they're internalizing the word whip cracker, really. Because I think cracker itself has a different source. I can't remember what it was, but it also referred to, like, low wage workers to some degree. But I can't remember what it was, what that etymology was for.
Yeah, I don't remember it either, but it definitely wasn't, whip cracker. It was something different that
when people call me a cracker, they're not internalizing, or they're not, like, trying to communicate what the original usage of the word was. They're trying to say I'm a whip cracker. They're trying to say, hey, you're the type of dude to enslave us fucking people.
Yeah.
And I'm saying
you think that it would be bad if that was normalized.
Only in the scenario within which we're not allowed to say certain types of slurs to other people. Otherwise, I think it's totally fine for us to insult each other.
Hold on. I'm not talking about, like, in comparison or anything like that. I'm just talking about the word in and of itself being used in a certain type of way. So if we can talk about outcomes from a specific action, we can talk about that action in and of itself being wrong. We don't need to compare it to other actions to know whether or not it's wrong, right?
On principle, I don't care about insults and slurs, no.
But, okay, so this is going to take me back to the original question. So then if we find a word is actually dehumanizing to a group, and it actually has negative outcomes socially for them. Would you still hold that position?
I mean, you'd have to prove it out, and then I'd have to say, well, we need to probably change society. I can choose
Mhm.
to be kind to these people, but again, even if I choose not to be kind to these people, then just because I'm not kind to them doesn't excuse them harming me physically. So I don't know. It depends, because essentially me saying, well, I can choose to not use that word. I mean, to me, that kind of needs to be seen as kindness, not like, oh, well, I'm furthering the harms done on this person by society. What I would say is we need to change society to some degree, because that's a
Yes.
problem with society. That's not a problem with me or the word.
But that is how morals work. Is morals are like they're enacted on individuals, but they are wrong because they have an overall negative social effect. And so like stealing in and of itself, like or even lying.
Can you prove
right?
that though? Can
What
you
do you mean?
prove that by calling people the N-word, like we're making it like they're facing real world systemic effects by having that word not be stigmatized?
I feel like it's just so evident that I don't even know why I would need to prove it. Like if we start to normalize denigrating people based on their race, and it's in media and it's in the news and it's all over the place. Yeah, I think that we all already know that that has a detrimental effect on groups, regardless of whether or not you're white, black, trans, gay, or whatever. Like we've seen these things a million times, and we start to stigmatize those slurs. Now, I said earlier, the goal is to eventually get to a point where it doesn't matter all that much anymore. So where you're saying like, well, this is a societal problem, we need to change society. Yes, that's true. And so part of changing society is saying, hey, we're not going to use this word while we are going through a process of changing society. Once we've changed society and it doesn't seem like there's any reason to like make changes for one race versus another, then yeah, there's no reason to tell people not to use the N-word anymore, nor tell them not to say cracker anymore. Like neither one would matter anymore. But
Yeah.
right now that we're not in that place. We're still making those changes to society and trying to get rid of a racial caste that still exists in some sense.
Yeah, I would disagree with you there. I think the expiration date on the N-word and a lot of other slurs are overdue. I think we did make it socially stigmatized to say those words. We've enacted a lot of social change and removed a lot of racism. Not just systemically, but like interpersonally, and just decided wholesale that it's not okay. I still think it's okay for people to vent. I think when we're talking about words like dumb and idiot being okay to use, what we're saying is they're not stigmatized. But we have this kind of nice principle in society, which is we are not allowed to denigrate people, or we should not denigrate people based on immutable characteristics. Now, you tell me, what about intelligence, baser intelligence linked to your genetics is not immutable?
It's the word isn't linked to your genetics though. The word is just linked to you as an individual.
Well, if you can't ever become more smart than you are, especially, let's say, if I call you retarded, Tom, you're a fucking retard. Well, you can't change whether or not you're retarded.
Right, but do people automatically assume now that my parents are retarded if you call me retarded? No. They just think I'm retarded.
Retardation doesn't inherently need to be genetic. I mean, there's definitely different ways to be retarded.
This is the point, though, is that just calling one person the word has an effect on other people. It's a social difference. This is why we don't care if you call somebody retarded or call somebody dumb or call people these words as individuals. You're only affecting the individual.
You're asking me specifically to contend with genetic retardation or genetic stupidity. I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't affect anybody else if you call me retarded, except for maybe like actually like people with some sort of mental disability being having issues with the word retarded. But I don't think that actually exists really anymore. So yeah, I think the word retarded is fine at this point.
Yeah, I would say even if it hurts somebody's fifis, even if it makes them feel like less of a person and less confident in themselves, I would say, you know what? We shouldn't stigmatize it in society because it's a right we say that we have. We should be allowed to express it.
Okay, so if you come on here and you tell all of us that you're a billionaire and you're going to fund a bunch of streamers and you want these streamers to put these ads on their channel for your channel, and you're going to give them a bunch of money if they all put these ads on there, and then they all put their ads on there saying, you know, 6 channels awesome, go watch him, and they link you and everything, and then you don't pay them, you don't give them any money. This is you lying, and we stigmatize lying because it causes problems with communication socially. It causes social problems with language and communication overall, and so we stigmatize lying to a high degree because it causes larger social problems afterwards. Do you think that just because you have the right to lie, that now we should all just stop stigmatizing lying? Like, it sounds like you think that there should be no separation between laws and morals because you think we have the right to say it, so why not?
Okay, there's a difference here, which is an outright lie is different than something like the N-word, which is allowed to have different intents and allowed to be interpreted in different ways. The fact that that is open to interpretation, whereas a lie is just a straight up lie. I don't know. I think those things are treated differently already. Like we have slander laws and libel laws. We're not allowed to commit fraud. Like we've already decided, okay, technically, if we were to be free speech absolutists, then these things should be allowed. But we already understand that it's kind of like the same thing. Like, well, you have a right to possess any weapon and act in self-defense, but if unchecked, we just decide every time you say you're acting in self-defense, we just believe it. Well, all of a sudden we're enabling this sort of society where it's really just we're reverting back to anarchy. I think there's a lot of checks on lying and deception in and of itself already that we've decided as a society that is wrong. I do not think we've borne out that principle at all when it comes to slurs.
Okay, so again, like I would say morals are something that affects society overall. It's something that's going to have a greater implication, and we hold people to these rules on an individual basis so that we don't have these overall problems with society. That seems what morals are, is just something that is these are rules that we make for us to interact with one another so that we can live in a society together, so that we can have a cohesive society with one another. So if we are denigrating somebody as a group with words like the N-word, and this does have some sort of social harm that on that entire group, not just the individual, because I don't care that I'm hurting the individual's feelings. I care that there's an overall outcome that's actually a negative outcome for them. Then that's why I think it's good to stigmatize words like the N-word and the C-word and other slurs that are based on immutable characteristics, because the immutable characteristic means that it's going to affect everybody with that characteristic.
Yeah, I would say you stigmatize the action of denigrating somebody because you're otherizing them based on an immutable characteristic. You don't stigmatize the word itself. There's a reason. Tom, would you say that you're a pretty white person?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that I could call you an N-word out of anger and it not be because you're black?
Yeah.
Maybe it just rolls off the tongue really easily. Maybe I understand that it sounds really fucking strong when I say it. Just phonetically, not like definition wise.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is okay to stigmatize the idea that we're denigrating somebody because they have these immutable characteristics versus treating the words like magic fucking words. Like, I think there's multiple reasons I can call somebody the N-word without it, even to a black person, without it ever being because they're black.
Yes, but if we're trying to get rid of the word within the lexicon, we're trying to denormalize it. Yes, but I don't even feel like you're contending with my argument about like how these things have social implications, and like why something is immoral versus why it would be illegal. Like morals are there just to protect us socially. But you keep talking about, well, I have the right to say it. I don't really care about your rights. I'm talking about morals, right? I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about what is best for us socially as individuals, not as like not like what does the country need, or what does the state need from us. It's more about like what is it that we expect from one another, and what helps us act better cohesively. So if they went and made saying the N-word illegal, I would have a huge problem with that. I would be super pissed off about that. I would be rioting in the streets. But if we say, hey, like this person's an idiot, they should get banned off Twitter, or everybody, go cancel them or attack them online, or, make fun of them because they said the N-word on the internet, I would have no problem with that, because it's good to get rid of that word in our regular lexicon. And I don't just mean white people. I mean, black people probably shouldn't be saying it either, because the more black people say it, the more it's going to continue to be normalized, and the more it's going to continue to be a problem. I grew up in an all-black neighborhood. Okay. I went to an all-black church. I went to an all-black school. I said the N-word growing up, most of my childhood. I eventually moved to Georgia, where then everybody was white, and everybody thought I was freaking crazy for saying the N-word. And I knew it was like a cuss word, like a bad word, like something I'm not supposed to say around my parents. I didn't know it was a bad word because I was white. I had no idea. I didn't know that. And there was no way I could have known at the time. Because yeah, I was just, to everybody else, I was just another black person. I just happened to be white. Like, that's just how I grew up. I grew up with all of them the same way that they did. But I eventually recognized that it was different for me to say it, and the harm is greater when I say it versus when they say it, though I don't think they should say it. So it's just like, I think the saying cracker is bad. I don't think it's as bad as saying the N-word, but I still don't think we should say cracker. There's levels to this. There's a spectrum to it on how much harm it has on society, but that's what morals are. These are things that we put in place to help society and to help us interact more cohesively. And I just feel like you have to acknowledge that saying the N-word is going to dehumanize people as a group and affect them socially.
Yeah, I would say, okay, you keep saying, well, morality comes from society, and they kind of like the stigmatization either determines whether or not something is independent of law, okay to say or not okay to say. Well, we've made that determination as a society for the N-word, and we've decided, because it's not okay as a society, we're allowed to remove you from your job, remove you from platforms. And by the way, I would defend Twitter's right to ban you, because Twitter is its own entity that's allowed to express free speech. That's independent even of society. They're just engaging in markets.
Can I correct that real quick? Because you said because society has decided. I don't think it's because society has decided. I think society has decided because of the harm.
I think there was a point in time where that harm was real and genuine. And I think we're past that, and society hasn't moved on because we've enabled its toxic behavior to keep stigmatizing something that is long over its expiration date.
So do you think the same thing with like the T slur for trans people?
Yeah, again, I think honestly, I think we already live in a society that could very easily live without being super traumatized by slurs. Again, I'll say it, we live past, like, we're beyond MLK and different movements like that. I could say in the 2010s, when trans people had a lot less rights or there were less studies, for sure, you could argue for some restriction socially of slurs against trans people. I think they should be welcomed back. Okay. Just like I would welcome slurs against white people if they were treated equally. But I was going to say, society has already decided it's okay for you to lose your job. be removed from platforms. You shouldn't be allowed to say anything that's communicable to other people on the internet. Just because you've said the N-word once or twice or 50 times, preferably I'd say it 500 times if I could get away with it. And, I think if that's the case, if society has already decided that this word is so bad, why the fuck is every time we have this topic brought up, why is everybody saying, well, I wouldn't want somebody to go to jail for it? Motherfucker, what do you think it feels like? Or is it being internalized like when I lose my top position at Sony? What do you think it feels like when I'm not allowed to get hired at other places, other restaurants, because people are constantly spamming my Facebook page with like memes about the fact that I said it 12 years ago on fucking Twitter?
Yeah, but how do we
I see no difference between the two.
How do we enforce something socially without making it law and to make it immoral? So something like lying. Like, how would we stop people from lying?
A light suggestion. We've had this. We've basically already had the solution for a lot of different practices. It's kind of like, well, we don't want to make it law that you're not allowed to have sex until you get married, but we're going to strongly encourage that people don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. There's no punishment beyond that.
That's not true. That is not true. People, you get stigmatized heavily for those things. We have words like slut. We have, concepts like body count. We talk about people being, a whore and all of these other things. We have heavily stigmatized these things. Just like when Lav goes on Destiny's stream and lies a ton, all of us turn around and call her butt out, and we rake her over the coals for weeks afterwards because she's lying. Why? Because it's good to stigmatize lying. It's good to stigmatize behavior like that so that she stops doing it and other people are less likely to do it as well. I think I lost you.
Wait.
There you go.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. I would say, do you think that anybody who's raking Lav over the coals, even if let's talk about the large majority of people, because somebody is going to do what I'm about to say. Even if we're raking her over the coals for lying, do you think anybody's trying to actually get her deplatformed on a large scale? Do you think anybody's ever trying to say she's not allowed to say the things that she's saying? Because I think socially we're trying to stop her. We're trying to prove her wrong. We're trying to correct the things that she's saying. If we can't stop her from saying them, and that's the end of it.
Wait, but you agree on the hold on. I'm trying to make a point on like the social stigma. This is why we stigmatize things, right? This is the point that we're making right now. It's not that the levels aren't different from one moral action to another, that there's not a spectrum from one thing being way worse than another thing. It's that when we want something to be unacceptable socially, we stigmatize it and we heavily push back against it when we see it.
Heavily is a strong word, though, because I don't think we heavily push back against a bunch of things. In fact, I think for somebody like Lav, if we were to heavily push back against her, what we would be doing is actually like suing her for some of the things that she's saying. We would actually be trying to get her deplatformed for some of the harm that she's, or some of the shit she might be directing towards people like Madame Genevieve or Pixie. I think we would, I think heavily is a very strong word. I think in a light sense, we stigmatize things. And that's probably as far as it should go, unless me and you are willing to have this talk. You're saying it's okay for me to heavily stigmatize the N-word, and to me, the result of you heavily stigmatizing something is that you'd be comfortable putting it into law if you can sympathize with me and my lifestyle being fucking ruined for saying it in the first place.
Well, So you already said earlier that you are fine with Twitter putting it into their TLS that they don't want people to say the N-word because they're a private business, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So just the same as if you say the N-word and everybody is coming after you on the internet and on Twitter and you're getting heavily canceled, as a business, I'm likely going to lose money if I continue to employ you. And so as a private entity, it's in my best interest to fire you so that I don't have to continue losing money based on your actions as an individual. It's the same exact logic.
No, it's not. Unless there's something in your handbook that says if you engage in this specific outside of work practice that may or may not affect our business, I think you should be allowed to sue for those people, and it be likely that you gain some I don't know what you call the funds you get back from a lawsuit. If it's like compensation.
Restitution.
Oh, compensatory damages. I think you should get compensatory damages for the fact that these people fucking fired you. I think that should be wrong.
So should you be able to lose a company money and them not be able to fire you over something like that?
we do have laws against certain types of libel that have malicious intent implied. I think people can knowingly go on social media and tank a company and it affect people outside of themselves and them get sued for it. I do think we already have laws for that. They're probably not as loose as you'd want them to be for that to be like worth going through.
Well, I mean, the same with libel laws.
But
I
on
mean,
principle,
it's
I'm just saying, like,
insanely hard to actually sue somebody for libel. There has to be like intent and for them to know that they were going to cost you all of these things and for them to knowingly lie. And like libel is one of the hardest things to prove in court.
Yeah, I don't know what you would call it when you purposefully tank a company's worth, but I can tell you confidently, I know that that's already an illegal thing because we've had people sued in the past by companies for doing so. And again, I don't know the legal terms. I don't know the legal terms, but I'm saying that somebody has already thought of this problem or went through it, and we've probably got laws in the books or some sort of precedent to say, like, yeah, people are probably owed money for this on some class action level.
For getting canceled and then fired?
No. For intentionally, maliciously, taking a company's funds.
Yeah, sure. But I think that that's a bit different. Like, we wouldn't even, again, I'm trying to just stick to like the social ramifications and why we have morals. And I don't really want to get into like the legal aspects of these things. So like, if we talk about, I had a debate with Chad a while ago where he asked me, do you think a business should want to fire a gay person if that gay person is losing them money? And I said, yes, like, of course, they should definitely want to fire that person if they're losing them money. That we have protections for that. So legality is going to be completely different. But like, we should expect the market to work that way to where if somebody's losing you money, that the business should want to fire you. So if you want protections against this, I think that would be completely different as to whether or not you should get canceled. If there are no protections right now, people should still people should still stigmatize actions that they consider immoral so that they're less likely to happen.
Yeah, I would just say those kinds of things when we're talking about relationships between an employee and a business, those need to be put in paper because that's an agreed upon like contract that they're both engaging in. And to be fair, that's why a lot of these precedents, is it okay for somebody to be sued and then get like a successful suit out of it? It's usually because there's some sort of clause inside of a handbook that says, okay, we asked for this thing of you, and the court is backing up the idea that that was an acceptable condition for us to ask.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and assume there are legal there's legal protections for somebody to not get fired for saying the N-word when they're getting canceled or something like that. Would you still think it was bad for everybody to stigmatize these actions socially and cancel somebody?
No, I don't think stigma in and of itself is bad. I'd say it's a practice in moderation.
I agree. Yes, I agree with this. Yes. So the way that people interact with things. So like, I I agree with a lot of like progressive principles, but I think that the way that they act on them, so especially like trans issues or like, um, calling somebody by the wrong pronouns or something like that, the way that people react to that online is so overboard to where they're obviously going to get pushback. They're obviously going to get a ton of people who are upset about that and who are going to end up just uh, um, misgendering people just because they need to push back against this broad jerk against misgendering, right? When progressives overreact to things like that, it's just going to cause more of a problem instead of fix it. But I think that like that's like you said, it's more of an issue in moderation. So if we're like stigmatizing people saying the N word, I would agree. Like it's probably not good to go overboard, to call their bosses, um, to make it to where they're like incapable of living a life afterwards. But that doesn't mean that we should all just like accept it now, even if it has negative ramifications socially afterwards. Like the negative ramifications are what we're trying to avoid, and so we stigmatize it so that those don't happen as much anymore.
Okay.
So then, like, saying the N word less would be part of getting it out of the, colloquial lexicon so that we're not normalizing the N word as much anymore. And then eventually, hopefully, that also helps us progress to a point where saying the N word doesn't matter all that much anymore.
Okay, and then after it doesn't matter that much to say the N word, do you think it's acceptable to say it then? Do you think it's acceptable to say, Tom, you effing N word?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay, well then how do we get to that point if we've already decided as a community that this word is so awful that people need to be facing some sort of punishment for it, either socially or otherwise? How do we even get to that point? Because again, this is where I get to, I think these words have reached their expiration date in how much they should matter. And it feels like to me, the actual word, the harm of the actual word that's incurred on a person is not there. And in fact, what it does now is if you're a black person, Tom, and I call you the N-word, we're on a social media platform, I think it actually empowers you. It empowers you to get rid of me.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say we're way past due it being an acceptable word to say. Especially in a post-cracker society. Because I think cracker should be okay to say too.
I don't think that's all that it's about. Like, because we were just
I,
talking about systemic racism a minute ago. Systemic racism still exists to some extent. It's not like a massive problem as it was a while back, and we're making a lot of progress. And especially the more progress we make socially, the less uh, systemic racism is going to be a problem. But once there doesn't seem to be as much of a racial caste anymore, I think would be the point where like it wouldn't matter as much to use words like the N word or the C word, and I don't think we're anywhere near that currently.
yeah, I would say I'll use your own argument against you, even though I don't disagree with you, is that people do not experience systemic level racism as an individual. So how are we going to care about the systemic level racism when what we're talking about with slurs is interpersonal racism?
Well, so if I'm saying that we shouldn't use interpersonal things become immoral because of their overall effect on society, then it's going to be the overall effect on society that decides whether or not we can continue doing those things.
I just want to point out something. Maybe this wasn't clear. I do think slurs, by and large, are immoral. At least what I would call moral in a societal context. I just don't think it's wrong. Like, given what our rights are, I don't think I could blame somebody for engaging in an immoral act. because we have rights, because every once in a while, we understand people are going to act immorally. And
what does that mean? You can't blame them for doing an immoral act. Like, by it being immoral in and of itself means that they shouldn't do it.
Well, no. It just means we think it's a bad action.
But what does bad mean?
I think it's perfectly acceptable to understand or give excuses to people for why they might act immorally sometimes. Sure, you could say they shouldn't do it. I'm saying I can conceive of reasons why somebody might.
It could be
act
understandable.
If it's within the scope of their rights.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I had a conversation with this with somebody the other day where, like, generally we stigmatize being sexist towards women. But in this space, like, most everybody's pretty progressive. We don't think like really everybody really hates women. So we make a lot of sexist jokes here and say a lot of sexist things because I don't think it's going to have an overarching effect on society all that much. But that's how we police morals, is as individuals. We police them on an individual level. And so, like, technically we're doing something wrong by engaging in sexism, but we're like, it doesn't seem to matter all that much if it's not actually going to have an effect on society. So, like, you can say like you're doing something wrong. Yes, we're doing something wrong by engaging in sexism for sure. But does it matter all that much? Probably not. And so I think it's the same with like somebody saying the N-word. As an individual, I think we've already like stigmatized it so much to where you could sit on here and say the N-word all day. It's not really going to affect anything because it's not going to become normalized because Sick on Twitch is saying the N-word. Like, it doesn't matter all that much. My argument is more so that it's not something that should be normalized again, because we're just not at a point where it could be normalized.
Yeah. Okay. So you were bringing up earlier about the N-word basically like making people less likely to get jobs and whatnot. I would say if I nurtured a platform where if Twitch TOS allowed it, it was acceptable to say the N-word, I don't think that it would make black people less likely to get jobs. I do, however, think it might be less likely for black people to want to engage with my platform, probably by a large margin. I would say there is an effect of all of the misogyny on Twitch, and it's that there's a lot less women on this space, and the women who thrive in this space tend to be more toxic.
So when people use the N-word, do you think they're like hard R? You think they're generally using it in a derogatory fashion towards black people?
Yes.
Okay. And just on your platform, I think that you're correct. But if it became normalized on YouTube and on Facebook and on Twitter and all of the major platforms, do you think that would start to have a detrimental effect on black people? Not just by hurting their feelings, but yeah, by making it harder for them to get jobs or something like that.
No.
So a large group of people could be normalized for them to use a slur that is being used in a derogatory fashion towards a specific group of people based on an immutable characteristic, and it wouldn't have a negative effect in your eyes.
Well, it would have negative effects, just not. It's not negative effects that are going to be imposed by other people in society, especially if we treat the weight of the word, the N-word, as something that's not like, well, yes, I'm like treating you like a second-class citizen, but I don't actually think of you as a second-class citizen. I just find that to be something acceptable to do when I'm angry. I would say no, it's not gonna affect them by society's standards, but I'd say it's much like the rape victim or the person who was sexually assaulted, but we keep calling what they went through rape, is that there's going to be this self-imposed trauma that they're experiencing that's going to make them not want to engage. And so, that would be my defense for why I would say it's actually super important we destigmatize the word and take away the weight from it, and just keep it as like, well, this is just like a blanket insult.
Yeah, I definitely think that I think that we can take away the weight from the word. I just don't think that that's happened. It's like, it's been what, like 70 years since we've started stigmatizing the word. Like, I don't think that, I think there's got to be like multiple generations before that could actually take place, where people grow up, where like they grow up and live their entire lives, where their parents also live their entire lives never being around the word, where it was used in an inflammatory manner. But the so earlier we talked about black people having a harder time getting jobs because they have black names, right? Why do you think that happens?
Uh, sorry. Because I think they're holdovers from a previous society that just inherently treated black people as second-class citizens. Second-class citizens.
So I would say that it's not even just from the past, but even during my lifetime, where news anchors constantly showed black people committing crimes, called them thugs,
Yep.
showed that,
Yep.
you know, they're the way that they're portrayed in media and as gangsters and very uneducated people and always very poor people and homeless people and stuff like that. I would say that those sorts of things, even though I don't think the people who are doing the hiring are racist, I would say that they are engaging in systemic racism in a way that makes it harmful for black people. I think that if we normalize saying the N word, I think that we would, like using derogatory terms towards a group of people, I think that we would end up with a similar outcome. We would end up with a a society where it's normal to use derogatory terms towards a certain group of people. So now it's normalized to denigrate this group of people. So now it's normal to just think less of them over time without, you know, actually explicitly telling people that they're less than.
Yeah. But when we're talking about adverts and we're talking about politicians and stuff, we're talking about people who, unwittingly or not, are trying to enact some sort of systemic racism. And I already kind of made the point earlier, is that I think there's some level of some low level of racism that is acceptable as either venting or as joking. But anything above that, I would say we should stigmatize in society. I just don't think we should do it heavily. I think we should call those people out for being assholes, jackasses, racists. But the punishment for being a racist or saying a racist comment, because some people just say racist shit without ever actually internalizing anything towards a whole group of people, it should not be, losing their job and shit.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't even have to agree that people should lose their jobs to say that we should stigmatize something. And
yeah, but do you think it's okay when people act out of anger? Do you think it's okay when people joke?
I would say joking, yes. So I like acting out of anger, like people act out of anger and beat the crap out of somebody else. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's an okay thing, but it's more understandable because they're pissed off. Like, but it being more understandable doesn't necessarily mean that it's less immoral. So like jokes, I think are completely different because we go in already knowing that it's an unserious thing and that it's not to be taken seriously. But in scenarios where it is to be taken seriously, I think it's going to have that detrimental effect that we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware of like Dave Chappelle being presented as if he's like trying to make some actual political action out of his comedy. Although, let's be fair, Dave Chappelle and many other artists, when they get older, they tend to be a little bit more political in their messaging, even if it's really just to like say to the masses, like, "Hey, you're not the only person who thinks this." But like I would pretty much like 99% agree with what you just said.
Okay. I mean, I do think that Dave Chappelle has a political motive and he's probably pretty transphobic. I just think that the jerk back to it was way overboard. Just like I think J.K. Rowling probably has some transphobic beliefs as well. But again, the jerk wave to that is just so overboard to where like you're just gonna create another jerk wave instead of actually trying to fix the issue. So yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's all I got, man.
Yep. That's all I got too.
Well, we found something to argue about. So
Okay. How many times can I say the N-word in this call before you hang up on me? That's what I want to know.
Let's find out.
I mean, probably a lot more than before Twitch would ban me. Okay.
Well, I debate groypers pretty regularly, and they say the N-word pretty regularly. So it's not uncommon on this stream.
All right. Well, let me just say, Tom, I really hated a lot of your takes when you were talking about the physical violence response to Chud, although I can understand it. I grew up in and around Flint, so I was in like very black communities and also very white communities, although the white communities were still poor and stuff. I didn't like a lot of it. I understood it, but I thought how do I put this? I thought you were a fucking poser to some degree. I didn't think that you actually lived like the inner city poor boy, like living amongst colored people fucking experience. And then somebody told me like, no, it was Zonia actually. She's like, no, I know his story. Trust me, what he's saying is true. And I was like, okay, fine. I get a little bit wary because there's a lot of people who put on the internet tough guy act, and you don't know who those fucking people are.
I do not do the internet tough guy act.
Yeah,
but
even though you're not actually like internet tough guy, that's what you were wearing for that debate, and so it's hard to fucking tell. I don't know who's genuine about how they'd respond versus who isn't.
Sure, I guess, yeah. Like it's not even just where I grew up. Like I've been to prison a number of times. I've boxed for a long time. I've trained for MMA for a while. Like I've been in a lot of freaking fights in my life. I think most people have like a sense of decorum in fights, even though you hate each other in that moment. I don't think you're trying to kill each other. And I think that that's like the impression that Chud gave off, is that you're trying to give the other person like brain damage and murder them in that moment. And I don't think that that's normally the case.
Let's be real though. Some of the fights we've seen, people say like, oh, once they're on the ground, that's it and shit. Once they're dropped, it's done. It doesn't always end there.
It doesn't. And that's what I was saying to him, is I agree that people take it overboard, but I don't think that like the exceptions make the rule. I think that lots of times when we watch fights on the internet, some people like rear so far back when they hit that you can see all of the comments are like, bro, why did he swing so hard from the beginning? Like, I understand why he wants to fight, but dude, you were going way too hard. And like, I think that that's most people. I think most people understand that there's a sense of decorum. And I felt like Chud didn't really even understand my point, because I wasn't arguing that this should be normal or that people should be going out and fighting all the time. My argument was that this is like a rare once in a lifetime thing where somebody's actually willing to troll you to the point where you're going to go fight them. I don't think that that's all that common for people. And I don't think most people experience that in their daily lives. And so when his argument is, well, it's not the action in and of itself that's bad. It's that, later down the line, they're creating a lifestyle for themselves that's going to be harmful to them. Like, what's the lifestyle? It's one thing, one time. Like, it's not a lifestyle at all. But I reading some of his comments, I just read them maybe last week for the first time. And it looks like everybody got this impression from what I was saying, that like you should just be running around fighting everybody all the time. And I tried my best to portray that like that is not what I was saying, but I guess I didn't do a good job of that, because most people seem to take it as though I was saying everybody should run around and fight each other all the time.
Yeah, I mean, my personal experience, I got into a bunch of fights when I was a kid. I got my ass beat because I was probably like picked on, bullied up until I was like 14 or 15. Then I started to have like girls started noticing me because I didn't look like an absolute fucking dweeb. And then I decided to work out, and then I won some fights, and then I went to jail when I was 19 for like 30 something odd days. And I was like, you know what? Jail kind of sucks. Let's just never do this again. I've not been in a fight since. When people bring them to me, I learned how to walk away. I got away from a assault and battery charge, which would have been a fuck ton worse than what my sentence actually was.
Mhm.
So I'm glad it didn't go to that. I'm staying out of that shit. I don't try to play internet tough guy.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I said in the debate is I was like, I hear people say, you know, start threatening people on the internet, and it's the dumbest thing in the world because you know they're not going to do anything. Like, you know they're not going to come find you. It's just, it's the dumbest thing in the world. It's the most pointless bullcrap ever, and they normally do it to avoid whatever conversation they're in the middle of. They're you know, like the Destiny with whatever that guy's name was.
Extreme
Crap.
Dad?
No, it was more recently with the no jumper
No
crew.
jumper? Oh, house phone?
Wasn't House Phone. It was the guy who got mad on House Phone's behalf. Blunt Lord or something like that. Anyways,
Oh, yeah.
we've had a counter
Yeah.
on my
Yeah.
stream ever since. I think we're at day 28 that Destiny still hasn't gotten smacked because the guy said like 10 times during the call, but trust me. Oh, for sure, I'm going to smack him. Oh, I promise you I'm going to smack him. So we've had a counter on my stream of every day. We've gone without this guy smacking him. But yeah, I think that stuff's cringe. Like, and I think I probably did a really poor job at making my point in that debate because I don't know. I think Chud does a really good job at strawmanning people and arguing against that anyways, just to like hype up his audience and make stuff more entertaining and make it like more combative. And so I think that like a lot of people took what he was arguing against instead of what I was actually saying as what I was saying. But I definitely like look back on it and think I don't think I did a good job at like conveying what it was I was trying to say here because so many people came out of that thinking I was saying things very different from what I felt I was saying. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I got. So,
All right.
I hope we can talk again. I hope next time we talk, I'm yelling at you because I'm trying to drama bait here. Okay.
Please.
So find something really disgusting that you don't like that I say, and I will argue it to the earth's end, and hopefully I can call you some derogatory terms along the way. Okay.
Bro, we don't even have to get into a fight. We can just do that anyways.
No, I can't. I can't fake it. I can't fake the content.
You can do it on Twitter. We can have a huge back and forth on Twitter and call each other
Okay.
all sorts of stuff.
All right.
All right, man.
I'll
Have a good night.
Bye.
Later. All right. Damn, that was perfect timing. It's like midnight now. Tom missing the point again. People who resort to violence at the most minor slight is going to get into trouble sooner or later, at least these days. I don't think what I'm talking about is the most minor thing in the world. So I would agree if you're talking about the most minor slight. Yeah, I 100% agree. I don't think somebody like coming over, talking about your mom, talking about your wife, talking crap about you publicly in front of a ton of people and doing it over and over. You've given them a chance to go away and they just don't. See, like I said this earlier, like Chud and I agreed for right off the rip. And so I had to take it to like an extreme case to where like we had something to argue. But he called what I was talking about harassment. And I don't know that I would call it harassment. And so that's why like we got into a weird area in that conversation. But yeah, I think that people trolling you to the point where they're obviously trying to get you emotional, they're trying to get you upset, and they're trying to get you angry enough to where you are likely to fight them. I think it's probably good to punch people in the face at that point. Faux Chud was defo on the never violence, never ever, in my opinion, in that debate. Well, that's what I kept saying. That's why I went in there initially, was I was saying your argument applies to like words never being worth fighting over, like ever. And so he like modified his argument to where now it applied, but only because he was calling this harassment. And so I was like, crap, I don't think we have anything to like argue. If he's going to call this harassment, then like it's, which I don't know that I necessarily disagree with him. Like if you're telling somebody to go away and they still follow you, or you know, you're in a restaurant and they're in the restaurant, like that's kind of the thing. That's why I went to that example, is because if somebody's following you, it's obviously harassment, right? But if they're not following you and instead you both just happen to be in the same restaurant, like, well, now it can't be called harassment, yet it's the same exact thing. They're just not following you anymore. They're not like, you don't feel this like attack on your life because they won't leave you alone. Yet, like, they're pushing you to a point where you're obviously likely to hit somebody, right? Which is why I even gave the example of like my best friend trying to get my girlfriend to cheat on me with her or with him, right? He's hitting on my girlfriend, trying to get with her, right? And I was like, yeah, I punched the guy, and I would punch him again. Like if he did it again, I'd punch him again. And I think that that's a good example. Like, I'm sorry, I think that in my life, that's something I would stigmatize enough to say, like, this is the point where I'm now going to punch you. I don't know what to tell you. I gotta, hold on a second. I gotta X out of OBS real quick. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I lost chat like in the middle of that debate, and it was very frustrating that I couldn't see chat anymore. So yeah. I'm old and don't want to fight a dude who wants to fight. Oh, I don't want to fight either. Like, I will do almost anything to avoid a fight. I'm not in physical shape to get into a fight. But I don't hold it against someone who wants to have a go. They are within their rights and should be. Someone attacks you, defense is okay, but taking it to the car park days are over. Okay. Yeah, I just disagree. I'm okay with people saying, like, yeah, I'm okay with two people saying, like, hey, you want to step out back and fight? They both agree. They both consent to this. Cool. I think if you are pushing me to the point where I'm obviously going to want to fight you, I think you're already doing the same thing. I think you're already agreeing to fight in that moment. Yeah, if you're going to keep pushing me like that, and I've already like given you warnings and crap, and you're not adhering to those warnings, then yeah, I think you've already consented to this fight at that point, and we're just going to get it on. But it's not like, this isn't like what I recommend. Like, I'm not out here saying like, yeah, you should go fight somebody over slights, or you should go get into fights with people over crap like this. I'm not saying anything like that. But I am saying, if you do, yeah, I don't care so much. It's funny, I don't like that he characterized it as internet tough guy, because internet tough guy to me is very different from that. Like internet tough guy is when you're actually like trying to fight people and talking crap to people um and you're making it sound like you're going to fight. I made it clear in that debate, like I don't want to fight people. I am not in shape. I am not um I am not athletic enough anymore to get into a fight with anybody. So I don't know why that would be characterized as internet tough guy when I'm not sounding like I'm the tough guy. I'm just saying that the tough guys are okay in my book. They're not so bad. All right. Let's go back to the debate. Where's the screen? What is Six name on Twitter? Sick Unchained. Hold on, we can make this a little bit better. Hold on. The first one was good. Change bad to badly. Wait. Attention, black people. Sick Unchained really wants to call you the N word. He admitted to me tonight on stream how badly. It already says badly. Oh, to Baldy. Well, I don't feel like the joke works when I'm freaking bald too, so I don't. I feel like that's a little bit too much right there. The delicate science, yes it is. Okay, Sick Unchained really wants to call you the N-word. He admitted to me tonight on stream how badly he wants to dehumanize black people everywhere. He wants to be a slave owner so much. There we go. There we go. I think this is the tweet. This is the tweet. Attention, black people. Sick Unchained really wants to call you the N-word. He admitted to me tonight on stream how badly he wants to dehumanize black people everywhere. He doesn't care if you all lose your jobs, probably because he wants to own one. And it's apparent. There we go. This is it. This is it. This is it. I got it. Attention, black people. Sick Unchained really wants to call you the N-word. He admitted to me tonight on stream how badly he wants to dehumanize black people everywhere. He doesn't care if you all lose your jobs, probably because he wants you working in the fields. This is good. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to find...
Looping on a stream.
Where's the... I'm trying to find the... Oh, there it is. Okay. I got it. I got it.
Interested in progressing a relationship with you. If you're consistently able to get sex, the chance that you're not consistently able to get relationships is practically zero as a man. So it's a very good indicator of relationship success as a man. For a woman, I agree. It has almost no indicator value. It has like no value as an indicator for almost anything.
Yes, but I think this is something that men need to navigate a lot better than they are, at least now online, in terms of seeing this as ultimately being what is of a relationship and a measure of its success and a measure of how effective and how meaningful it is as a union between two people. I think far too much value is placed on
I agree.
sex, especially on, I would say, again, this sort of caricature of sex that is presented by the oversaturation of pornography, which I think is really misconstruing actual sex and what it is and what it can be between two people and their personal interactions with each other, especially for young men. And so I think that's generically the qualm that I have with this rhetoric.
Yeah, so can I build a little bit off it? Because previously you had established that it's pretty unempathetic the way that most people talk about having sex and that women can just have sex, and it's kind of baked with the assumption that women get anywhere near the same amount of validation and essentially just positive interaction as men do. And I agree, that is probably a majority opinion, that women get a similar amount of satisfaction and enjoyment and validation out of sex than that men do, which isn't the case.
We don't get.
Yeah, I know it is, but I believe it's most people's
Oh,
understanding
crap.
that women do. I think most people probably believe that that's the case, or at least incels. But
Wait. He's saying that women... Wait, I'm so confused. He's saying that they think women do get the same amount of satisfaction out of sex, or that they think they don't? I'm very lost. I thought he was saying that they don't get the same amount of satisfaction. I mean, I thought he was saying, yeah, that they do. And she's saying, no, you're wrong. I'm like, wait, what? I thought women did get the same amount of satisfaction out of sex as men.
Incels, that majority of women do not believe that at all.
okay, well, sure. But, well, actually, I'm not sure I agree, because I think I've met plenty of women who think this, then go on like a quote unquote hot girl summer and then find that it isn't the case. I think there's a lot of branding that tells women that they're go be like the boys and fuck a bunch of people and it's going to feel just as great as when a guy's going out there and doing it, but because of the dynamics of how
I think he means socially. So like obviously it's a bit stigmatized for women to be whores and sluts and crap like that, right? So I'm not sure what it is he's saying here. He's saying that most men think that. Think what? Which one? I'm not understanding. They think that women do get the same amount of satisfaction socially? Or what? Turn up the video volume. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to max it. I forgot about that.
works, slut shaming, stuff like that, it just tends to not be as enjoyable for women. So I think there are some young
also
women.
the sex itself is just, I think, sex itself, it's very difficult for it to be enjoyable for women, which is why the man has to be, for the majority of women, sort of the right man or a right man.
And again, I want to again put a pin in that one. But the thing for me is I think that there is that perception that sex is somewhat that way, and I don't believe that meets merit inside of material reality. So I understand what you're saying when you talk about the difference there. But I'm going to push back on what you said, where it's not empathetic to look at the things that we have in common, incels and femcels. I think it's also unempathetic to not look at the differences and how those differences manifest. I agree, femcel invisibility and incel invisibility are two separate things, and they confer two separate experiences. One thing that I try to communicate quite often is I don't believe one is better than another. I actually don't. I think they each confer very different lived experiences that can have very positive or negative effects. Having the vast majority of the attention that you get be, sexual objectification or, a reducing of your humanity can be, you know, it can make you want to be truly invisible. It can make you want to be just completely, you know, not be seen at all. And then there's, of course, people who are, you know, completely invisible that would like beg for any bit of attention that they would get. But I don't think that I don't think that there's one that is better than another. I think there are different lived experiences that are going to affect specific people differently, right?
Yes, but I think in that, there's obviously, I think that just points to the fact that this is very nuanced and incredibly personal and private to a lot of people in ways that can't just be sort of segregated into groups of difference, which then leads to inevitably, just on the internet especially, this idea that these are different tribes with their different sort of ideas of the world and their different truths, and they just fight with each other, and there's no sort of reconciliation or potential of actual honest communication and reckoning with the actual real complexities and nuances within all those different groups, within those different definitions and understandings of the world. And I think that's what's important in actually coming to an empathetic understanding that we actually are all very ignorant in all of this, I think. And we're also all pretty terrible at relationships with each other and with personal relationships. And I think that that is my issue with sort of this rigid importance of distinction and definitions, which doesn't actually help at all. It just establishes that
there's no value?
Yes, this is the case. But in terms of actually getting to the value that is wanted by all of us, which is relationships, meaningful connections, to actually be with somebody who desires us, who sees us, it only gets us so far.
Go ahead.
So to jump off of, because I feel like I'm understanding where Wick is coming from. I feel like to jump off of this, I feel like the distinction is important because the path to understanding whether or not you made it are going to be different between men and women. So for men, because we draw this distinction about sex, if you're a guy who's consistently getting sex, you are probably going to be a guy who is going to be able to consistently get in relationships. So now comes the next step. How do you establish your,
I would push back on that, because if you're a guy who is in the minority of men throughout history and now who gets a lot of sex, most of these guys aren't settling down. They're just getting a lot of sex with a lot of women.
Yeah, that's by choice.
They're living a particular kind of life. So
yeah, but that's by choice, isn't it? You would agree it's by choice. These men are not settling. Yeah, these men are not settling down because they don't want to settle down. They just want to have casual sex and keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't really. I don't think we're talking about those men. What we're talking about is the vast majority of people who want a consistent relationship, and one of the ways that you can tell that you've made it to the point where in which you can consistently get relationships and have options is if you can semi-consistently be able to take a date and turn it into a sexual opportunity. That is going to be like the first step for a lot of guys, is if you're capable of doing that, then, you know, you're trending in the right direction. So take somebody like me who, you know, I've only ever had sex with one person. If I'm able to consistently get to the point of getting first date to sex, like very frequently, I've probably put myself in a position where I'm trending in the right direction for that. That is not true for women, though. You agree with that, right? Like, if a woman is consistently able to open up her sexual options, that has no correlation with whether or not she's trending in the right direction for locking down a long-term partner. So I think the distinction is quite important between incels and femcels. Because of that, we have different paths or different signs that tell us along the path that we're going in the right direction. And it is important to kind of qualify those differences. And I think that's what's happening when incels are kind of upset when you're conflating male incels and female incels, is that there is, well, sorry, probably not. Probably a bunch of incels think whatever because like women can get laid.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you know the majority of incels who have a problem with me saying that I'm involuntarily celibate. Their problem is that I'm a woman and therefore it's not a reality. Women can't, and it's just this idea of our struggles are just comparing our struggles and perceiving one as more valid than the other, and just reinforcing again this distinction in a way that really doesn't lead to any understanding. Where, as my saying that I am involuntarily celibate and explaining the nuances and particularities of my situation are more so there in order to establish a sort of understanding, a commonality, a ground or a place of commonality in that.
Yeah, but so this is like if somebody looks at me wrong and I start calling myself a rape survivor, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a rape survivor, because I really just want people to understand like the commonalities that I have with rape survivors. It's like, okay, yeah, I can see that. Wait, what just happened? Crap. Did I just throw something away? I didn't even know I could do that. But I'm kind of invalidating a rape survivor's experience by acting like I have this commonality with them. I'm kind of acting like their experience isn't as bad as they make it seem, because I think I'm able to categorize myself with them, right? So this is obviously, yeah, it's obviously going to invalidate their experience to some extent. What is happening? And I think that that's what Relly's getting at here, is that, like, she is invalidating the incel experience by calling herself an incel when she can probably have sex a lot more easily than most guys who would call themselves incels.
We ultimately both, all of us, have issues, say, with forming relationships with our own personal stuntedness, and that we can find understanding on that ground, because I think that's the important thing. We're so obsessed with these little differences that we have, or maybe not little differences, but relative to our commonalities. We're so fixated on this group of differences that we have that we don't actually look at what we can really find together, which I think is what you basically need for human interactions and the success of those human interactions.
I just want to drill down on the idea that these distinctions, and get your opinion, these distinctions are important to be able to understand if you're on the right path to be able to form those relationships, right? The path is different for men or women, and women, sorry. Do you believe that that distinction is therefore worth merit because of the different path that men and women have to take? So I might look at sexual consistency as a landmark for me trending in the right direction of being able to get reliable relationships, whereas a woman might not. And so therefore, we should probably have different distinctions?
Oh, crap.
Again, like I said, I think they're important, but to an extent. I think they are, for instance, I went out with a guy for like a long time. We went out, but we didn't have sex. And I would have had sex with him, but he didn't initiate it, and I didn't initiate it, and it was stunted. And then a year later, we came together and we spoke about it, and it turned out we both liked each other, and everything. So, I think that for me, it's tricky, because I just think that this is really just about a lack of men and women in their personal interactions actually talking honestly, openly, and vulnerably about the different positions and perspectives that they're coming from, and instead relying on these generalizations that us streamers and people online and grifters online speak about in order to try and understand the other, rather than just talking to an individual woman who you are going out with about these very honestly.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. They can't, like, the women.
Why is Wick making another argument, dude? It's gonna drive me crazy.
They go out with, the women that will talk to them, there are no women who will talk to them or go out with them. The only access that they have is to the streamers and to people speaking generally. If they could have an honest conversation with individuals, I am sure many of them would, right? But that's the problem. They are unable to get to that point. And I think this is where we're having this
I don't think it's that they're unable.
Constant barrier.
No, I don't think it's that they're unable. I think with everyone, and this isn't just an incel thing, I think it's just with all of us. We are in a culture in modern Western societies, particularly, when ease is the desired route for things. It's a lot easier to sit in your room and watch pornography and get off than to actually go out and look for sex. It's a lot easier to just sit and watch a streamer reinforcing your worldview and your perspective of being the perpetual victim of your sex or of your situation than it is to actually confront those issues, go to, I don't know, counseling, go to group therapy, go and volunteer, go and find means to interact with women and face up to your fears and your problems. And I think this is the issue, that there's a lot of, with not just incels, but with everyone, for all different issues, whether it be, I don't know, your politics or your political tribe, your affiliation to whatever group or whatever positivity movement or what have you. There's a lot of pussyfooting, I think, around some of the real honest conversations we need to have with each other, especially in our personal relationships with
I agree.
people. And I think not just with incels, I'm also calling out the woman who these incels would potentially want to interact with. And I think that's what we need to be talking about more so, as well as these distinctions between us and our problems or what have you.
Okay, so just real quick, and I'll let you go, Ahrelevant. I know I just got to really push back on this a little bit because, like, going to therapy, going to group therapy, whether it be individual counseling, this is something I learned from Not So Erudite. That isn't working for incels, right? Incels are, for the most part, going to therapy. Like, they just
No,
are.
I know that. Yeah, I do realize that.
Okay,
that therapy
I didn't know that.
Especially because, well, firstly, the majority of therapists are women, and incels.
How would we get this information? Incels are by majority going to therapy. There's no way that's true. You can't find any meaningful relationships. I mean, we all got problems. Is Wick an incel? Like, I'm not judging, but this seems personal to him. Well, no, I actually agree with most of what Wick is saying. And I make similar arguments pretty consistently about, like, men's issues and dealing with men's issues and like women's problems, understanding men's issues pretty consistently. So I doubt that I have no idea if he's an incel or not. I don't know, but I definitely agree with a lot of the stuff that he's talking about.
I mean, their perspective of a woman is pretty, they're not going to speak to a woman about their problems. And also it's very expensive. And in terms of therapists and therapy, which is quite progressive, and ironically, progressives are not very understanding or empathetic of incels. I mean, I don't think many therapists are going to want to talk to an incel. It's very unlikely. So yes, again, I think this isn't just an incel problem. If anything, I think this is more a societal problem than anything else. But we need to talk about it very honestly in order to actually do something.
Go ahead, Ahrelevant.
Okay, so it seems like we got to the point where you agree that it's important, but not as big of a deal as many people are making it out to be. So we agree that there is an important distinction between incels and femcels, or male incels and female incels. While it's not...
Yeah, to an extent.
Okay, to an extent, but it is an important distinction.
It's a distinction to an extent.
Okay. I feel like that's...
I don't know.
I
think I pick up what you're putting Ahrelevant. And she's like...
Okay, so let me try this.
I don't perceive it as being as important. I think that this idea of it being important places it above other things.
Can I ask?
So I don't feel like I feel like the importance thing is such a cop-out. Like, if you agree that it's different, then that's all you need to agree on. You just stop using the word as though it's the same, and that's the end of it. But when you're like, oh yeah, to a point, I agree it's different, but I'm going to keep pretending that it's not different and use these words interchangeably as though they're all the same, then, like, yeah, you making the claim that it's different or agreeing that it's different all of a sudden doesn't really mean anything. It's like if I'm having a conversation with somebody who says, like, hey, I should be able to say the N-word. And I'm like, yeah, but, like, don't you think saying the N-word is harmful? And they're like, I mean, I guess to a point. I'm like, okay, so are you going to stop saying the N-word? They're like, no. Oh, no, I'm definitely going to keep saying the N-word. Like, okay, then we're going to have to keep having this conversation then, because I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down. Like, we're kind of talking about why you shouldn't say this, and when you finally agree with me, you're agreeing in a way that says that you should still say it.
Things that we have in common.
Kidology, can you understand why some of us are frustrated, right? So my viewers, like, I'm frustrated. I think Ahrelevant's a little frustrated. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but we seem like frustrated. Do you understand why that we're getting a little frustrated here?
This is a horrible way to frame this. I'm actually embarrassed. that he just framed it that way. That like she's probably not even like looking at chat. I would imagine, yeah, it's not good to like make a person feel dogpiled like that when you're asking them a question like that. Like I would say, like, do you understand why we still have some disagreements with the way that you're framing this? Or you know, do you understand why a lot of people might take issue with the way that you're answering our questions or something like that? But like, do you understand why me and Ahrelevant and the chat are all really frustrated with you right now? I don't think that's a good way to say it.
I think this frustration is mainly that I'm not falling into your definitions of things, which is the point. Yeah.
I want to try a different question. Do you think, so you consider yourself a femcel, right?
See, and this is, she does this very like reductive, like, oh, well, I'm not falling into your definition. Like this is like what, like Matt Walsh and these people do with like pronouns and crap, right? So, oh, the real problem is that I refuse to bow down to their, you know, policing of language. It's like, freaking crap, dude. Like, you're not wrong, but there's reasons for that. And for you to just like make it sound that simple, like it's just like, I just want you to talk like me, that really reduces this down to a meaningless point.
Yeah, I just do. Or sorry, a female incel, involuntarily celibate.
Yes. Not in sort of the femcel that you see on online who like hate men.
Yeah.
No, not like that. Or not this sort of idea that I can't get sex because there's no high value, good value men around. Yeah, no, not in that sense. But in terms of involuntary, and in terms of it being a me thing, I'd say 99% of it is a me thing. So yes.
Do you think you would have an easier time finding a date, or do you think I would? If you wanted to meet up with a guy on a date, how quickly do you think you would be able to do it faster than I would be able to meet up with a woman?
Okay, I'm going to say yes for me. It would be easier for me, but I don't see how
really
this is relevant because based on how the fact that I would not, like most women, I wouldn't just go out on dates. What would that serve me in terms of my objectives?
Obviously, maybe don't answer yes so quickly next time. Really put me out there again. So
well, you asked the question.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I'm joking. I'm joking. No, the whole point there is to, and I'm not even saying that that's a better result, that you can get dates more quickly. What I'm saying is that that's just a different experience. Again, I'm not trying, and that difference of experience, I think, makes it important. What you're saying is there isn't an important distinction between two people's ability to find love, but one group is capable to quickly and consistently get dates, albeit probably not with great people, but like, you know, quickly and consistently get dates, while the other is not. Something that also I'm going to put out there that is kind of a virtue of us incel men, we don't talk about this enough, is the kind of opposite effect that a lot of incel men get, which is, you know, I have maybe 20 matches on Tinder in 3 weeks, right? Which is fucking incredibly high, by the way. But like, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know, a lot for that. But of those 20 matches, probably 80 or 90% of those are going to be genuine attempts to get to know me, which is good. It feels bad that, like, you know, out of the 500 women I swiped right on, 20 of them considered me desirable, right? But at the end of the day, there is a silver lining, which is I'm not going to have to spend much labor figuring out who wants to take me seriously or not. I can find that out in a matter of like 60 seconds or so, like generally speaking. Well, not 60 seconds, just a little bit of time back and forth on the text if they ghost me or whatever. And then
you know what else takes 60 seconds?
No, yeah, that's kind of how it is. I think that is a virtue that men have, kind of a silver lining that we have as when it comes to dating apps. But that again is a difference of experience that I think then makes it important. Because if I view, I know you've seen this a lot, where incels think women's matches are genuine attempts at relationships. That is a completely different lived experience between men and women, right? Because for the vast majority of the time, it is for men. For men, it's a majority of the time for me going to be a good attempt at trying to get to know me, maybe give me a shot, my foot in the door. But for women, it's not. And so, again, there's so many different ways that I think it's really important to distinct the group of people that are social outcasts known as male incels and the social outcasts known as female incels, because we have pretty radically different problems with pretty radically different solutions.
Yes, definitely. I think that yes, I agree with you on that, most definitely. But I think what I'm saying is that I agree with you on all of that. But I think the problem with a lot of this identifying of distinctions is that it becomes a matter of whose distinction is more important and whose deserves more reckoning, more sympathy than the other, and just perpetuates a divide rather than trying to find a means of reconciliation, which is, I believe, the objective. And I think that's the issue in getting around it, especially when it comes to, say, streamers and commentary.
She says that is the objective, when what she should be saying is, I think that should be the objective. I think that ought to be the objective. But it doesn't mean that it is the objective.
About this, when it is more so about, I think, just fueling the fire in terms of the looking for the.
Because obviously, if they disagree with her on her use of the word, obviously they disagree on that objective. Like, it's kind of weird for her to state that as the objective when it seems pretty blatantly clear they do not think that that's the objective.
Problems beyond oneself, as opposed to actually reckoning with the complexity.
This is it, Kidology. This is why I'm frustrated, because it, like, I agree with you, right? I agree with you saying that, like, it becomes the oppression Olympics to a certain extent sometimes, but it also feels at the same time as if you were using that truth to kind of obfuscate and saying we shouldn't talk about the issues.
Yeah.
Oh no,
we shouldn't talk about it. That's how it feels. That's how it's coming across.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. Is yes, she's like obfuscating the conversation and using these other things to avoid actually engaging with what it is that they're trying to engage with her on. Like the conversation that they're trying to have with her. She's refusing to have that conversation by bringing up all of this other bullcrap that it like is just generally irrelevant to what it is that they're trying to get across.
I think we should. No. For instance, when Alex was saying about I think that X issue is... Sorry?
No, he was confused because
I was confused who Alex...
I'm sorry, my apologies. Yes, for instance, when Alex was saying that, do I agree that it is the important distinction? I said I agree that it's a distinction, but in terms of
a distinction that we should discuss because we need to discuss.
Of course,
right?
Yes, like, I don't deny that at all. But I think we need to discuss it in far more with far more nuance and tact than we have been.
I think she's the one who's not discussing it with nuance, though. Like, this was the issue with the last time I heard her talk, was it like she kept saying the word nuance, or no, sorry, that was Brittany. That was Brittany Simon. Yeah, where she kept saying, like, well, we need to be more nuanced about this, when what she really means is, like, you guys just need to think like me. You need to agree with me. Whereas, like, obviously everybody else thinks they're being nuanced. They all think that there's, like, a lot of depth to what it is that they're trying to explain here and what it is they're trying to get across. And it seems ridiculous to say, like, oh, well, I just want the nuance. Like, well, the nuance has been in this conversation the entire time. You're the one who's not engaging with it.
Not in this discussion, but just generically.
Sure. So then,
because generically it ends up being a matter of just a war.
Okay, so then if you agree that in this discussion we have materialized the distinctions that are important, then I want to ask then, in your conversation with Destiny, where was it not? Because you made a follow-up video talking about how, off of that video, that it was clear to you that I believe at one point you said the male perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, the male perspective kind of, or some of these content creators are blind to the female perspective of how they live their life.
I have this all the way up.
Celibacy. So what was missing in your... Because when you were talking with Destiny, I felt like he was making fine arguments. So what was missing there that is captured here?
Me as
I think in that discussion, sorry.
go back to me as a moderator.
Yes. Yes, I think when that discussion we're talking about whether men are substituting pornography for sex, and we disagreed on that.
Maybe I only saw a little bit of it.
Oh, she disagrees with that? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Does she think that men are substituting, that men are using porn to substitute sex? Was she the one? Wait, she brought this up earlier, right? She brought up that women were using dildos to replace men, didn't she? She said this, right? Am I crazy? We talked about this earlier. Was it her who said that? Wick is actually unwatchable as a mod. I can't even watch you. She and Ahrelevant are both interesting. I'd love to watch this, but I can't with him. Someone summarize their points, please. Yeah, it's a little bit rough, but it's not that bad. He's new to the game. He's gonna learn. It takes time. Not everybody gets it right away. It's not a huge deal.
Inside of one of the clips, it was about 17 or so minutes long. To my knowledge, you guys talked about a broader range of topics, but one of them was about your specific case of involuntary celibacy. I believe at one point he asked you what % of men walking down the street would that conversation.
Oh yes. I mean, I was thinking. Well, for instance, I think in that discussion he was saying if I walk down the streets, how many men would or something, and I think that again was a situation where nuance was completely lacking in terms of the nuance of everybody's situation. Mine living in a predominantly white area where men and women do not talk to each other and social interactions, everybody's busy, etc. Just all these different aspects and dynamics, which are very particular.
That's not taking away nuance, though. That's just understanding generalities. Just because you engage with a generality doesn't mean that you're getting rid of nuance. Oh, freaking.
To people's situations. So we disagreed on that, and I think that sort of reckoning with the nuance was lacking. Maybe just because we didn't actually have any set thing to talk about, because it was very casual and relaxed. So yes, I think that was lacking there.
Okay, yeah, I'm just asking because I felt like a lot of people, I think you even referenced Destiny's Reddit inside of, or at least Reddit in general, inside of the follow-up video you had about it. I felt like there was a lot of people that really understood where he was coming from when we were talking about involuntary celibacy, because involuntary celibacy is a very specific thing. And I think that to bring back to your previous point about people drawing the distinction and it not being all that important as much as people are making it out to be, I think that it is quite important because I think that is how you be empathetic to, honestly, both men and women. Because like we brought up previously with the Tinder example, it is unempathetic to women for me to assume that Tinder works in the same way for me as it does women. That when you get hundreds of matches on Tinder or whatever, that it is in the same way of me getting hundreds of matches. These are night and day difference. If a guy gets hundreds of matches on Tinder, I don't even know how the fuck that happens. But if you get hundreds of matches on Tinder as a woman, this is a completely different game. So,
yeah.
And I feel like that's
yes, and I agree with you on that. But I think that, for instance, when Incels made a dating profile of me, there wasn't that appreciation. There wasn't that appreciation that those differences are not the same.
Correct.
There was this idea that, because she got matched out in an hour, obviously life is easy for her, and fuck her.
Do you think you're...
So that there wasn't that empathy.
Yeah.
And that's the issue that I have with a lot of this rhetoric. Not in this conversation, because this conversation was really sort of the exception to what I typically see online, in which making known and sort of giving sort of a paramount place to these distinctions leads to just warfare and this idea that my struggle is more important than your struggle.
Yeah, but do you think you're perpetuating that same system by kind of conflating the two problems? Because the solution, I think, to that, those incels doing the Bumble profile and then getting a bunch of matches and saying, therefore, you're not an incel. I think that the solution to that isn't saying we're similar. I think the solution is saying what I've been saying, which is we're different. Those Bumble matches are completely different for men than it is women. I think that's the solution, is to say that that's just not the same. Men are reading that as if it's a man's profile with tons of matches and not a woman's profile with tons of matches.
Yeah, I feel like if you're having trouble engaging with the differences here and understanding why we would use these words differently, I feel like you're the one who's missing nuance now. I feel like Relly's point is much more, and Wick's point, I think that they're making a much more nuanced point here.
Yes, and I'm not saying that they are the same, but I'm saying insofar as we both have we have issues. Yes, they may be different, but in terms of the same kind of fear, vulnerability, fear of rejection or judgment, I think that there's a lot of common feeling, a lot of common psychological discomfort that we can actually talk about in order to get to some kind of actual communication. I think that what you're saying is good, but I think that the problem is that society, and I would say just modern society in general, not sort of incels or incel forums, it's not in a place to give that kind of nuance. And so I think that's,
Finish your statement, but I have a question for both of you. Go ahead.
And so I think that this is the most realistic and best alternative in terms of actually, I think especially for, I would say, my audience, who the majority are not incels. And I think based on the responses that I've gotten to some of my videos, especially mine saying that incels aren't racist, most of them see incels as sort of pariahs, terrible, horrible people, as being white, privileged men who are just sulking about a changing world, which just is not the case at all. I think that is sort of an inroad to seeing that, these are actually people with problems that you can relate to, insofar as not having the same experiences that lead to those same feelings, but that you have the same feelings about your particular issues that you have.
I agree with you 100%. I think that we, especially on the left, tend to demonize this group of people that we wouldn't do in any other sort. We have, for whatever reason, decided that it's okay to hate incels and it's okay to be hateful towards incels, and it's odd to me, but that is just the case. I think that's true. My question, however, like you make a lot of statements how we're all human, we all have the same feelings. We may come at it from different angles, but we get to the same place eventually. Is that an accurate portrayal of what you're trying to say here, just so we're clear?
I think I'm just trying to say that men and women, the sexes, there are differences, but in terms of what's the same about us, it far outweighs our differences.
Okay.
Yes.
So if that's the case, do you think that the solutions for men and women who are incel versus femcel, do you think they have the same solutions to fix their problems, or do you think that there are distinct solutions to fix, quote unquote, to fix a femcel versus to fix an incel?
I do agree with Alex that there's no one size fits all for femcels and incels, but I also don't think that even within that the solution for incels is going to be the solution for all incels at all. I think that these are very particular things, and I think that the solutions are mainly found in sort of the interactions that.
I know Wick keeps interrupting her, but she also has like a really hard cadence to engage with, where it sounds like she's done talking over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and then she starts talking again. And I can imagine like trying to get in and never being able to understand when she's actually done. Oh my goodness, dude. They are ravaging all my stuff this time. Damn. They tore my crap up. Whew. I got riggedy wrecked.
Individuals have with other individuals, which I think is just lacking so much now, just in our, especially social media, ironically, our greater connectedness on social media, that we're not having those intimate conversations and interactions with people in real life, in social situations where we really don't have the security or the sense of security of a screen or of a profile. We actually are just ourselves, vulnerable and just flesh and blood. Okay. So yeah.
No, yeah. I guess it's just hard because I'm trying to figure out like substantive solutions, and I understand that you're saying it has to be on an individual level, but that if that's the solution, I don't think there is a solution. We can't take each of these people individually and say, oh, we would work with you. Ahrelevant, go ahead.
I mean, each person for themselves.
I mean, I genuinely believe like 90% of incels are there because of the same reason I am, because they lack social intelligence. I think that's the vast majority of incels. I think that the amount of self-improvement that you need to do to looks, if you do not meet looks, is very little for most, unless you're like disfigured or something, which the vast majority of people are not. You're going to be able to, with a slight bit of improvements, be able to do all right and do fine looks wise. The big issue is overcoming social anxiety, building social skills, doing things like that, maybe finding hobbies that gets you around women so that you can naturally and organically interact with them. I think that's going to be the solution for the vast majority of incels. That is a blanket solution I would give. It's not going to work exactly for everyone because, again, maybe you're disfigured or something like that, but like for the most part, it'll work for you.
Yes, and those social skills are going to be different as well, I think, for each person. Like it's, what does that even mean? Like for some people, it's going to be, actually developing on their...
I hate this, like overly individualizing all of this stuff as though like you can't engage with generalities, right? If I talk about these issues, I'm going to give like advice that is hopefully going to be helpful to large groups of people, even though I understand that not everyone is going to get help from each and every prescription that I give. Like I can still give prescriptions. I can still have a conversation about like what will be helpful to people and hopefully find some things that a large group of people are going to find helpful.
Their sense of humor. For some people, it's going to be literally just talking to another human being. So I think it's tricky.
I don't know. I still disagree that, like, I think there are generalities that we can prescribe, right? Like when working on sense of humor, for example, that's going to work on more than just an individual level. Like that's going to, to be more funny is going to improve everyone's odds, even just minusculely. Like that's just going to be a general statement we can make in general ways we can do. And I think that we're looking at this individually in a way that's like obfuscating some of the actual solutions. You made a statement. I think both of you made this statement earlier on that this is just the way it is. This is just the world we live in. What can you do, right? And I fundamentally disagree with that kind of philosophy. I think that while we do have to deal with reality how it is, I think that we can make changes in our both individual levels and the societal levels that would make it different.
That is the most useless statement of all time. Nobody's going to be like, you know what? No, I disagree. I think that the way it is just the way it's always going to be. And we can't change anything. We're just here to talk about how much it sucks for incels. And then that's the end of it. We don't think there's anything you can do to fix it. You just got to suck it up and deal with the fact that you were dealt a bad hand. Like nobody's going to say that. Neither one of the people there are going to say that, but he's like, I fundamentally disagree. I think we can make change. Damn, really going out there on a limb on that one, aren't you? Whoa.
We are kind of winding down on my end, and we're winding down on all this tech issues. But I wanted to just kind of get some kind of closing final things from both of you if we can, because I don't know if we're ever going to get past this impasse here. We've been banging our heads on it for like 2 hours now.
I mean, I feel like I got to a point where I wanted it to be. Like, this seems fine to me. That we've drawn a distinction between male incels and female incels and how we live our lives. I think we both agree that the way that most people use the distinction is not good. It's the distinction, how people make it is not good typically, but that the distinction still does matter. We just need to look at it in a bit of a different way. It's kind of exactly how I thought the conversation would go. I figured that it would end this way.
I'm glad you're happy with it.
I am.
We got it's the thing's about to end, but I want to get closing thoughts from you. But I just got to make another room for that. So give me one moment, please.
Okay.
And I'll send you that link.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you for this.
Super chats. Soy! Soy!
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut it off there. That's why I don't really watch Brittany Simon's stream. It's all about the individual. Yeah, it's not. There's never anything really helpful there. Like, you have to be able to give broad, general advice when you're talking to large groups of people. If you always say, like, well, who knows, what's best for one person might not be best for another person, so I can never say, like, then you're a useless person. Like, you shouldn't be on the internet. Okay, so if I'm gonna give, let me make sense of that. So if I'm gonna give advice to, like, incels, number one, have groups of friends. Have friends that are the same sex as you, and people that you can interact with outside of a romantic relationship. Ay. You gotta be kidding me. Damn it, dude. I just lost so much freaking work. But yeah, not all incels need to make friends. Not everyone needs a friend. But I think that if I'm going to give some general advice that I think most incels are going to find some use from, I think that's number one. I think number one is making friends with people who are the same sex as you, and maybe even make friends with people who are the opposite sex. And don't try hitting on them. Don't try to, gain a relationship with them of any sort. Just try to be friends. Just make friends. Have groups of people that you can go to talk about your day, to talk about your problems, to talk about your feelings, talk about all of these things with people who care about you, and ask them, more importantly, ask them about their days, and ask them how they feel, and ask them, about themselves, and start to learn how to interact with other people in a way that they would find delightful and that they would enjoy, and that makes you a person that they want to be around. Like, a hard thing when going into relationships is trying to let the other person know that you care about them and that you really like them. But you normally don't do this by saying over and over, I care about you. I really like you. I think the world of you. Like, that's not normally how you get that across, because just saying it in and of itself is rarely going to be enough. You actually have to do things that communicate that to that person. And having friendships where you're able to have conversations with them about their day, about their the things that they enjoy, about the things that they find interesting, and understanding how to navigate those conversations and what to say next, and how to respond, and how to make them feel heard, and make them feel like you understand them, and like you're listening, and like you're actually engaging with what they're saying. Like, these are things that you need to learn. These are things that everybody should learn about. And I think that you get a lot of that through friendships. Tom Foolery can review this. Life as a lonely man over 40 with ASD. Oof. Advice number one, be a better person in general. Yeah, I guess. I think lots of guys don't see the value in having friends. And especially when they're trying to find like a girlfriend, they're like, when we look at stats, we're looking at um, not just how much they're having sex, but how lonely they are. Like the loneliness stats are the most worrisome of all of the all the stats. Like the loneliness stats are really the biggest deal, and that's what's causing high suicide rates and crap like that. It's the men who are just really lonely. Um, and so yeah, if you're able to make friends and gain real friendships and keep those friendships and learn how to engage with people, that's going to not only help you learn how to engage with a girl, but it's also going to give you other people and other avenues to meet girls. Like having friends who know other people who might be able to introduce you to other people, that's going to make a huge difference, because lots of incels just have issues with communication. They're people who don't like I said, I don't think they see the value in having friends, or I don't think that they understand that it connects or correlates with them having a girlfriend. I don't think that they know how important or how much those two things will connect. Solid advice, but I'm not sure if saying it to others is productive. We're discussing dudes that have looks under a 4 out of 10 and are antisocial. Get more friends, be more social is not revolutionary advice. I don't think it has to be revolutionary. Like, Jordan Peterson is somebody who makes a great living off of giving the most obvious and ordinary advice one could possibly imagine. But he's successful at it because other people aren't saying it and other people aren't hearing these things. When you go to Fresh and Fit, when you go to the lots of these red pill guys, that's not what they're telling you. They're not telling you to go make friends. They're telling you to make money. They're telling you to get a nice car. They're telling you to, they're telling you to go hit on hot babes and go to the club and all sorts of other crap. And I think that most of the time that's not like even in the top 10 things that like the guys that these people are going to. I don't even think that that's something that's getting mentioned at all. At least I've never seen it mentioned by them, is have more guy friends. Like I've never seen it as something that they mention. I think he's successful because of his father figure persona. Most dudes nowadays are fatherless. Right, exactly. And these are things that are actually like, these are, but if he was giving like bad advice, he wouldn't be a father figure persona, right? Like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, I think obviously him giving advice that actually helps people and actually helps them better their lives and makes changes in their lives. I think that that's what does it for him, and that's what makes him a father figure for everybody else. So yeah, like making friends is one thing, okay? But this is like broad general advice that we can give people, that we can tell them, and we can say, hey, this is something that's likely to help large swaths of people. This is something that's likely to make a big difference for most people. And so I can give this as broad general advice. Now, if somebody's like, well, this one person is disfigured and has an arm growing out of his head, and nobody wants to be his friend. So why would you give that advice? I'm like, well, I'm not speaking to that one freaking person then, okay? I'm speaking in broad generalities right now and explaining the things that'll be helpful to most people. And so that's what I'm saying is that, like, the individuality that they put into these things, it's not helpful. It's just bullcrap. It's just a way for them to avoid the conversation overall, because you can give broad general advice just fine. It's not a huge deal. Let's see, do I have wood? Nope. "12 rules all seem cool to me. I can only remember a few, but I found them agreeable. He has the right amount of female temperament with masculine confidence in his intellect." Yeah. That's I posted
let's
on
never use this again.
I posted on Twitter the other day, like, how often I hear people saying that men need to be more open with their emotions right before making fun of Jordan Peterson for crying. And yeah, I think that's another thing about him that makes him very different from the other red pill guys that everybody else throws him in a bucket with. They all act like Jordan Peterson's like on a fresh and fit level, or an Andrew Tate level or something like that. And he's just not. Like, the guy should never be grouped with those people, but they group him with them just because he's right wing. But I don't even think that's true. I don't think that's the only reason they group him with them. I think lots of these lefties actually think that Jordan Peterson is that red pill sort of guy. I think that they think he's this very misogynistic person who's giving out like horrible advice. And yeah, I don't think that that's true. And so when they make fun of him for crying, lots of them would say, "Oh, well, it's because it's so hypocritical of him. If he's going to be this red pill, strong man, then it's hypocritical for him to turn around and cry." It's like, but that's not who he is. That's not actually Jordan Peterson. Like, you're making up somebody else. That's not him. Making money and making friends was enough for me until I hit my 30s. Please? What's happening? I like individual more than targeted advice, but you need to acknowledge that there is a majority of people who are a certain way, as opposed to bringing up anecdotes to denying reality. I feel like, oh, okay, sorry, not more than. Okay, I read that wrong. I like individual or more targeted advice. But yes, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think so as well. Look, I can also give advice on how to make friends and how to like engage with people and how to talk to people. And I think that that's something that lots of other people don't actually get into, is how to actually do it. Like, how do you actually make friends? How do you actually start to engage with people? My younger brother, Mitchell, grew up kind of fat, antisocial, was very angry all the time. And I started taking him out with me and my friends, and brought him to hang out with us, and they would all, and I would tell them, like, hey, pump him up, make him feel good, like, tell him he did a good job, blah blah blah. And they would all be super nice to him, even though he's your little brother. And lots of other people, all of my friends would be like, dude, that's so like cringe, like bringing your little brother around. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care, I'm bringing my little brother, he's coming to hang. And then they would all be nice to him, they would all be super cool with him, and he gained a lot of confidence from that. But he didn't just gain confidence, he also learned how to make people like you. And he turned into somebody who just walks around complimenting people all the time, and immediately like turned around pretty hardcore. Like, before this, I was saving him from getting his butt kicked all the time in high school. After this, he was like on homecoming court, and I think he won homecoming king and was a completely different person afterwards. He complimenting people is a great way to get people to like you. And this is like lots of times when we talk about approaching a girl, one of the things we say is like, oh, just give her a compliment, say a nice shoes, nice blouse, you know, something very impersonal that's not like objectifying in any way, and just give a compliment that says, this is, you know, this is something I like. So like the other day I listened to Not So Erudite's husband say, you should say, I like your hair, that haircut looks good on you. Or those shoes look good on you. And I completely disagree with the latter portion of that. I don't think you should say on you. I don't think you should ever say that. I think the entire point of these types of compliments is to make them impersonal. And so instead of saying on you, you should just say, I like those shoes. Those are cool shoes. Because now you're just saying, I like your taste. Instead of it sounding like you're hitting on them, now it sounds like you're just complimenting something about them that is not, that can't be like misconstrued in a sexual manner whatsoever, right? And just complimenting a girl generally is going to make her like you. It's going to make her feel more comfortable around you. This is a good way to make friends in general, is just to compliment people on stuff, hype them up, you know, gas them up, tell them they're awesome, tell them, dude, that was a sick shot, you know, or, you know, dude, you're so strong, or whatever. Like, these are really good ways to make friends very quickly, is to just be the guy who gasses everybody up all the time and lets them know that they're freaking awesome. I personally, I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like people talking to me like that. It seems very manipulative to me, and it actually bugs me. Like, I've talked about this a bunch of times. Even if my boss comes over and is like, hey man, you've been doing really well lately. Like, yeah, I know. What? I don't need you to tell me that. Like, why are you telling me? Of course I'm doing awesome. Like, what? Why would you say it out loud though? Like, I can look at the stats. I can see that me compared to everybody else, that I'm doing a really good job. Like, I can see the same stats you're looking at. So why would you vocalize that like this? That seems really manipulative. That seems really weird. I don't say that out loud. I'm not like Mr. Girl, but I do. I think it's freaking weird, and it annoys me. So I don't enjoy compliments personally, but I think lots of people do. You're like, Destiny? I don't know. Does Destiny not like compliments? Like, with my girlfriends, something that I always did is I didn't like complimenting girlfriends either. And they would always get upset about it. And I would start to tell them, like, I'm sorry, I've got like a weird thing with compliments, I guess. But like when I'm calling you fat and ugly all the time, I obviously wouldn't say that if you were actually fat and ugly, right? Like nobody would ever say that. Nobody would ever tell a fat, ugly person that they're fat and ugly. So just by me telling you you're fat and ugly, it's obvious that I think the exact opposite, right? So I was like, I'm probably not going to be throwing around a whole lot of compliments all over the place, but you can take the anti-compliments as compliments anyways. Like that, I'm not saying this is a good way to go about this because it's definitely not, but I've had to learn to give compliments, especially as an employer. I had employees all the time tell me that I didn't compliment them enough, that I didn't tell them they did a good job, that I didn't thank them. And so, yeah, I had to get a lot better at that because in my head, I hate freaking compliments. So, of course, I'm not going to do that to other people, but everybody else is like, no, we want compliments. Like we want you to tell us we did a good job. We want to think that you're pleased with us and impressed with us and all this other crap. So, yeah, I've had to learn to do this stuff even though I personally don't like it and don't enjoy it. Yeah. He says he hates compliments. We call saying you hate compliments out loud phishing. Huh. I don't know how to act when I get them. So it's not even just the manipulative factor. I don't know what to say and I don't know how to act and it makes me very uncomfortable. So like even when I get like Christmas gifts, I hate Christmas. I hate birthdays. I hate all of these things. And I'm not somebody who doesn't like attention, right? I'm not somebody who like doesn't like attention. I'm a freaking streamer. Of course I like attention. But I don't like attention like that. There's something about that that's so needy that I can't stand. And I don't like being that person. I don't want to stand there smiling as everybody sings happy birthday to me. It's so weird. It's so awkward. It drives me nuts. You're so cool with your shut the hell up. And I'll tell you one type of advice one compliment that actually I don't know how to feel about it is there was a point where girlfriends started calling me sexy. And I felt like that was the weirdest thing in the world. And it wasn't just that it was a compliment. It was a compliment that I felt like I wasn't supposed to get. I felt like guys aren't sexy. Like, why would you say that? Like, it's like calling me pretty. Like, that just feels weird, dude. Don't call me sexy. That's a freaking weird one. But I've had numerous girlfriends who like to say all the time, "Oh, you look so sexy in this shirt." I'd be like, "Oh, sounds so gross." But I don't say that. I don't say this to people. I never talk about not liking compliments except for on stream. This is the only place I ever talk about it because it just seems super cringe to like get mad at somebody for complimenting you. They're trying to do something nice. They're trying to be nice, and so it seems really weird. Like that's why I said I'm not Mr. Girl. Okay, Mr. Girl will go off on somebody for giving him a compliment and say that they're manipulating him and all of that other crap. Like I'm not that guy. But just internally, like I just don't like it. I don't enjoy it. And I don't think, when I think back on it, I don't think I got a lot of compliments as a kid from my parents. So I don't know if that's part of it or what. But yeah, I've never enjoyed it. But I do know people like compliments. People enjoy them, and people get a lot out of them. And so complimenting people and telling people that they're awesome and gassing them up is something that people really enjoy, and they become more likely to be your friend if you're gassing them up. And it doesn't seem all that needy, especially like when you're with the boys. Like, the boys like to gas each other up. The boys like to tell each other that they're freaking awesome. And so yeah, I think it's a great way to make friends. I think it's a great way to interact with people and get them to like you really quickly, is to just keep telling people how awesome they are. And tell them they dress awesome, tell them they get all the babes, tell them that they're really good at basketball, or they're really strong, or all sorts of stuff. Tom, she was calling you sexist. Oh, you need to get your ears checked. I actually, dude, the earwax that came out of my ears today, you guys would not believe it. It was literally black. I get an insane amount of earwax out of my ears. Like, an insane amount. Oh, crap. I may have just made a huge mistake. Yeah, lots of people think, I think especially like really insecure and people who have low self-esteem and a lack of social skills, they think that the best way to make friends is to like brag about themselves and to talk about how cool they are and make it sound like they're really good at things, and like they're somebody who you should want to be friends with because of how great they are. Um, I think that's something that a lot of people who have a lack of social skills, they think that that's the way to do it, and it's the opposite. You don't talk about how great you are at all. You just compliment everybody else. Tell everybody else they're freaking awesome. There was a panel I was on recently where two guys had this beef, and in the past, and one of the guys obviously didn't want that beef anymore. And so as the dude is ragging on him and making fun of him, he starts saying like, yeah, you're right, man. I don't know, but I love your stuff, man. I enjoy your crap, and I get it. I get why you have that opinion of me, and it is what it is. Can't take back the past, but I love your stuff, dude. Your show's awesome, and I loved it when you said this, and I love it when you said that. And pretty quickly the other guy was like, oh, I mean, yeah, my bad, dude. Like, I don't really know much about you, so I guess I maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. And like, flipped just like that. Tom, you should compliment Sass more. Maybe she won't be as mean to you. Well, no, Sass is mean to me because she wants me to yell. Sass gets off on me yelling at her because she is a toxic woman who enjoys toxic masculinity. Sass lighting. Yes, this is why sass lighting exists. there are days where she'll sit and chat and tell everybody to figure out a way to get me yelling again. And this is, you know, this is some of the stuff that I'm talking about when I talk about massive differences between men and women. Women like that masculine energy that guys give off when they start screaming and yelling at everybody. Why aren't you playing SC2? What is SC2? South Carolina 2? See, I would love to do a lot of my Jordan Peterson research on stream, but I can't because everybody that he talks to, they copyright their interviews, and so I can't really go over it on stream or get, you know, all of my stuff, but I'm still supposed to have this debate with Katie soon. Where we talk about Jordan Peterson and all of that crap. Oh, crap. That's fine. Tom, something I feel like masculine personalities are so attractive in women. I don't get why red pill guys complain about the Western woman. I don't know. I personally don't find them all that attractive. I'm very attracted to like the feminine archetype of like being bubbly and girlish and all of that crap. Like I am, but I've talked to other people who I think I mentioned this last night where I know a guy who was saying that he was really attracted to like all of the softball players in high school and the track runners and those sorts of girls. And I was like, yeah, but don't they have like really broad shoulders and like massive legs and all of this? And he's like, yeah, I love it. I was like, okay, that's interesting. But yeah, I was never into it. That's because they're intimidating. I don't think I'm intimidated by them at all. Unless you mean like the red pill guys, maybe. But I assume that they're similar to me and that they're just not attracted to that sort of stuff. And it seems like I feel like most guys are likely more similar to me in their attractions, though I could be wrong, but I feel like they are. And I base that off of like archetypes in media and the women who are considered the most attractive, and you know, women like Kim Kardashian and Paris Hilton and you know, all of the babes that everybody gawks over. They are always very feminine women with very feminine personalities. And yeah, it seems to be what most guys are attracted to, and in my experience. So you like Latinas? Is that what you're talking about? Wait. I like Latinas? You mean because of the big legs and broad shoulders thing? I was saying I don't like them. Or you're saying Latinas are bubbly and feminine? I don't think that's the case. Because they are feminine? Huh. Not in my experience. Latina women are loud, strong women. They're yeah. That's just not been my experience. What makes you think that Latina women are more feminine? Isn't the stereotype literally the spicy Latina lady? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. Exactly. I mean, I guess when I think of like Latina dancers, they're probably very feminine. They are femininely loud, at least from what I heard from the Red Pill guys. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about all that. But like, I'm trying to imagine what femininely loud even sounds like. Like, what does that even mean? They're femininely loud. See, one of the things that I keep wondering about is, like, let's say we actually did want to break down gendered stereotypes and stuff like that. We wanted to break down gender and kind of start to deconstruct a lot of it. It just feels like men will continue to be attracted to the same thing. So, and women will continue to be attracted to the same thing. So isn't that gonna like make it like impossible to actually do? I think culturally they're more likely to be stay-home wife mother. Yeah, I agree with that. I just I don't think of them as being feminine in personality types, but definitely in the roles that they play for sure. I would say that Latina women are more feminine. Yes. Like, I don't care so much about the roles as much. Like, I think I would be fine with a woman who makes more than me, who works a job where she's in charge and she's a leader and that sort of stuff. I just mean more, I'm more so attracted to the personality traits that are considered feminine. But as far as roles go, I don't think I care all that much. Eastern European women. What is Eastern European? Like Spanish and what else? Oh crap, we're about to get wrecked. I can't think of what's in Eastern Europe. Russia. Oh, I'm thinking of the... Okay, yeah, Slavs. Romania. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of the wrong part of Europe. I need to look at maps more. Wait, is all of... Wait. What is all of this? Why are there no... Okay, there they are. I was about to say, where's all the freaking names? Or wait, is that all Russia? There's no way. Russia's right here. Yeah, I don't know my maps very well. I know the United States. That's all I need to know. Where did I park my train? Oh, there it is. I got you. Oh, crap, I'm dead. Let's back that up. Got him. Okay. Here, Sass wants me to watch the second part of the Mr. Girl Lav conversation, so, or Destiny Lav conversation. Wait, Richard Spencer was on. No Jumper?
I know that my therapist has asked me if I was in his shoes, if I would have done anything different. The answer is abso-fucking-lutely.
Of course, yeah, and because, like...
And I think that people can unintentionally abuse someone.
Of course.
Well, I
think
also
it could
think
be
if you do abuse someone, it's not a death sentence. I think that sometimes abuse happens in interpersonal relationships because it's a dance that we all do, right?
But
so
knowing that the same way that he should, knowing that people are going to take the same way that you wanted him to understand that every inch he gave to his community about you, they were going to take a mile as far as like harassment or abuse. If you want that in return, you got to give that to him. And knowing that any inch I give as far as he might have abused me unknowingly, I need to ensure they can't take a mile by saying, but again, I think as far as what he knew and as far as he is capable of, he did try his best to be friendly to me. I think that would go such a long way in the intrinsic value, but also in the extrinsic.
I've said that, everything I've said that all in hindsight. Yeah. Now, months away from the situation, way less emotional. I will also say that when I first talked to Anna, I was extremely emotional, and we were sharing stories about Steven, and it felt like we were trauma bonding, and it felt like the emotions were very heightened, and maybe we could have convinced each other that it was worse than it was, or maybe I had convinced myself that it was worse for me than it was. I have no idea.
From a friend perspective, have you told Destiny that? If you told Destiny, I don't think you tried to abuse me. I think you did your best.
In fact, yes, we have had that conversation. We've had that conversation. That was our first phone call. And then a day after, I went on the Chud panel, and I was like, well, Anna manipulated me. Do you remember that?
I don't know if I watched that Chud. I don't watch a lot of the Twitch shows, to be honest. So
I didn't watch it, but I saw that part.
I don't stay as in tune as I should be. So I didn't see it.
I went on Logic's panel. That was the one where I was like sobbing because Kelly Jean was like poking at me. But that I went on and I was like, I think this is all a big misunderstanding. I think me and Anna, I think Anna was trying to manipulate me, because at the time I really did think that Anna was trying to manipulate me because she had lied about a 3-hour conversation in which Max was trying to manipulate her. I was in that conversation. It was not manipulative at all. She was more than ready to give information.
Ooh, well, hold on. She did not claim that Max was manipulating her, or she actually kind of went and defended that a little bit, like saying that no, she didn't feel manipulated by Max, because she jumped on my screen.
Steven had said it, and Steven just said it an hour ago. So
okay, yeah, let's be clear about who did what. So I don't want Anna to be
the whole thing. Sure. And again, I think that Anna's great. I think that I threw her under the bus because I was feeling extremely emotional, and I was really confused because I was hearing one thing from Steven, one thing from Anna, and another thing from Max, and I was the person who was trying to keep it all together. Max would not talk to Steven. Steven was making a joke every time that I tried to get him to talk to Max. Anna was not extremely cooperative because Anna was Anna was going to Max and saying that Steven was abusive, and then going to Steven and going on his stream and being like, yeah, Max is crazy. So it was really fucking weird. I didn't trust anyone. And I was the only person trying to make it all go back together, and people were fucking trying to, Chud Logic was literally actively milking me during that whole situation while I was just trying to make it all
It's a Chud stream.
Yeah, don't be so freaking milkable, and that won't happen. Damn.
He's going for the views, but here's my thing. As someone, again, who's friendly to you, I would say it's clear that ideally what you want is you want to quit your OnlyFans, you want to be able to find a new job, you want to enjoy your move, enjoy your relationship, and move into all that and be done with all this. I think if I would give you the next steps for that, I would honestly say you should talk to Steven. You should say, I want to make a statement absolving you of what I think you should be absolved of, and here's what it is.
Well, I will do that if after the article.
But what I'm saying is leaving open to him saying, but I will not say I'm not going to say in the statement that I think Max is lying or he's on a crazy crusade. I'm just going to absolve you of what I know for me of how you behave toward me, what isn't true. And then I want to be done with this. You don't have to go on his stream to do it, but I just let him know you're doing it and then do it. I would do it before the article because it has nothing to do with the article, because it's just your experience. And you don't have to throw Max under the bus. You don't have to fully say Destiny's a good guy to everybody else. Just absolve him of what you know not to be true.
Well, I don't. What I know not to be true, what do you mean?
Like, what if you truly said, that's why I asked you, if you truly said you think he tried his best to be friendly toward you, and that's all you can honestly say?
I don't know if he tried his best. Like I said, if I was in his position, I would have done
different.
A lot more.
Yeah. Because you're you.
Can I just say like two things? Because I need to go as much as I love all of you. Just two things. Firstly, so from the question of did Stephen do his best? I don't know Stephen. And I need to stop calling that. I don't know Destiny. I don't know his content, but I do know content creators have been around a long time. Like, a couple of people have said, like, that Destiny is one of the few people who really tries to, like, build people up when he doesn't need to. And that does seem to be, like, legitimately true. A lot of content creators, especially who've been around a long time, have seen these kind of things burn out, and that, like, they generally develop, you don't have friends on the internet ever. Because shit like this, you and Max are not the first people to end up in situations where you end up doing stuff like this or getting this kind of heat from community, yada yada yada. So like if the question is did Stephen do like the best, it fucking appears so from an outside point of view as somebody who's watched a lot of big content creators from multiple communities. Again, to my previous statement, if this wasn't Twitch poll, if we were talking about commentary or we were talking about like the fucking old like SJW or like anti SJW or like atheist communities, they like the content creators from there were fucking brutal in comparison to the shit that Destiny does. Like I think he's been massively charitable. I also think that other people have been pretty charitable in a lot of ways. I think Chud is very content brained, and that's fine. But he's been surprisingly charitable. I think people have been more than you realize. I think compared to how hard Chud goes on people for that content, because like multiple people will have
ridiculous if you think that Chud has been anything but extremely abusive to me, genuinely.
I think that like okay, we can talk.
See, this is gonna drive me nuts. I hate how much she uses the word abusive. It's gonna drive me crazy, dude.
Talk about like where it is now, but like again,
like that's actually a joke. Chud Logic has been absolutely sociopathic when it came to me.
Okay, well, like again, I haven't seen as much of this stuff with you, but I think he's been pretty charitable with Max.
Yeah, because they were close friends. They had a personal relationship.
Okay, fine. I mean, like, if I'm wrong, if I've just made that statement off the back of like seeing that relationship with Max, that's fine. I'll want that back if that's wrong. If other people want to push back on me. But look, I mean, I agree with Jeb. I think wait for the, like again, you can wait for the article to come out, but I think you probably need to like if there's nothing there, like you probably. Need
I think I'll probably leave this VOD up. Or maybe not.
She's solidly right. You people, like, if you're gonna call the smallest things in the world abuse, then it loses its meaning. Public figures are open to public scrutiny. If you don't want public scrutiny, do not be a public figure, okay? The fact that these people think that they can is this backwards? It is. Oh my goodness. The fact that these people think that they can just go into public spaces and act however they want and people aren't going to scrutinize them, or like each individual watching has the ability now to engage with you publicly, right? They have the ability now to scrutinize you, to talk about you, to give their opinion on you, to talk about how great you are, how horrible you are. Like, they now have the ability to do all of these things. You, as a public figure, do not have the right to take that away from everybody else. And you're asking for it by being a public figure and doing things publicly. You are asking for that attention. You're asking for that scrutiny. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not saying like beyond the pale he deserves to see like IRL repercussions or anything, but he's for sure being a worse human being than others in the same world. Like, he's constantly being wildly sexist to her. He's constantly calling everyone names. He's never even attempted to be good faith. Okay, you're doing the same thing you did with Mr. Girl, where like you just start making things up and then as soon as I start engaging with you, I find out that you have no idea what you're even talking about. You're just making stuff up. That is not at all how things went in reality. Oh, damn, son. That was close. Like, they were all being insanely manipulative towards him. They were, if anybody was abusive, it was them. But I wouldn't call the stuff that they did abusive. I would definitely call it manipulative, though. Probably pretty sociopathic. The stuff that they did and said, and the narratives that they drew from those things were just wildly insane. Like, and just completely detached from reality. Manipulative towards Chud? Oh, what? Oh, wait, you're talking about Chud? I thought you were talking about Destiny. For Chud, I guess, I wouldn't call it abusive. No. But I suppose you could like say that he's mean. Sure. I would agree with that. And even like sexist. Sure. Like I'm fine with those things. But not abusive, no.
Good idea.
No.
It's got to be more than just another thing that was said on a stream, though. Is my thing. Like I feel like
I think you should do a cut.
But wait, hold on. I also don't know. I know that you guys want Steven to be absolved of like one thing. You want Steven to be the good guy in this situation, but I don't know. I know that I'm not severely traumatized. I also know I don't know where my anger should be placed. Like,
Lev, I don't give a about Destiny.
Destiny has been reasonably responsible on this particular issue. Like, I think he's wrong, but in terms of how he's dealt with the criticism once levied, no complaints. Baby voice to avoid accountability as usual. I mean, I don't know that the baby voice is to avoid accountability, but she's gonna avoid accountability one way or the other. Yeah, just like I haven't seen a whole lot of criticism from anybody about Lav or towards Lav that I think she doesn't deserve, and that includes Chud Logic. She has been a pretty wretched human being towards everyone and just caused so many problems, so many unnecessary problems all over the place that I can't imagine looking at what Chud did or his coverage of her and be like, wow, that's bad. Like, I feel like for the most part they're just pointing out the bullcrap that she does and says and calling her out for it, but I don't know what do you think Chud's done in general that is so horrible? I hate how unassertive she is. Either she's an abuser or not. This decided already, and don't let Mr. Girl brainwash you. I mean, yeah, I think it's definitely weird that she's always like so unsure about whether or not people are being abusive or whether or not she's able to make like one claim or the other. And I mean, I'm at least glad that she's slower to like make wild accusations towards people, but at the same time, like you leaving it up in the air is pretty gross as well. Like, if I don't know if you're a rapist, I'm not going to keep saying, I don't know if he's a rapist. I just don't know. I have no idea if he's a rapist. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any evidence that he's a rapist. So how can I know? Like, I think it's ridiculous. So yeah, I think she's insane. Oh crap, that's why.
I want you to
was
absolve
awful
of
to
what
me,
you know
and
to
it
not
is
be true.
his community. Wait, what if what
It's-
do you know to not be
It's
true?
not
What do you
just
mean?
his though.
Well,
Okay.
no, because I asked you, is there things that you honestly think he can be absolved of? Do you think? And before you were saying yes,
I've
that's
never.
what my
Wait, hold
advice
on.
is.
I've never made any claims like I never said he was me. I've always said that
I know.
our relationship. I've always said our relationship was completely consensual and very pleasant.
Yes.
I've always said that he. I've always said that he did not do enough when it came to like protecting me from his audience, which I literally still believe that. I think that he did some, but I think that I would have done different. I think Jeb, you would have done different, and I think that literally everyone in this room would have done fucking different. I think that the way that he talked about me on those streams was like really gnarly. I think that the way that he like. You know, the same week that he asked Abba to take the Anna video down, he like was perfectly okay with Abba making a video about me. And
Yeah, wait, where did Quibbles go? I wanted to know what the hell Chud did.
And you know, it having him making fun of my like whatever my assault story.
Yeah.
So there's things like that where it's just like, okay, I don't know, and I still need to gather my thoughts about it. I haven't healed yet. Obviously, me and Steven haven't talked yet for months. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, and all of it is unfolding in real time in front of us, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. I still have other shit to deal with. Like, there is no way that I'm making another public statement just for it to be rash and
No, I'm not saying do it
uninformed
tomorrow.
without my full feelings.
Yeah, I'm not saying do it tomorrow, and I'm not.
Well, I
I'm
have
not
a
saying
feeling
this.
that the article
I mean-
is going to come out in the next like 1 or 2 weeks. So
That's
I
fine.
mean,
That's
just-
great, but here's the thing. I think that's actually a great statement that you made right there, that you don't want to make any more statements that are rash. I think that's great. Stick with that policy. That's awesome. But at the same time, you also have to know that, like, if you're hanging out with Max and Max is, you know, talking all these things and making these allegations about Steven, you're kind of, you know, complicit there, at least from everybody else's perspective, in those allegations. So you kind of have to state for the record, be like, okay, Max, you know, just for the record, I don't agree with what Max is saying here, or this isn't
I
my
won't say
position.
that I won't say that I don't agree with it, but I
Or
will
that's
say
not your
again
position.
publicly. Wait, from the very beginning, I have said that I'm not helping Max with this fucking article. That this is
Yeah,
not
but
literally from the beginning.
Yeah,
I
but
have
you're
said that
going to have
Max
to
is
be
not
more
me.
explicit than that. You're going to have to say, I'm sorry, guys, this is not my position that Max is stating here. I'm not sure where I stand on these things. You just kind of have to be explicit about it. Otherwise, people are going to think that you're complicit.
When I
Okay,
go,
go-
maybe
If
I'll
I
go
said
over it
I've got
on
nothing
stream.
against Zonya, whoever's attacking Zonya, I have nothing against them, but I have given them all my chat logs and every stream I've ever done with Zonya. People would read that the same way, even if I was claiming neutrality. Like,
If
The
one
types
of
of
you,
assistance.
if one of you was doing background on Max and you asked for all of my logs with Max and you wanted to try to like, I don't know, paint Max as an abuser, I would give you all of my, not paint him as an abuser, but if you're trying to find out if he was an abuser, I would give you all of my.
Would you? Well, here, no.
well,
Here's
actually,
the
that's
thing,
an interesting statement then. Like genuinely, if this comes out and like it's full of people think it's full of shit, like the stuff gets disproved or whatever Max has got, like gets contextualized if it needs it.
Lav?
And people ask for those logs. Is that like,
Lav?
a commitment from
I
you to
will
hand those
readily
logs
give
over?
them.
Lav, I gotta know. What would it take in that hypothetical? What would it take in that hypothetical?
I'm going to accuse Mr. Girl of abuse then. I'm going to accuse Mr. Girl of abuse because I think that it would be very easy for me to go through her logs and point out how manipulative he is in a lot of the ways that he talks. And this is just in general. I don't even just mean with her. He is an insanely manipulative person in the way that he speaks. I was a con man for a while. And I would purposefully manipulate people in the way that I spoke and try to like really rile them up in a lot of different ways. But I was always like, there was always this this gap that I had to keep for not just plausible deniability, but to make it seem very natural, to make it seem like I was like I wasn't trying to manipulate them, right? I had to tone down the manipulation a lot and try to make it seem like I was like I wasn't doing the thing that I was doing. Mr. Girl does it with no shame. He does it in a shameless way, to where I'm always blown away listening to him, thinking, this is crazy, dude. Like, I cannot believe he's just talking to people like this out in the open. This is nuts. It is shameless. It is shameless in the way that he does it. But I don't think that he even knows that he's doing it. Like, I've said this from the beginning. I don't think he knows he's doing it. It seems like he just does these things naturally, and that he's just like garnered habits that are going to that get results for him. Like, he's been trained through other people who give him what he wants from it to do these things, to act this way, to talk to people this way. So like his first conversation with not his first conversation, one of his first conversations with Destiny, the one where everybody points to and they're like, oh my goodness, you remember when he said that he wasn't going to screw Destiny over? You remember when he said that? Like, you know, that conversation, you guys know what I'm talking about, where Destiny is sitting there looking at the camera and Mr. Girl sitting there looking at the camera, and it was just so awkward and weird. And I remember telling Sass, I'm like, this is strange. Like, Destiny's actually making changes for this guy. He's actually acting differently for this guy and actually making an effort to be a different person, to be friends with this guy. This is really weird. Like, this is so out of character for Steven. That conversation is like a great stream to go over and talk about manipulation tactics and talk about the way that he talks to people and show the way that he interacts and the way that he gasses people up, and then the way that he'll like give a little bit and then take it away, and gives a little bit and then takes it away. So saying things like, you know, I really like you. I think we should be friends. And then the other person says, yeah, I think we should be friends too. And, well, I don't think you want to be friends with me. Right? He'll say that. He'll do that. Why? Because he wants you to prove your friendship to him. It's a very, like what you guys were talking about earlier, where I sound like I'm being needy. Like I want you guys to compliment me or something like that. That's what he's doing. He's saying, I want you to prove that you want to be friends with me. I want you to try harder to be friendly to me so that I really feel it. And he's trying to get that validation out of that conversation. He's really trying to extract that from Destiny. And he'll tell him things like, you're not, you know, you're too closed off. Somebody hurt you. Like crap like that. Like it's all manipulation. It's all about like trying to get the end result that you're looking for, trying to get what you want out of that person. Yeah, fishing. Like yes, he does it in a shameless way, to where like I think any con man would look at it and be like, oh my goodness, this is like porn, dude. This is extreme.
It's maxed. You've given them. What would it take for you then to say to that person, hey, I'm redacting my logs. You can't use them. What would you need to know out of the intent of that other person? Because although you gave them under the understanding that it is to find out, that obviously you have the option to redact that information. What would it take? Is there anything that where you feel like once you've given it that you can say, don't use that. You're not allowed to use that anymore. I gave that thinking it was for this, but now it seems like it's for this.
If someone was trying to deplatform Max, or if someone was trying to aid in harassment to Max, trying to hurt his family, or
do you think that the article that Mr. Girl is making has no intent towards the deplatforming of Destiny?
Or hurting his family?
or you know,
Yeah.
like
If it
we
says
know
anything
how,
about if it says anything about his family, like his son,
no, it's not that it would say something. It's not like it's doxing the location of his ex and child. What I'm saying is, we know, you know, how uncontrollable, frenetic, and terrible these massive communities on the internet are. They have gone after you. So if you know,
what if you loved him? If Star, who had a personal relationship with Max, was making something about how she thought that he was potentially abusive, and wanted like proof or wanted to like more stories or more information, I would absolutely give Star all of the logs.
Based on the love, based on the idea that you think they have that genuine care. But
yes,
do you know for a fact that love, like, what if that love, if you had some inkling, a suspicion that love is gone, and now instead there is a bitter resentment in the shadow of an eclipsed love? If
I thought that was the place that Max was coming from, I absolutely would not give him the log. I would not give him Steven's logs.
Well, you would redact the log. Would you redact the logs after having given them?
Yes. If that at any point I thought that is the reality of the situation, I would say no. I do not want to be mentioned in this article.
But Lav, do you think that you would, if you loved somebody and you thought they could be doing something self-destructive and destructive to people around them, do you think you would make an article about it, or do you think you'd talk to them about it and bring all that same evidence just to them and not announce a giant article slam piece on them?
Well, the problem is that Steven doesn't have a great track record of taking hard feedback on stream.
I'm just asking what you would do. It doesn't have to be on stream. I'm saying private.
Okay, I'm just going to say, as a bisexual man, this conversation is making me feel gay, so I'm going to go.
You can give him plenty of feedback on stream. It just depends on how you deliver it.
I think, well, stuff like this. So if you even bring up the Anna situation or how he acted in the Anna situation, I mean, there was a post with thousands of upvotes of me when we were just talking about like audience hate and what you can do to mitigate it. And I was like, well, the Anna thing happened, and everyone fucking freaked out, and his whole audience was fucking.
That makes sense. But that makes sense. That's a situation. Hold on, jump in. Hold on. That's a situation that's very sensitive, and you got to talk about it with him in private. You can't talk about it in public.
And I'm asking what you would do.
I don't know why. That's ridiculous. The whole thing fucking happened in public. I don't know why you.
Because, oh my goodness, yes, it is out of care for Anna. Like, it is a thing where they're not worried about Destiny. They're worried about Anna at this point. Like, people have seen her more than enough times now to where she has expressed what would help her, what would actually make her feel better, what would actually give her better results in these areas. And what it was that, yeah, people just stopped talking about her. People stopped going after her. People stopped discussing her issues and reviewing her crap. Like, that's what it was. And so when she brings it up on stream and starts talking about it, yeah, people are not doing it because of Destiny. They're not like in fear for Destiny. They would love to continue going over that crap. They would all love to continue getting into it.
Couldn't talk about it.
It doesn't matter. It's a very, very sensitive situation. It has a long history to it. You know some of the things that have flared up in public. It's one of those things you just cannot talk about in public. It's one of those things you have to talk to him about in private. Otherwise, he's just going to shut you down, and for really good reason. And I would shut you down too.
That's also the
antithetical.
Antithesis.
Yeah, but that's the antithesis of Steven's whole thing, which is like, I'm an open book. Talk to me about anything. I'm happy about anything. No,
there's some things that there are limits to that.
Okay,
no, you know that there are limits.
Because it has nothing to do with Steven. It has to do with Anna. That's the limit there.
There are things in the logs. Exactly. You already said earlier, Lav, you said there are things in the logs that you would not want to put out.
When I have brought up things to Steven in public and in private, I have brought shit up to Steven in private, like specifically about the way that his audience treated me. He did not give a flying. He was like, he just made excuse after excuse. And it was like, I don't moderate my thing. I don't, you're doing this to yourself. Stop being stupid on stream, which like part of that's true, but also like when I'm telling you about my feelings, it's like, that is not the way to get any sort of like.
Anna's not just telling people about her feelings, dude. This is insanely different. She's not just sitting there talking about her feelings. That's ridiculous. That is an offensive analogy right there. Is this recent? Yeah, this is recent. Yep. This is within the last couple days.
I'm not going to be heard. We're not going to get anywhere. And it's not going to fucking like... I mean, obviously, Steven struggles interpersonally. I don't know why you're trying to make the case for... I mean, I struggle interpersonally. I think most people struggle interpersonally.
That's why I've heard. That's why we're on this damn platform.
Yeah. Literally. But yeah.
Struggle session, they say.
So when you have someone as combative as that, and you guys, I mean, his whole fucking brand is that he's fucking combative. Like, you are not going to get what you want to get through doing something like that. And
I'm just asking you what you would do if you were Max.
And Well, I would never do what Max is doing.
Okay, but so that's my point is, when I asked you if you think you could absolve Destiny of being purposefully abusive, you said you can't because you wouldn't do what he did. So you can't absolve him of being purposefully abusive. You're also saying you wouldn't do what Max did, but you can guarantee he's showing a love for Steven and not a contempt. I'm saying
I would never
I
do
don't
what
think
Max
you
is
can
doing
guarantee
because
that.
I don't want to open myself up to what Max is opening himself up to. It's not even that I wouldn't want to do it because I didn't think that the cause was good. It's that I just don't see the purpose in this like small internet community completely like killing myself over something like this. Like
I don't think anybody does, and I think that's what most people see as evidence of a little bit of contempt, a little bit of unabashed, unconcerned contempt, where it almost makes no sense that he'd be doing what he's doing unless the only goal was to do what the article's going to do, which he thinks, which is damage Steven.
By the way, someone just brought up something in my chat, and I actually should have mentioned it. I don't know why I didn't. But yeah, a major point why it was that Steven didn't want to talk about Anna on stream is because it was her wishes for this stuff to not be, for her to not be talked about on the streams anymore.
Yes, and now Lab's going to say yes, but it was my wishes for me not to be talked about as well. You are not the same. This is offensive that you would compare your issues to Anna's. It is not the same. Like, we all watched a full mental breakdown from this person for over a year. Okay? And it took us a long time. It took all of us a long time to actually recognize what was happening. It took all of us a very long time. I don't want to take credit here, but I think I was one of the first people to really start breaking down the OCD stuff and starting, like, when people were drama posting and talking crap about Anna and like, oh, look how dumb she is, looping again, like a freaking crazy person. I was the one who started pulling it up, saying like, yo, this is not just a crazy person. This is not just somebody who's just madly in love with Steven and is trying to gain his acceptance. This is somebody who's actually has a mental illness and who actually has issues and is going through something like much bigger than some freaking internet drama. And within days, well, I want to say it was like the next day, Destiny had her on and talked to her about her OCD and asked her all of the questions that I went over in my video. So again, I have no idea. It's a massive coincidence, I assume, because I think he would have said something to me if a lot of that came from my video. No, actually, no. I remember people in his community actually sending super chats asking him if he did it because of my video. So, yeah, so I don't think, and he said, I don't even know what video you guys were talking about. So I don't think it had anything to do with my video, but I was definitely talking about this issue before other people were even willing to admit that that was the issue. I started watching D in November. I have a pretty good video on it. I've got two, but the one on OCD is the one that breaks it down the best because you get to watch, like, here, we'll do a quick recap. So this one right here. Think about it from her side, Anavoir loops and OCD. 1.7 thousand views. This is one of my biggest videos. The intro.
So the real parting words. Okay. No additional conversations, no memes, right? I'm just being clear because I don't think everyone has it on the same page here. You get what this is, right, Anna? This is the end of the road. The right-click block.
Yeah. We were just saying that she's agreed that she's going to respect the boundaries of no private and public.
So at the beginning, he says, this is the right click block, right? So he's telling her, you guys are never going to talk again. This is us ending the relationship right here on stream. You should never message him. You should never say anything to him ever again. And she's saying, yes, I understand. Okay. And that's what all of these clips are, is them cutting off the relationship and her going right back to it.
Communication and moderation of the community.
I'm really, like, I'm still like, I don't like the no contact thing.
She's still doing it, Drew. Do you understand?
Okay.
What?
You don't like it. So when you say you don't like it, but you're still willing to commit to it, correct?
Kind of. I mean, I.
We cannot. Anna, we
Why
cannot.
are you
do it
laughing?
Because this is what
It's
you
because
do,
it's
man.
frustrating
We've
and
established a
okay.
pattern of behavior, and we're watching it unfold in real time.
Stop. Okay.
What do you mean? No. I mean,
Just
literally
ignore
no.
him. No, we're not doing this again. All right.
I'm
we're
literally.
This is after like hours of them thinking they'd get through for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then her like backtrack on everything over and over. Like they'd be like, okay, so you agree with everything we're saying? Yeah, I agree with everything. Okay, all right. So we made some headway, but you know what? No, I don't. I actually don't. I don't agree. And just like go back, and they'd have to start the entire conversation over again. And it would happen over and over and over.
You're just expressing how I feel about like the no
Hiding
contact
behind
thing.
I feel statements? Oh my
Stop.
god, it's a rerun.
Okay. All right, Anna.
I did another video called the Anna Destiny Epilogue, where I go over all of these videos on stream. I go like over like 20 to 30 minutes of each video, and then get into other stuff.
I mean, obviously, I have to, because like I don't have a choice.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. I'm just expressing how I feel about it. Okay? Oh my god.
Okay. I hear you. We have to have a verbal, strong commitment to it for this to work.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So you strongly commit to no private and public communication and moderation of your community such that it honors those boundaries, correct?
Yes. But
okay. Destiny.
Like,
no, Anna.
Ready? I'm a horrible person. I let Anna on the entire time. I'm a horrible manipulator, and I stonewalled the fuck out of her. I'm a bad person.
Remember
okay?
to click
I admit this.
the link.
I'm a horrible person.
If you want to give me a view.
I've admitted that I'm a horrible person. Can we please fucking move on? Okay? I accept. Hold on. More. I want to go further. I accept full responsibility. I've lied to my fiance. I've lied to my son. Okay? I've lied to my community. Okay? I am a horrible manipulating person, and I'm just ready to tell Anna I'm sorry
Remember
for the pain and
to
abuse that I
click the
put her
follow
through. I'm
button.
ready to move on. A changed man. Okay? I'm moving on. I'm sorry for everything. All of this was my fault. Every part of this was my fault. And now I'm moving on, and I never want to talk about this publicly again. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. I think Anna's gonna. It's closure time, Anna.
Yeah, I mean, so hateful, and
We've
I
made
didn't know
peace.
what else you would leak about me because you just leaked so many things.
we've
You leaked them
made
to
peace.
BGG and
You guys
stuff,
think
and
that this
like
is
that's
moving
you
on?
said you want to be friends with me.
Okay, publicly.
Are
with
you
God as
acting
my-
like you
Anna,
don't?
Anna, publicly with God as my witness, okay, and all the world.
You're an
around us,
atheist.
whole-
You're an atheist.
the whole Twitch community, okay? We should not be friends, okay? We should not talk privately. We should not talk publicly, and we can both move on from this, okay? Is that an okay thing?
I mean, sure, but it's like, you know, I mean, I thought you wanted to be friends. I asked you if you didn't want to be friends, let me know, and you said, yeah, I know I could say that.
Anna,
Like,
Anna,
I thought
but
that's...
now, Anna, Frogan has made me see the light, okay? It can't happen, okay? We must move on. We have to move on from this. We both need to grow as beautiful human beings in our separate worlds that
Even,
do not
why
interact
are
with
you
one another.
treating this like it's funny when I'm distressed? When I'm in
Anna,
distress?
because you have fucking cat ears on, okay? I can't help myself, okay? Please, okay? We're moving on from this. It is better for the health of both of us.
I don't
if we move on.
understand why
And we
you're
both
so
don't have to
cold,
worry.
though. Why don't
Sometimes
you
things are,
care?
things
It
are,
was
we never
literally
talk
for
about
like 10 minutes. Like,
This
you
is
never
my bad.
told
I
me.
misinterpreted this. I accept full responsibility. That was my fault, and I leaked DMs for no
Thank you.
reason, or I leaked. That's right. You did. We didn't
Thank
talk
you.
about that. You're absolutely
But,
okay.
Stephen, we didn't talk about it, though.
I know we did it. I'm agreeing with you.
Why?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're... I don't know. Are you being serious, though? Because, like, honestly, I'm not gonna do something as insane as, like, secretly, like, stream you. Like, that's...
Do you think you're 100% guilty, or?
I'm absolutely. I fucked up.
Every time it's him saying, can we please end this here? And her being like, well, okay. But you know what? And then, you know, please, let's stop this. Let's end it. Let's never talk about this again. Okay, I agree. You know what? No, I don't. Whoosh. Like, and it's just over and over. Every time she goes back on it, we skip to the next one.
Everything on all occasions of this. I think I am a cold, callous, horrible, dark-tried individual. I was manipulative and abusive,
But
and I'm ready
Steven,
to
you
move
were
on.
manipulative. You did manipulate an entire
I know,
narrative
that's why I
against
wanna-
me
that's why I
because
wanna move on.
you ignored Steven manipulative.
What would it take for us to not talk privately or publicly anymore? What would it take for
And
that
I'm
to
not
happen?
manipulative at all. I don't understand how I'm manipulating.
Zerga,
But, like,
Steven,
do
you
you-
can't leave. You can't leave.
Zerga, this never ends. You see, we've been on the
No,
same
no,
like.
it ends. You're
But, like,
almost there.
Because you're not
Okay.
showing any empathy. You're not saying like, yeah, I understand how this hurt you and I feel bad. Like, don't you
Okay,
feel?
Anna, I
You
understand.
just don't care at all.
Anna, I do
You
care.
just don't
okay?
care.
Anna, I care. I'm sorry. The public abuse has been bad, and the public bad statements have been bad, and my community harassment has been bad. That's why I deleted all the posts on my subreddit. That's why we tried to stop talking about you for a long time. Okay, we're all trying to move on. We're all trying to heal and move on. Okay, from the pains that I have caused on my own. Okay, how do we do that? How do we move on?
So, are you being serious?
Yes.
But like, just a few moments ago, you were saying that like you didn't.
Like,
so what? I have
No,
to
it's not
actually hear
that,
it
Steven.
forever?
Please stop acting like. Please stop talking about Liam like I'm just some crazy person.
Anna, I just
Steven,
asked you like 3 times in a row. What do we do to move on from this? You're not giving me an answer.
I just told you. I said to show remorse and empathy.
And I said I'm sorry, and I understand that you have a lot of pain.
You
over what's
really?
happened.
Thank you.
Anna, what more can you fucking want from me? You can't probe my fucking brain.
If you don't talk about him again, like ever again, for 1 year, right now, I make a commitment publicly. I will send you $100 USD, not Canadian, okay? Sephora gift card.
Oh my God. No, you
commitment.
don't have to do
Okay, and then you can buy, I don't know, like, you're very good at doing your makeup, so, like, you can buy something else.
I do like makeup.
Yeah.
But no, you don't have to do that at all. It's fine.
No, it's like, wait, I need to be held to something. I need to be held to something. Because it's good for both of you.
It's true.
Would you, delete all the hate Reddit threads and all that stuff?
If she can go 6 months, yeah, sure. I'll even take down the YouTube videos again.
You'll take down all the YouTube videos on her if she can do 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that deal.
You like that
we
deal?
made it before 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, I wish you'd retract it, but I guess I'm not getting that.
It's never gonna happen, and I'm telling you right now, face to face, there's
You
no
know what?
circumstance.
You know what? There might be a retraction. If you can go 6 months, okay? There might be a retraction.
Don't, Destiny, don't. Then you just set off a time bomb.
You're gonna toy with me like that?
If you can go 6 months, I'll retract, okay?
That's a really big.
That is the best deal you're ever gonna get, and if you give it up right now,
That's
you're
a really
fucking.
good deal. That's
Okay,
a really good
accept
deal.
it. Then accept it.
Okay, it needs to happen now. It really fucking needs to
Then
happen.
accept it, okay?
All right.
Yeah, I accept it. It
This
really
is
needs
this.
to
Let's
happen
not
now.
make this the Treaty of Versailles, okay?
Okay.
Let's have.
I'm gonna go back to doing what I was doing.
Okay, there we go. She accepted the deal. Breaking the loop. And I watched some of her streams after this, and she wasn't talking about Destiny at all. She finished streams, and like all of her mods are like, hey, you did a great job today. You didn't talk about him at all. And she's like, yeah, I don't want to disappoint Dylan, and I want to make sure that I don't start looping again. I feel good. I feel like this is really going to work this time. So it seemed like everything was good. It seemed like everything was going to plan. But then she started looping again. There you go. An 8-minute recap.
But it seems like no matter what I propose or what I say, there is no way to ever move on from this.
So yes, there you go. So I posted. So I had a debate with Sick earlier. He said that he wants to be able to say the N-word. I tried to explain to him why the N-word is harmful. He didn't buy it. So I posted on Twitter, attention black people, Sick Unchained really wants to call you the N-word. He admitted to me tonight on stream how badly he wants to dehumanize black people everywhere. He doesn't care if you all lose your jobs, probably because he wants you working the fields. So yeah, he quote tweeted this and said, and I'd say it 100 times on Twitch every stream if I could get away with it. Frickin' racist, of course. Portland is burning. Also quote tweeted it. Said, spread the word, people. Sick is about to get canceled and lose his job. It's happening. I'm starting a cancel culture. I'm doing a cancel culture on Sick.
It was her wishes to not be talked about on stream anymore because she had been so traumatized by him talking about it and having the narrative be completely wrong. And be the narrative that she was fucking psycho and crazy and a stalker. Like, that's why she begged him to not talk about it.
It doesn't matter.
It wasn't because she would absolutely...
The rule was hard set, so when you brought her up, he had to shut you down. Even if you were going to be on her side or something. It didn't matter. He had to shut you down.
Well, no. That's not even what I was talking about. Because when... It was the same thing when I talked about how his audience was treating me. He, like, just didn't care. He completely shut down and was like, I'm not going to do anything about it. There's multiple... He's fucking known for this. He's known for being stubborn. He's a Sagittarius.
I don't know. Oh, okay. We're not bringing in that cringy white girl shit, okay?
No, but he's known for being stubborn. So I don't know why we're trying to pretend like Steven isn't fucking stubborn. Now, what I can tell you is that Max loved Steven and probably still loves Steven, but Max also has a martyr complex, and Max also has like this superhero bringing light to the darkness, and also I think that Steven's track record.
This is all true.
Well, what I also will say is that Max knows more about Steven than I do, because Steven and Melina both spoke to Max about their relationship.
Lav, I've got a question because I've been thinking about this for a bit.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, sure.
So Max is also functioning off of a very niche understanding of Steven's.
That's a Taurus. Sags are just chaos demons. She thinks that he is a chaos demon. She thinks that he gets off on the chaos. She thinks that he actually he gets off to it, right? So I don't think you're making a distinction there.
His relationship with women, because he was there basically as like a relationship therapist for Steven and Melina for quite a time. So Max has more insight than I do, right. And I trust Max's insight because I got to hear Steven's part of it, and Max got to hear Melina and Steven's part of it, and it was a whole mess. So I think that Max is informed. I won't speak for him. I obviously let the article speak for itself, but I think that Max is more informed about Steven than I am, and so that is also why I saw glimpses of what Max is alleging. Which is why I am not likely to denounce every single bad behavior that Steven has done. Because although he did not abuse me, I have seen flashes of things that Max has alleged, but Max is a more in-depth, now that he's researched, but also just from proximity to him and Melina.
Lav?
Yes.
Okay. So you've said, and this is not trying to be a getcha, I really want you, because this is a thought that might not have passed, but I can't stop thinking about this now. So, if you believed that this article would do a severe damage to Steven, you would not support the article, right? That's what you said, right? That it would create some kind of severe damage to Steven, potentially put his child at risk.
If it is undeserved, yeah.
Okay. So there are two potential worlds. There's a world where it's undeserved. So you believe that Max is wrong, and thus any support that you give, you can kind of give because your thought is, well, this article is going to do nothing anyway.
If Max writes an article that is firmly based in reality, in fact, and not allegory, and is clearly laying out a pattern of abuse, and it is clear.
Okay.
That is a different thing than if Max writes an article and it is frivolous and hyperbolic and not based in reality and completely allegory.
I'm sorry, Freddie. I know you're high, but I gotta speed it up on me.
And trying to paint a picture of abuse without any sort of substantial evidence. I will make a public statement denouncing it.
Sure.
I'm sorry, but what kind of friend is he that you don't know which of those it's going to be. I feel like if I'm letting you go on my stream and I'm letting you sort of be adjacent to this or riding the sidecar even, you're not driving the bike, but you're there, and he's not even letting you know what is going to be in the article or what it's going to look like. I think that's really shitty. I think that's worse than anything Destiny ever did.
Wait, well, so he's letting me, I know some of the
That's what's his name. From the panel the other day. Who was the guy who hosted the panel with Straighteraid?
things that's in the article.
But you don't know enough to even know if it's going to be a credible article actually outlining
No.
a
I
pattern
know
of
enough.
abuse.
I know enough to know that some of it is going to be very credible. I don't want to talk about it on stream because I do not have anything to substantiate it. He does.
Okay. I think
so. There's that. I don't think that it will be the case that it's frivolous and.
Did she say she wasn't involved in the article? Yes. She says this many times over. When she talked to Destiny, she said over and over that she wasn't involved in the article. As well.
Completely whatever. I think it will be the case that he will have documented something that is very pertinent and that we should talk about and that should be. And if it does harm Steven, it is inadvertent, as the main goal is to just shed light on an abusive power structure.
Okay, I'm going back into this because I think this is relevant. So that's different before, and that's informative. But what I'm saying is, when you're engaging with Max here, you either think this article is going to or this is not going to do harm. If you think it's going to do harm and that it's legitimate, then yeah, you should be supporting. I would say. I would say that you should be supporting. If you're not supporting enough and you believe it, then you're probably not doing enough of your duty there. And if you don't believe that it's going to do damage, then I would actually kind of feel weird about.
This is a good argument. I like this. This is a good argument.
Like letting Max go and spiral into this. I would like have an intervention with Max and be like, this is not healthy for you. So you have to believe one of those two. First off. You're more confident
me and Max have had multiple conversations where I have said that I do not want to hurt Steven.
No, I meant like, have you had conversations about the potential of this being like a harmful thing for Max to be going into? Like harmful for Max. Okay.
Yes. Yes, we have talked about every possible situation, every possible way that this could go.
Not just the release of it, but like what he's doing and all of his commitments to it.
Yeah, I don't think that it's good for him to be writing it. It clearly, and he would say that as well. He's been very public with the fact that this is literally killing him and that he doesn't sleep well and that he doesn't feel good. I mean, he wakes up at 7 p.m. and goes to bed at like 8 a.m. Like he's not treating his body well. To commit to doing a piece like this is not good for your mental health. He's not a journalist, and he knows all of these things, and he knows that it's not healthy for him. I don't need to no.
Okay, well, you don't have control over him, but wouldn't you just say, you can't use my stuff? You can't use my stuff because I'm not supporting the way that I think you're harming yourself here. I think there are multiple reasons to want to dissolve yourself from the relation. And it doesn't have to just be, this could hurt Destiny, this could have collateral damage towards the child. I would say, like, if you think that it's bad, I would be worried. I would be worried about my friend if they were going down a spiral, and I didn't believe that what they were doing was good for them. Now, at the same time,
I believe that what Max is doing is probably not good for him, but good for the greater good. If you're going to talk about any sort of morality, I think it's really important to be honest about. I mean, listen, if someone made a documentary about me and my abuse, it would suck. If someone wanted to make,
I believe Sick did that. Actually.
Make a video about how I abused Connor and they had like credible evidence or whatever, it would really suck. But I think morally, for the greater good, people should do that. Victims should come out.
Do you think you should tell Destiny what you know of what Max has?
I don't really know what Max has.
You said you know a little bit.
No. He knows. Well, first of all,
wait. I feel like this is the first conversation. Is this not the first conversation? Because she said all of this when she talked to Destiny the first time.
He already knows.
I'm just saying, but do you think it might be good to tell him? Because, right, if we're acknowledging the reality that this is hurting Max, regardless of whether
I don't owe anything to Destiny. Destiny went on stream today and said that I was a fucking like spoiled little brat, and said that I was turning into my narcissistic, abusive mom. Said that I.
Okay, so yeah, I guess there's 2 videos. And this is the second one. Okay.
mid pussy. I don't fucking
I'm not
owe
saying
anything.
I'm not saying you owe him anything. I'm saying if this is bad for Max, this is hurting Max, but the only reason it's good is because he's putting out the honest truth. Don't you think that in the best interest of Max in the article would be to give Destiny the chance to provide some of his side so that the picture is made more complete? Because there's two possible things. Either he has nothing and the truth still gets out, or he has something and Max is freed from the fucking painful thing
that's
he's doing.
interesting. I think that
interested in having any kind of real exploration of this concept. It was unfortunate. Like, here's the thing. I like Max. I don't really have much in the way of problems with him other than the way that situation went down between him and Stardust was like the real issue that I had with him at the time. But like, he was saying that, and I was being super charitable with him, very nice with him in our conversation, and his response to everything I said was, well, that's because you're part of the cult. Like, that's his answer for everything. You can't reason with somebody who's framed up this reality, really delusion, honestly. But like this situation where any kind of contradiction to what it is that you are doing, or any kind of questioning of it, is motivated by some like cult influence that you have no control over. It's religious, is what it is, right? It's the same thing as when you try and talk to people about their religious views, and they go and say, well, you know, you're influenced by the devil, you're corrupted, right? Things like that. You can't reason with it. There is zero ability to reason with somebody who's created that framing. So that's a problem. That's why nobody can really talk to him about this.
We have
Maybe you can.
We have a caller. Shaylin wants to join the call.
Whoa.
Sure.
I don't know how we would do that.
Just invite her into the group chat. She's on Discord.
Yeah. I'm sure this is gonna be a whole different thing. So I just want to end this on, I don't give a fuck about Steven. I don't care if you make a statement about Steven if you truly don't believe he deserves absolution for anything. My goal in this situation in general, Lav, is I just want you to ride off into the sunset and insert name of state you move to with insert name of fiance with insert job and get the fuck out of all of this. Okay? Because that's what I think you want deep down, but sometimes you just let shit pull you back in, whether it's on the Destiny side or the Max side. I just want you out of it. I want you happy and out of it.
Do you think I can exist online without fucking everyone trying to...
I don't think you should exist online. I think riding off into the sunset includes shutting the laptop, closing the computer. The only place you need to exist online is fucking BattleNet with your boys and your girls.
Jeb, consider this. I am so smart, and people need to hear.
Okay. You know what you need to do?
You live in a big city full of people who can benefit from your smartness, okay? You don't need the internet for that.
You were going to do the whole doula thing. Why don't you do the doula thing? I mean, honestly, I'd like you to be able to exist on the internet. I think it's
can
just
do
going
the
to be...
doula thing, but I have severe agoraphobia.
You can exist on the internet later, but you have a therapist, okay? You have the tools in place to get there eventually. I just don't think that... I think right now riding off into the sunset looks like deleting or deactivating or privating some accounts. Talking through PMs on Discord to the people that you give a fuck about. Steven doesn't need to be one of them. I don't need to be one of them. Max doesn't need to be one of them. And just living your life with your and my boy toy, who I will not name, for his own privacy.
What did you just drop into this call? Holy shit. Now everybody's going to be speculating.
That's what I think riding off in the sunset looks like for you. Don't make a statement if you don't want to, but just detach yourself from all this shit publicly. Say, I'm done with this fucking shit. Deactivate private and just be you where you are.
She said she's severely agoraphobic, which basically means one of us. But there should be a way for her to exist online in a way that is healthy, but it's going to require effort on your part, Lav, to not really engage.
Well, no, he's saying that she can exist online, but that she has a therapist. Like, that's what the therapist is for, is she needs to separate herself for a while, go to therapy, figure all that out first, and then she can come back at some point as a normal person, hopefully.
With these things, like, people are going to talk mad shit about you, and you just kind of got to just deal. It sucks.
I'm not confident, actually, that there is... Okay, so this is the thing that sucks. So the Merrick situation got brought up before, right? There are different ways that people have dealt with being inside of the line of fire. Some people lean into it. Some people try to get away from it. I have no confidence that Lav has a best option that is also healthy. I think that there's a big fucking sign hanging here, which is once a woman is in the hair in the sites, you're going to be hunted for the rest of your life. I don't know what the best, and the internet is an asset.
I mean, I can think of plenty of examples of people who've moved on.
Why are you contributing to that then? Why are you putting Lav on trial if you think that there is an atmosphere here in which women speaking out about things puts them in the crosshairs?
I don't think it's putting someone on trial to discuss with them some things, as long as you're well-meaning and you're not reaming them over it and you're having their best interest at thought. I don't think it's putting
I don't think you have her best interest at heart, but why don't you guys go ahead and explain to me why you guys are in a 4-5 person call against Lav about why you think that she's here? Someone please explain to me.
Because Lav joined the call, that's why. What do you mean?
I can explain. I jumped on because I'm not against her, because I very specifically just said that I just want her to ride off into the sunset and be happy with her fiance in the place she just moved and enjoy her life. And it seems like the internet is doing nothing but robbing her of that ability. That makes me really sad. As someone who barely even knows her, it makes me really sad. That's why.
Well, I think, Jeff, you are the most well-meaning person here. I can't say that for everyone in the
call. I don't know Zonia I don't know anybody else.
Zonia was going to just release a video suggesting that Lav murdered her cat. Don't talk about how Zonia's good faith. That's the biggest crack of shit I've ever heard. That's ridiculous.
Lav, do you think I'm good faith?
No.
Don't Ask Lav, what the f is your problem,
my
Zonia?
God, okay.
Absolutely not.
This is
Earlier,
All right, Lav, I thought,
30 minutes earlier.
Lav, I thought, okay, I guess we didn't actually patch things up. Never mind. All right,
Wait,
well, whatever.
no, we are on friendly terms, but no, that does not rewrite the fact that for 30 minutes earlier today, you said that you were going to milk me because I was a lol cow and I was mentally ill. You were horrible.
Well, we talked about that, right? We were both horrible to each other. I was kind of matching your energy,
Sure,
so.
but I also no, you were not matching my energy. You literally made a
Wait,
you made
we
a
literally
video.
just talked about this,
No,
and
but I
then we
will not
both apologized.
No, I apologize.
So, okay, so we're
I
dragging
was
this
rude.
back up?
No, I was rude, but no, I do not think that you're good faith. I think that you're doing what you're doing. I don't know your intentions right now. I don't know your intentions right now. I know that you're making content from this, and I know that you have continued to make content
all
off of me,
making
and I know that you earlier said that I was a lol cow and you were just going to keep milking me for views and whatever the you could. Like, I think that for the past hour we've been fine, but I don't trust you by any means to be good faith at all.
All right, that's
I
fair.
don't even
I don't
think
really
that
have. I mean, I don't really have an
Lav-
issue, so I'm not sure why Shaylin is bringing me up in this, but whatever. Sure.
The issue is that you guys are in a 4 and 5v1 call trying to tell Lav that she has f***ed up somehow by bringing up her concerns about how she was treated and suggesting things like, oh, maybe you should just get off the internet. Oh, maybe you should just take everything back. Oh, maybe you should dissociate yourself from Max because he probably has bad intentions. Oh, blah, blah, blah. But like, the only thing Lav has done is talk about her experience, and she did talk about her experience to Destiny himself very publicly and has been pretty consistent that it has been hurting her. And yet, here you all are trying to shit on her, even though, one, you're trying to bring up the article which hasn't come out. It's total bullshit. You guys are all insane.
I don't think that the majority of us have been in here telling her how she's f***ed up, right? If anything, I've been trying to say, hey, here's where the breakdown of this relationship happens. This is why Steven feels the way that he does, etc., etc. I don't think it's very fair. I don't think it's very fair. I don't think it's very fair for you to. I don't think it's very fair for you to be claiming that all of us are shitting on Lav when we are actually we're you know, I've expressed empathy towards her earlier in this call. We have bonded over certain things earlier in this call, and you can shut the up, bitch. Holy shit. You are such a loud, obnoxious bitch. Holy shit.
We're all civil. Shaylin, we're all civil.
We were civil before you came into this call screaming your lungs out, you dumb f***ing
We were all civil here, and then you came in and
You are such a dumb. Holy shit. You are so dumb. You're so loud. Your voice is grating on my ears. Holy shit.
Shaylin, so everything was pretty chill. We weren't shitting on her. We were talking about the situation with Max. And then you came in, and then you came in and decided to turn it into a show because you wanted to have fun stirring up a bunch of shit. We don't need that right now. So if you're not going to contribute to the conversation,
you are so full of shit. All you do is came into here screaming, saying that we're shitting on Lav when we've been empathetic towards her. When we've been empathetic, you're the psychotic one, you fucking bitch. You're the psychotic one.
Oh my god, start.
You're the one who did an obsessive drawing about all the fucking orbiters and did some weird.
Yeah, who drew that picture of Destiny with a fucking heart on? I'm sorry.
Yeah. The reason
An obsessive psychopath comes on here and tries to tell people to be nicer to people. What the fuck? Get off the call, Seiko.
Kick me. I don't give a shit. Listen, the problem is, this is exactly what you fucking people do. You are so threatened by the fact that people are coming forward and saying they're uncomfortable with the situation that you benefit from that you're willing to gaslight them for hours.
I'm not gaslighting anybody. I'm not gaslighting anybody. I've been empathetic towards Lav the entire call.
Shaylin, you're an obsessed pathetic piece of shit who makes ridiculous retarded artwork. Go make some more artwork about all of us. Have fun just jerking yourself off to the idea of us being part of the
how about you make a fucking comic of me with my
psychopath. Get out of here, you obsessed psychopathic piece of shit.
You're welcome to kick me, but if you want to actually address the concerns,
I will.
Telling me that you're doing something is not the same as doing it.
Clearly.
What I've heard is that Lav brought up a potential abuse claim, and you guys said that she has to feel a certain way about potential
Nobody
abuse.
says she has to feel any sort of way. What are you talking about?
You said
Can we wait till the end of
she
this
needs to
one?
be really determined. You said that she needs to be very clear before bringing anything up, and I don't think that's true. Literally every person who's been in an abusive situation has mixed feelings about it. The fact that you are all on here trying to tell her that she should have like thought about it more, or that she's like, you're just gaslighting her.
Wait, that's stupid. I am almost positive that she made like contradictory claims in her conversation with Chud. I'm almost positive she talked about how like people ought to be clear-headed when they talk about their trauma, how they ought to wait a while before saying stuff about it. I am almost positive this happened. I am almost positive she said people ought to wait before talking about their traumatic stuff so that they can be clear-headed about it. I am like 90% sure that happened.
She has feelings about what happened, and she's expressed it over and over.
So
and
who gaslit her about what? Shaylin,
can I respond real quick? Just for me
Go
personally?
ahead.
I gain nothing from Destiny. I don't stream, never been on his stream.
don't care to grow a stream. I only came on here because I've had conversations with Lev. I've not shit on her one time. I have only given her good faith advice, and the only thing I've ever said as far as her experience and how she should handle it is that she should absolve Steven of things after asking her if she thinks he did his best, and she responded initially that he might have, and I said if that is the case, she should make public whatever she thinks is true about the situation so that she can detach, and so that she can, again, like I said, ride off into the sunset and be her own person. Because yes, I did tell her she should detach from the Max thing, because I think you'd agree, it is not Lav's or Leah's article. It's Max's article. She shouldn't have to be attached to it. If she's given her statement just like anybody else, Max has that
I've already
statement.
publicly said that. I've already publicly made
That's
the
fine.
statement.
I'm talking to Shayla about what he's accusing me of
The only reason why you think she's attached to it is because you all are obsessively berating her for talking to Max.
You have no room to
Leah
talk about
has been berating who in this
Not at
call,
all.
except for
Right.
you.
It's because
you came in here and shat all over everyone.
I'm happy to berate you. That's why I came on the call.
Okay, yeah, then how about this? You tell me where I berated Lav.
Actually, you've been completely silent. You're just complicit, Star.
Yeah,
I'll agree
okay,
with that.
eat my fucking
Who
dick,
berated her
bitch. Eat my fucking dick.
Who here berated her then?
Literally, when it is a 4v1 or 5v1 call,
5v1
and you're all
bullshit. Okay.
Apparently Star said
There was
nothing, and
one
Adam
other
said
person here
anything in
before.
response to what I said, so was Zonia the one berating her?
Listen,
The only one left.
To be fair, you guys have literally been telling me that I've been doing something wrong and how to remedy that for like hours now.
I've not told you that you've done anything wrong. Wait a minute. I empathize with you. I said being a woman in this space is f***ing rough. I talked about we both talked about how certain parts of this experience is clearly misogyny. And if I have some criticisms on top of that, that doesn't mean that I'm berating you for hours, right? That means that I've empathized with you on specific, very specific points, and I maybe have offered a couple of places of contention here or there, right?
Understand that you have this.
Eat my Shaylin. I don't give a shit what you have to say.
I don't vouch for it a lot of the time. But if Lav is going to speak out because she's f***ing uncomfortable, then you coming at her for bringing it up is bullshit.
Who came at her, you dumb idiot?
Again, if you're criticizing someone for bringing up their potential abuse situations, then you are part of the problem.
Okay.
Who came at her?
Okay, so Shaylin, you're shadowboxing here. You're talking about shit that hasn't been happening. We've been trying to be cordial this time. We're just
I don't
talking.
care if
Hey,
you're pretending to be cordial. Again,
okay.
saying that you
All
care
right, so
about
you don't want to cooperate. You just
I would
want
like
to
to
talk
know
with people
who
and
came
make
at
shit
her.
up and shadowbox with people that aren't here. I don't give a fuck what your delusional mind comes up with in terms of like what's happening here, but it ain't actually happening here. So stop spurging out on this call, all right? And either act normal or get the f off. One or the other.
Yeah, I understand that when someone brings up a concern about your behavior or someone that you want to defend, i.e. Destiny's behavior.
You didn't bring up a concern. What the heck?
Shadowboxing again.
You still have not named who came at her, and you can just shut the f. Why don't you go be quiet with the sex doll? How about that? Go sit down next to the sex doll, Shaylin. Go sit down next to the sex doll.
Nah, the sex doll has better chances than her, unfortunately.
It's amusing how fucking it's funny how fucking psychotic you all get when someone actually brings a conflict out of you.
You literally came in here psychotic. You're talking about shit that didn't actually happen. You're just sitting here and pretending as though something completely different happened. And
please rewind the conversation
the whole
and look
fucking
at it.
situation. So
Again, saying that you
go
care about
roll
Lav
back the VOD and listen to what's actually happening.
Yeah, this is like ridiculous.
Go
This is
roll
fucking
back the VOD
ridiculous.
and listen to what's actually happening, you delusional piece of shit.
Again, you guys are just throwing a bunch
Go
of
roll back the VOD and look at what's actually happening, you delusional piece of shit. Go roll back the VOD and listen to what's happened, you delusional piece of shit.
Zonia, what the why are you
She's a delusional piece of shit. She's just making shit up. She's just making shit.
Oh my gosh, Zonia, what is wrong with you? Why are you speaking to her in the way that she's speaking to you? What is going on?
Get up in here. She's an absolute delusional piece of shit with a peaking trashy mic. Who's cutting through everybody else here. I'm prepared to just start muting her because she's so fucking obnoxious and she has no idea what's actually going on in the conversation. She's shadowboxing everybody in the room and not actually paying attention to what's actually been happening.
I would like to go back to the claim that was made about Lav should be absolving Destiny of things
That
because
she thinks he should be absolved of in her honest experience. What is wrong with that? Please point it out.
well, I wanted to bring back the idea that you said that Destiny, if he's doing his best, it is well known and documented that dozens of people over the last 10 years have come forward with either straight up abuse allegations against him or complaints, streams where they're talking about.
That's just not true. That is just not true. It is not well documented that people have brought forward claims of abuse. Nobody calls it abuse except for you guys. You guys don't know what abuse is, though. Like, you guys call everything abuse. It's like people who call everything racist or everything sexist. Like, you're just calling everything abuse.
The abuse from his community, including shit like this, with large calls where people are dogpiling people. And
Can I hit pause to sort of respond here real quick, because I think it's going in a direction of something I didn't say. I didn't make a claim. of Destiny trying his best. I asked Lav before making any statement as to what you should do for a good faith question. Do you think, Lav, that Destiny tried his best within his own capabilities to be a friend to you? She said, no, not really. I said to be friendly toward you. She said, yeah, maybe. And that's when I gave the advice. I am not telling her to say that Destiny has been a saint all the time. I was asking her what her perspective was in the situation and then saying, if that is true, then maybe make that public alongside anything else about Destiny you'd like to make public. Because if we're in the interest of truth, if you are, if Max is, if she is, if anybody is, you should be bringing to the table any information that you think to be true about the situation, not just that which abides by the narrative that you want people to come away with. Because in the interest of truth, sometimes you're going to have to include things, even if they draw away from the narrative. Because if you think the narrative is true, it will be true if all facts are presented, and people will come away with that impression. It is only if you're worried that it isn't true that you would have a problem with anything I said there. Because I only said it for her to make a statement about her honest opinion about the situation, nothing else.
It is dishonest framing because there is an unbelievably large power differential.
It's dishonest framing to ask her a question about her own perspective. Wow. That is such dishonest framing. How dare you ask her about her own opinion? That's sexist. Women don't get opinions. Women don't get to have their own opinions. Shaylin can go just ask Mr. Girl what her opinion is. That's honest framing.
Between Destiny and Lav, and the idea that you could even frame it with him being friendly to her and, quote, doing his best when she told him multiple times how it was hurting her, and he literally did nothing. And then even today, in the same stream where she said she was suicidal as a result of her engagement on his stream, he's literally calling her, what, mid-Jew pussy or whatever? He's fucking terrible. And the idea that you are trying to insist that she call him friendly is so fucked up. You people are insane.
Not trying to get her to insist anything. I am only saying to
the only reason to bring it up is to make it so that him being abusive is in the same sentence as him being friendly. It is gaslighting.
Shaylin,
yes.
you are, dude, only if your mindset is everybody is speaking from the place of how can I manipulate people's behavior with the way that I'm talking, is that the case? I'm saying that whatever is true about a situation needs to be brought to light if you are trying to provide people a big picture, a true...
Listen, I've talked about this a bunch of times, like, about how all of the people who were, like, the most, like, content-brained, like, bad faith people in this space were always the people who actually, like, the ones who complained about it all the time and complained about how toxic the space was and everything. It always turned out every single time after I would, like, wait a while and start to realize what was really going on, they were the ones who were the most toxic every single time. They would complain about the drama. They were the ones causing the drama every single time. Every time. Like, literally every time. And the reason is that because people who think like this are paranoid. They get really paranoid because they think everybody thinks like them. And this is the same with, like, abuse and being manipulative. Is when you are insanely manipulative, you're going to start getting paranoid that everybody else is just as manipulative as you. And that's what Mr. Girl and Lav and Shaylin all do, is they are all insanely manipulative, and they think everybody else is just as manipulative as they are.
Bigger picture about a situation. I didn't tell her that stop.
That they were friends. No, I won't stop. She has already said dozens of times that she cares for Destiny, that they were friends, and yet whenever she's bringing up criticisms, everyone insists that she say that he was friendly to her. It's ridiculous.
Shaylin,
it's just
I'm not insisting anything. I'm not insisting that she say anything other than what is true to her.
Again, why did you ask me if you know that she has said it before, that they were friendly and that she cares about him? She already even said that in this stream.
I asked her because I don't watch every fucking second of every fucking stream of everybody in this fucking network. I don't give a fuck, Shaylin. You also had a problem with me saying Lav should just detach from Max and Destiny and all of this and go and live her fucking life. That's a problem. Why is that an issue? That she detached from this? She's giving Shaylin, stop. She's giving you guys the fucking statement. She's giving you the information you need. She and Max have had hours-long conversations consistently about all of this. She's giving you everything you need. Why does she still need to be attached to this?
That's not the problem. If Lav wants to emotionally detach from everyone in this sphere, that would be fine with me if she thought it was good for her. The problem I have is the implication that Lav ought to get off the internet is the equivalent of detaching from this community. I don't think that Lav needs to get off the internet because a fucking huge group of assholes are harassing her because a fucking even bigger asshole who has a platform is directing hate towards her. That is the most insane fucking thing you could possibly say.
Well, no, it's not. Hold on, stop.
We were saying specifically that she should have a place on the internet.
Well, no, I will.
See, you wanted her to get off, but I was saying no. She deserves a place in the position.
Yeah, the people who are apparently berating her were the ones who are being way more gracious about that point than me. I am saying that if you are receiving a ton of abuse that you can't control, and there is nothing you can do to make that situation positive for you. Yes, I'm saying the only fucking healthy thing to do is detach from that situation. And if someone who cares about her, that would be your answer as well, because she has so many healthy things she could lean into. She moved to a new place. She's on a new community. She's got a loving significant other. She's got opportunity up the fucking ass in real life that she could go to. There's no reason for her to fucking trap herself in here if all she gets is negativity and abuse. And by your own admittance, all she will ever get from here is negativity and abuse. Yes, she should unplug.
I'm
Not
saying
because
the
it's her fault,
framing is
but because it's
wrong,
the only healthy fucking thing. No,
that it
there's
is
no
on-
wrong framing here. It is 100% correct.
I'll tell you whether it is or not. The wrong
Oh, good.
framing is that Lab is responsible for leaving any potential community that she has instead of the community changing or the rules changing so that people can't fucking harass each other in this community. The fact that all 4 of you, again, and 5 of you earlier, were harassing Lab on this stream, telling her that she ought to leave the internet.
How are we harassing her?
Okay, so
how are we
telling her to leave the internet?
Can you
Who was
please
telling her to leave the
explain to
internet?
us explicitly where? Explicitly where?
That is telling her
Just
to
gonna make
leave the
shit up?
internet. We just had a whole conversation. If you just tuned in, fucking, you can rewind the VOD.
You can
So you're
rewind the
just gonna
VOD
make
too.
shit
and you're
up.
just
Yeah, she is actually insane, dude. She's actually insane. Oh my goodness. She's actually insane. What the hell? That is so different than what just happened. One guy said that he suggested that she leave the internet because he thinks that that's what's most healthy for her. And then she goes off about how all 4 of them are berating her and gaslighting her and harassing her and telling her that she needs to leave the internet. That is so different than what just happened. That is nuts, dude.
And you're not going to expect us to push back on it?
I'm the only one who bit the bullet on her leaving the internet thing. And
Yeah, I was the one saying that she should have a place on the internet.
Tom, didn't Max say that Shaylin wasn't going to be shown online? It was for her protection or some BS. He did, but then she went on the Chud show.
I never said that she should leave the internet. I never said that
she did a full interview on Chud's stream.
Should, whatever these other people are saying about, her and Max, right? I have not said anything regarding that. The only things that I've offered in this are the ways that the relationship between her and Steven broke down, the reasons why Steven probably feels the way that he does, he feels betrayed, etc., and just suggestions around that, right? But you came in here screaming like a fucking lunatic about God knows what, and you haven't provided an explicit example yet for what you're talking about.
I'm the Banshee of Righteousness.
You're the Banshee of being a fucking lunatic, psycho bitch.
I'm the Banshee of Righteousness. These people are so weird, dude. They are so self-righteous. It is actually shameless, dude. It is so shameless.
No wonder Max wants you to be a fucking silent sex doll and lay down with no noise. Holy shit, I would too.
It's gonna be a productive fucking conversation.
I was going to say something to Lav in the end, but I'm just going to say now, Jalen, the attitude you came in is not the attitude of someone who has Lav's best interest at heart. It has the smackings of someone.
It's a drama attitude.
It's the attitude of someone who thought Lav was kind of on the right track, and now people are trying to pull her off the track you want her to be on, and you're getting extraordinarily defensive about it. If you had her best interest at heart, you wouldn't be attacking me for having her also being Lav interested in this conversation, but having a faith in you.
I support Lav choosing what to do. I don't support Lav getting gaslight in a 4v1 fight about people telling her not to fucking bring up her concerns publicly about a public dispute.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
You don't care. You're not caring about
Okay, so you're just going to come in here and just make up a bunch of shit and paint everybody with it. What the fuck is this shit? Are you just here for drama? Is that it? You just want to stir drama? I get that, but you maybe contribute if you actually give a fuck about Lav?
Yeah, I just don't think you got her best interest in heart.
I think Shaylin saw that most of you guys were picking apart what I was saying. I think Jeb is the exception. I think that Jeb was the most good faith. But I think that most of you for literally hours now have literally told me that I should come forward with all the good things that Steven has done and try to absolve him and try to completely,
when have I said that? When have I
untether
said that?
myself from everything.
Wait, when have I said that? When have I said that?
I just said you should be much more explicit when you say things. That's it. Like you shouldn't vague post it. Have your position very clear. That's the only thing the only advice that I gave you on that.
How about
being good faith and that I have best interest? Lav, trust me, this chick does not have your best interest at heart.
Okay, again, and Lav, I don't think that's particularly fair even to the conversation that you and I had, right? We hashed some things out. I never said that you should that anything beyond saying that you have to be really sure about certain accusations or certain implications in this space, right? And that's just from person to.
Yes, Lav is very easily manipulated. She is being flip-flopped from one position to another. Shaylin's able to just jump in and drive a whole new narrative into this. That this is actually kind of gross. This is actually really gross. So you can start to imagine what's going on behind the scenes. Because every time I hear Destiny talk about oh, she's being brainwashed and they're all pushing narratives into her head and blah blah blah, I always think that that's probably a gross exaggeration, but this is very telling of what's probably happening in reality. This is all very this is very weird behavior for sure.
Person good advice in this space. I've never said that you have to do anything in particular with Max or with Destiny. All I've done is offer the ways that you know, people feel betrayed in this.
Have you been defending Lav's position as much as you're defending Destiny's? Like, I know everyone wants to talk about how Destiny might be feeling in this situation, but have all of you been giving the same amount of time?
I have offered my sympathies.
Wait. Why would you assume that Lav's position deserves as much defense as mine when Lav has consistently lied over and over again about the timeline?
I'm not going to talk to you.
Talking to me? Are you going to get in trouble? Are you going to?
No, I just think you're a piece of shit, and I'm not interested in talking to you at all.
Lives with her employer? Okay, dude.
Anyway, I'm not going to continue this conversation if Destiny's in here. I think
Good night.
Oh, you're going to run away? Really? You're going to run away? All right, well.
I'm glad they sent you in here to do damage control.
Yeah, you're all fucking psycho.
We're done with you running away.
Good night.
Oh my gosh,
Good night,
the person who
Jalen.
made that fucking piece of artwork. Wonderful.
Go
I'm sure
hang
that
out
your
with
words
sex
ring
dolls,
so
Jalen.
fucking true. Those are some powerful words from the person who obsessed over all the orbiters and drew this ridiculous piece of art about them.
Do you guys remember when Max said that he was going to keep Shaylin away from all the internet stuff until he needed to wheel her out to defend her for this shitty article? Wasn't that a funny fucking meme?
Oh my gosh.
They are now in a 5v1 call with you if I leave.
How are you still on the call, you psychotic piece of shit?
Because she has to pull Lav out because Mr. Girl's telling her that she needs to make Lav leave.
Come to the
Okay, can I say one thing? Can I say? I would like to say.
We have Kool-Aid.
I would like to say one thing, okay? And I think that thing that I would like to say is that even when earlier when Lav was talking about her experiences in the space, I was still very sympathetic towards her. I still empathized with her, even if I disagreed with some of the things that like her and I our interactions that we've had previously. So this entire thing that Shaylin came in with is the worst faith, lunatic, like the most lunatic shit I've ever heard. And I don't blame Max. I really don't. That he wants a silent sex doll. Okay, I really don't blame him because I would want one too.
He's a really good person, everyone.
Misogyny.
And it's really important that everyone knows.
Yeah, come in screaming like a fucking lunatic and come in screaming like a fucking lunatic. No, you know what I would say when somebody fucking pushes me, yeah, I'm gonna fucking push back, bitch.
Pushes you. She just came in and you fucking.
She came in fucking screaming at the top of her lungs. Holy shit!
She came in ultra hot and shadowboxed everybody in the room.
I'm gonna go to bed now. You're all insane.
Have fun dreaming about all of us as we live rent free in your head, you psychotic piece of shit.
I love you, Lav, and we'll talk later.
All right, talk.
Get fucked. I don't know, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
What the fuck is
with you guys? Dude, oh my goodness. This is nuts, dude. This is actually insane. This is so delusional. What is wrong with you guys? Why can't you just let her come in and berate you and make up lies about you? What is wrong with you? Why won't you just let her spread her delusional conspiracy theories? Come on. You guys. I love insane women. Yeah, me too. All right. Well, I'm going to sleep. Let's see. You just got to the good part? I'm going to sleep. Yeah, I think we're going to set up the debate with Katie, the second part 2, where we're going to talk about Jordan Peterson again. Supposedly Destiny's hosting. I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it, but she says he's hosting, so, or moderating or whatever. So yeah, that should happen soon. Are you going to address her tweets? No. Katie's? Send me her tweets. I don't know what she tweets. She was 100% right about gaslighting of, well, give all the facts and talk about when D was nice too. It wasn't nice too. That's not what they were saying. That is not at all what they were saying. They're saying if you're saying that he's manipulative, she's not saying that he is manipulative. She's not even saying that. She's saying, I don't know if he's manipulative. But then there's all these examples of him going out of his way to not be manipulative. Like, and there's a ton of examples of him, like, reaching out, saying, are you okay? Hey, just want to make sure, like, you understand our personal life and our streamer life's completely separate. Him, like, making sure that this wasn't too big of a deal for her, or like there's a ton of examples of him, like, explicitly laying things out for her and checking on her and all sorts of crap. It wasn't to let people know that he's nice. It's to say that he's not manipulative. That, like, these would be things that a manipulative person wouldn't do. Sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman. Wait, this is an old thing. Oh, she just tweeted this again like 4 days ago. If you are noticing that women keep coming up with allegations of you mistreating them, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in casual, no-strings-attached relationships. You should just go to your wife and be with her instead. Sorry. Yeah, I saw her talk to Sick about this. I completely disagree. I think this is ridiculous. I think that if you look, first off, like, if you look at the allegations and you don't think there's any merit to them, then it doesn't really matter. Like, they can all keep coming up with allegations all they want if it doesn't actually... Why? I just read it to you. What do you want? Why do you need to see it? Alright, I'm going to sleep. I appreciate you. I love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools.